Chapter 201 Pain. A grand tale was being weaved out of the mouth of the sect master of the karmic sect as his wizened old face displayed a resplendent light. The world of cultivation was a special prime world where its inhabitants were actively studying and interpreting the laws that made up the world and the larger universe. It was a group of extremely powerful beings that could be considered to have a footing in the vast space filled with many stars. It was a world set on a different stage, as it was the norm to have beings from other worlds to congregate in the world of cultivation for the abundant resources and treasures there. Mystical secrets and treasure abodes from powerful cultivators were spread throughout the world. Where one only needed strength and luck to obtain heaven-defying techniques and items, it is a world you will definitely enjoy visiting, and it is one of the worlds where you will have a hand to play in the tumultuous future ahead. Sect Master Inuit finished his words as he observed the calm expression on Noah's face. You ask me what exactly I had in mind to sacrifice so many of my disciples and even my own longevity while saving you. It was simply to sow karma between me and you. His hands moved through the air as a few invisible lines appeared. He made a plucking motion as above Noah's head, a significantly large line became visible. The line Sn.A.K.E.D through and made its path towards the sect master as he continued. Karma is something that very few can grasp, but it can show us wondrous things and give us the ability to traverse the tumultuous future relatively unscathed. Through it, I was able to know about a being worlds away who would one day come to prevent my death, and the deaths of many more beings that are connected to the world of cultivation. His hands came down as the white lines disappeared into nothingness once more. I have not yet found out what threat is coming to cause such a catastrophe, but I have completed the immediate goal of saving you, and now I can let events continue to unfold as I watch with ease. The sect master had a soft smile on his face as a brilliant white light flashed out. The figures of his many disciples with blank faces appearing around him as all of them inexplicably left Noah's spiritual land. Noah observed all of this closely, surprised at the foreboding words about the future as he asked, "That's it?" The smile on the sect master's face became wider as he raised his hands, forming a large hazy white door of light above them that his disciples began rushing into. His other hand stretched out as a luxuriously shining necklace inlaid with gems appeared and floated towards Noah. The gems lit up the entire area as Noah felt the many negative emotions and feelings of exhaustion slowly lift away from his body as this gem continued to float towards him. That's it. Here is one of the few unique treasures of the world of cultivation. I've attached some inscriptions that will let me know whenever you begin your journey there. I see a cloudy but clear path that you plan to follow, and I cannot interfere with it too much, lest I cause things to backfire. We will meet again in time, and I look forward to seeing the things I've only glimpsed become reality. His words finished as cryptic as ever, his figure following the disciples that had already passed through the hazy white door in the sky as his voice rang out for the last time. Oh yeah, don't get too sucked in with that fiery demoness of yours. I know heartbreak can be a deadly thing. With these words, the mysterious sect master of the karmic sect was gone, leaving behind a pondering Noah that received another surprise with the last words he mentioned. He had too many things to do, so he put aside the mysterious-looking treasure aside for now, planning on looking at it along with the skill books he gained from the death of Baal later. His mind wandered to Barbados at the mention of the fiery demoness as he shook his head and breathed out. His gaze landed on the spiritual land as he prepared to go see the beings that were facing unimaginable pain from losing something extremely precious to them. He disappeared from the skies and reappeared on a snowy area in the spiritual land where a few thousands of Atlanteans, merfolk, and the calamities of the sea were collected together. It was a weird sight to see as these beings that would normally be seen underwater were slumped on the snowy ground of the spiritual land, letting out mournful howls and saddening cries. They were going through a tremendous amount of loss that Noah could not begin to imagine. Some had lost friends, others their entire families, but all of them shared the biggest loss of their home. The ocean master was blankly staring at the sight of a few thousand Atlanteans and merfolk as extreme despair was apparent on his face. His emotions were overwhelmed by guilt and sadness as he was the leader that was supposed to keep everyone safe. Yet he could do nothing, and he had felt what used to be his home perish. Feelings of failure and shame were not only on the mind of the ocean master, as the calamities of the sea that had the roles as the actual protectors of their world felt a much heavier burden as they felt the link disappear. There was no lost world for them to return to anymore. There was nothing. It was an extremely depressing sight as Noah made his way over to the Kraken, the one calamity he had spent a significant amount of time with through the space affected by time dilation before they arrived for the defense of Atlantis. The Kraken had a face full of wrath and sadness as its red eyes turned to look at Noah's Atlantean figure. Its deep voice resounded out painfully. "Where are we?" Noah looked at the maddened eyes of the kraken as he replied, "A world I found a long time ago that I am able to hold some influence in. The inhabitants are not too strong, and will not be hostile, so we can spend some time here collecting ourselves." The reddened eyes of the kraken blinked as its gaze remained on Noah and spoke out once again. "The enemies that did this are far too strong for us to even think about facing them right now. Yes. If they were even bold enough to make the beings that easily shattered an entire planet their enemy, they were nowhere near close to even matching a tenth of their power. Due to this, Noah felt like he was under a stifling pressure. He still had a plan that he planned to follow in his mind, as he had to get closure from a certain world, but he had to plan carefully on how to move forward from there. He had to evaluate why he was doing the things he was doing, and it could not all just be based on hatred and revenge. He was connected to the lifelines of two worlds with billions of beings tied to him. After watching the destruction of a world that was much more powerful than the ones he was connected to, he gained a better understanding of the brevity of the situation he was in. His eyes turned back towards the kraken as he continued to have an internal struggle over his next movements. The kraken had an unwilling look, seemingly wanting to go fight right then and there no matter the results. "The enemies are too strong, but they do not know about us. This gives us time to become stronger. It gives us time to learn more about them. After we achieve a certain level of power, we can choose to fight a battle that won't result in the lost world of Atlantis being forgotten in the dredges of time." Noah's eyes held conviction as he tried to calm and console the pained kraken, spending some time with the rest of the calamities that now only totaled up to 5. When some time passed, he left them and went to see yet another being that was heavily affected by the events in the lost world. A fiery demoness. Chapter 202. Freedom. The spiritual land was vast, with many snowy fields apart from the central point where luxurious buildings that Noah had built stood. His body teleported to a particular snowy field in the frozen plateau spiritual land as he found the figure of a certain demon empress that was blankly looking out across the peaceful area. Barbados sat on a field of snow as her bare white legs sank down into the ground, the freezing cold not bothering her one bit. Her body that was greatly injured from Baal's attacks had outwardly fully healed, with her skin as clear as it was before. Noah had a complex expression as he thought about how he would be moving from now on when he spoke out. "How are you feeling?" Barbados was dressed in her Gothic dress as she looked across the snowy plains of the spiritual land. She didn't even turn around to look at Noah when she replied, "I'm Fuckng peachy, little fish." A variety of emotions were going through her mind as she felt the true death of Baal and felt heavy chains being lifted off of her body. Her emotions became even more tumultuous when she spread out her awareness from the isolated space treasure and saw the apocalypse occurring in the lost world. She saw the panic and fear in the remaining ruler's eyes as she stayed still in the isolated space treasure and continued to heal her injuries. Sometime after, she began to feel the true deaths of rulers of the demon world one by one. As every living being in the lost world perished, she had her own goals and hopes, and she had a hand in killing the strongest being of her race for it. As she felt the onslaught of true deaths occurring, she found her will wavering and questioning itself. Was it all worth it? Was her freedom worth the death of the strongest ruler of the demon world and all those that followed? Freedom. Her eyes lit up as this word flashed through her mind, her expression that was sad and melancholic disappearing as a vicious expression replaced it. Yes, it was all for her freedom, and she was now grasping it in her hands. It was selfish. It was cruel. It came at a great price, but so what? The only person she cared for was herself. Why did it matter who had to die in order for her to get what she wanted? The vicious expression slowly blew away any feelings of melancholy as the necromancer of chaos rapidly shifted her mood yet again. Noah's voice rang out once again. "You got what you wanted. What exactly do you plan to do now, Barbados?" Why does it matter to you? Don't think I didn't notice the hatred in your eyes when you were targeting Citri and Paimon. You expect me to give you respect and talk when you continue to bullshit me? What do you have against the demon race? Noah looked over at Barbados, who seemed to be shifting from opposite moods very quickly as a cloud of craziness followed her. He thought about the recent experience he had as he watched an entire world and its people be destroyed, and he thought about his hatred for the invaders that caused the death of his parents and many more in his homeworld. He recalled the memories of demons and cultivators he had killed as he learned of the larger worlds out there and how many beings were in a similar situation his homeworld and the beast world was in not too long ago. He couldn't save the beings in the lost world of Atlantis. Nor did he have the power to save the many worlds experiencing a similar level of pain and unfairness in this vast universe. But there was still something he could do against those that directly caused him and his world harm. His gaze hardened as he affirmed his beliefs, recalled the many rulers he had knowledge of through stolen memories, and then he replied to Barbados, Belial, Asmodeus, Dantalion, Phurkas, Malphas, Andras, Valak, Nibirius, Marex, Phoenix, Oroba, Horus, and Giapi. All of these are rulers that either directly or indirectly caused the deaths of many beings in this world you are currently in. Most were active in the middle world you might remember, the beast world. Putting aside those that already faced true death in the lost world of Atlantis, I will be going for the heads of these rulers sometime soon, those who had a hand in the pain that the beings in his homeworld and those in the beast world faced. They would all have to die. But Noah did not want to be similar to the beings he just watched destroy an entire large world because of their beliefs. He did not want to wrathfully descend down to the demon world and senselessly massacre everything on sight in the name of revenge. He would kill those involved in causing the harm to the two worlds he was connected to, and reserve his judgment for the rest of them for now. Barbados's mouth formed a huge O shape as she blurted out, "You're the asshole who killed Gremory and Aureas in that little beast world. Ha, I even told them to let me descend down so I could kill the growing threat quickly or they would regret it." Barbados was clutching her stomach laughing as she continued. "That ball that was so big and tough actually did die to you, huh? If they had listened to me, I would have met you sooner, little fish. Maybe I would have already fried you up into fried fish, eh? Alas, everyone is just too fuckng dumb." Her voice finished flat as she looked towards Noah and rose up, wiping the snow sticking to her body. "I've already betrayed my entire race for my own selfish goals. I don't care about your little revenge dream or who you want to kill as long as I get to do what I want, little fish. At this moment in time, I'm still finding you very interesting, so I'll be hanging around you and continue to enjoy the luxurious things in this isolated space treasure and the food you'll definitely be making for me." She beckoned towards Noah as the snow around them ruffled. "But it looks like these stupid feelings of guilt don't want to go away fast enough and I need something to take my mind off of them, so a good fuck would do. Come on, little fish." Chapter 203 Assimilation and Loot. The next few days were a busy period of time as Noah moved back and forth between multiple locations to start preparations and smoothly transition the displaced inhabitants of the lost world of Atlantis. A day after their arrival in Noah's homeworld, they were able to have an introduction to the humans that were busily moving around. Noah sent forth communications to Steel Mikhail and Kazuhiko as they arranged for the appropriate people from the Blessed Empire and the United Federation to receive the Atlanteans and Merfolk. The Ocean Master took the lead to talk to the humans who were much weaker than him with respect as hours and hours of talks ensued. At the end of all of these talks that Noah had to sit through, the result was an agreement being made for the inhabitants of Atlantis to reside in a certain location scouted for in the sea as the two forces planned for peaceful mutual cooperation. The process took a few days, but at the end of all of it, Noah was able to watch construction begin deep under the sea of his homeworld as Atlanteans and Merfolk with hardened faces worked to create a new home. He was standing beside the ocean Master, who had long since collected himself as he asked, "The world engine. Do we still have the capability to build it?" A pained expression passed through the Ocean Master's face as he heard of the creation that was the apparent cause of their world's destruction. "We can. I have multiple unfinished prototypes with me that would require a few weeks' work to complete. But, would we not be inviting the same destruction here were we to do that?" His body pulsed with power as he said this. Noah knew of the strong feelings each of them held as he shook his head and replied, "No, word of the world engine was spread through the mouths of demon and cultivators, and we will not have that repeat itself again. What we need now is to strengthen ourselves in hiding. The features of the world engine will provide that for us. After a sufficient time has passed, we could maybe stand up to those that harmed us." His words were strong as they shook the Ocean Master out of his stupor. The ruler of Atlantis nodded as his eyes turned towards the calamities. Noah spoke again as he noticed this. "They feel a tremendous amount of guilt for what occurred, and I'll be moving with them as we explore new worlds and find more ways to increase our strength." The calamities were powerful beings that had limitless potential to grow. He would be sure to strengthen them as time goes, as he knew he couldn't do everything by himself. This tedious process of communications across humans, beasts, and the inhabitants of Atlantis would continue for the foreseeable future as the powerful figures at the top continued to move forward the plans. Noah found himself with a tremendous amount of cores, skill books, and law crystals that the Emperor Penguin and other beasts from his spiritual land had collected when they fought against the forces of Mountain Sea Sect. This wasn't to even mention the loot he had obtained himself. After finding some time a few days after their escape from the dying lost world, he was finally able to take a look at everything he collected from his journey. First off was the loot he didn't finish checking from the phantasmal ranked Paimon. 2 skill books were left over besides the ultimate skill he already obtained from her. The first was a unique skill that seemed fairly simple, but would have its own amazing uses, with the second being a phantasmal ranked skill, lie detection. The veil of truth and lies becomes visible, giving the user the ability to distinguish between them. Persuasion, your words carry an undeniable truth, making it easier to influence the beings around you, simple and direct. A smile was on Noah's face as he learned these skills and moved on to the skills dropped from the next ruler he killed, Baal himself. He began with the grandiosely shining ultimate skill first, 7 Deadly Sins Gluttony, one of the 7 deadly sins unique to the demon world. Abilities include Devouring, Large Stomach, and Library. Devouring, filled with endless hunger and thirst, the user can devour their enemies and other entities fully. Devoured entities can be broken down and used to permanently increase the attributes of the user or as fuel for healing and a momentary boost in power. The mana requirement varies depending on what the target is. Large Stomach, an enormous amount of space is made available through the use of this ability, allowing the user to store anything they can devour. Library, devoured entities are analyzed and stored, their life history and skills laid bare for the user to pick and choose. A maximum of 2 skills can be extracted from devoured entities. The ultimate skill that the strongest ruler held was no joke, and it was the reason why he grew so powerful in the first place. Noah's eyes shined as he looked forward to utilizing the skill to the fullest. His only regret was that Baal's body was completely destroyed with nothing left. He let bygones be bygones as he looked at the next 3 skill books, these ones being 2 phantasmal skills and a unique skill, Sundering Hellfire. Hellish flames blaze out to cover anything your eyes can see. The flames do not extinguish until you give the command. Space Destruction, your strikes gain the capability to affect space. The effect varies depending on what realm you are in. Parallel Thought, the mind is an enigma, but it can still be controlled and enhanced. 2 diverging thought processes can occur at the same time. Skills that he had observed the oppressive tyrant used to fight against multiple phantasmal beings were now in his hands as he felt a feeling of accomplishment to have come so far. There was a new feeling in his heart after all the recent negative experiences and emotions. With his strength growing like this, there was a large possibility for him to grow to the same level as those he had to run away from. His beliefs were reinforced as he looked at his stat panel with shining eyes. He could do it. Noah Osmont, Occupation, Hunter. Vitality, Phantasmal, Focus, Strength, Phantasmal, Skills, F, E, D, C, B, A, S, Epic, Legendary, Memory Plunderer, Hydrothermokinesis, Devastation, Summon Death Reaper, Legendary, Whirling Frozen Death, Healing Wings, Demon King's Banner, Mythical, Hydrokinesis, and Undead Stamina, Defiance, Resplendent Speed, Phasing, Mythical, Titanium Body, Phantasmal. The Dictatorial Kaiju Hydra, Summon Titans of the Abyss, Radiation Queen Sword, Persuasion. Sundering Hellfire, Space Destruction, Unique, Spiritual Land Management, Primal Conjurer, Spatial Travel, Shapeshift, Witch Slaves, Lie Detection, Parallel Thought, Ultimate, Bone Master. 7 Deadly Sins Gluttony, Equipment, 3x Ring of Storage, A Ring of Storage, S Storage Pouch, Mythical Pearl of the Sea, Laws, Law of Water 5%, Chapter 204, Preparations. Beings from Noah's homeworld and the beast world were rapidly moving around as preparations were underway for them to do something grandiose. The rulers of the demon world were heavily weakened at this moment in time, with more than half of all their forces meeting true death in the lost world of Atlantis. There was fear and uncertainty in all of their hearts, and Noah chose this time to strike and take out those involved in causing the deaths of many beings across the 2 worlds. He did not want to consider himself a senseless killer. But there had to be reckoning for those who caused senseless harm to many weaker beings based on their own motives. For the preparations, he had a tremendous amount of cores at the legendary and mythical rank, as well as many skill books and items that he and the beasts from the spiritual land had collected from their journey in the lost world. Much of this loot was distributed to Kazuhiko and Steel Mikhail, allowing for these powerful individuals to be power level to the mythical rank in a few days. The remainder of the loot was handed to the remaining 3 mythical beasts that might soon lose their titles as they neared breaking through to the phantasmal rank. The Imperial Phoenix that had helped Noah when he was still at epic rank not too long ago only looked in shock at Noah's appearance after she had looked for him all this time. The being she had looked at as having a lot of promise had actually overtaken her in strength, and in such a major way at that. When she found out that the spiritual land that was extremely hard to upgrade and take care of was also a rank higher than her own, she blanked out, as much as Noah enjoyed looking at the reactions of this fiery imperial phoenix, he continued to move fast as he spent some time with the Queen of the Frozen Kingdom and the Beast World. It didn't take long for him to travel across worlds with spatial travel, and he routinely came back to spend some quality time with the Icy Queen while boosting her strength and the strength of the people in the kingdom through the continued use of budding farmer. He did the same for the agricultural sector in his homeworld as both the United Federation and the Blessed Empire experienced a boom that allowed for no mouth to go unfed these past weeks. Days passed like this as many things occurred, with the core destination being the same. A sense of apprehension and excitement was in the air for the powerful humans and beasts that held strong emotions against the demons that invaded them. Noah continued to look over all of these things as he moved behind the scenes to upgrade his own strength as he used the time space to boost up his skill proficiencies as well as take a look at the treasure that Sect Master Inuit had left behind, Lawful Nourishment, a necklace that has a chain made of adamantium infused with the law of air and water. It holds a circular pendant that is nearly empty. Abilities include Soul Finder, Soul Absorption, Law Nourisher, and Essence Amplification. Soul Finder, the pendant acts as a compass to point to the nearest soul jade of a type it does not have yet. If the pendant has every type of soul jade, it will point towards the type it had least of. Soul Absorption, the pendant can absorb every type of soul jade and improve its effectiveness. Law Nourisher, the soul jades contained in the pendant will allow for the increase of speed of mastery and the power of laws. Essence Amplification, a convergence of essence will occur with the lawful nourishment at the center. The amount of essence amplification will depend on the number of soul jades in the pendant. It was truly a unique treasure of the world of cultivation as it showed spectacular possibilities. Inside of the circular pendant of the necklace called Lawful Nourishment, a glistening blue piece of what seemed to be the thing called soul jade was lying peacefully. It was an extremely small piece that you barely noticed it in a corner of the pendant, and this was the only thing that was present in it. Yet, the effect it had was something wondrous to observe. Noah looked around him as he equipped Lawful Nourishment and watched the essence around him tremble as it began swirling around the area. He observed the changes for a few minutes and found it to be more than twice as concentrated as it was before. Allowing him to feel like his body was floating through the clouds, he spent some time manipulating the necklace and found that he could expand this area of essence convergence as well as reduce it, its effects becoming less and less the further out it was spread. The biggest boon was the fact that when he brought out the law crystals to absorb, he found that he was receiving a larger percentage than usual, making him look forward to finding more soul jades of different elements to add into this necklace and watch its effects become even more ridiculous. Besides the spectacular unique treasure from the mysterious karmic sect master, Noah observed the newest skills from the result of skill combination as he prepared for the grandiose invasion of the demon world. The rising of proficiency was made even faster in the time-space because of the unique skill, parallel thought. As Noah found himself focusing on multiple skills to raise at once, he had an unlimited amount of energy to use, and now it felt like he had two different minds to use it. His efficiency shot through the roof as his rate of combining skills that was already crazy enough before became even more ridiculous. Lower-ranked skills that he just combined were combined yet again just a day or two later in the time-space as he continued to break common norms. The skills combined these past few days were Devastation Summon Death Reaper, Legendary, Summon Devastating Reaper. Summon Devastating Reaper Whirling Frozen Death, Mythical Summon Death Lord, Healing Wings Demon King's Banner, Mythical, Ruler's Might, Defiance Phasing, Mythical, Emperor's Defensive Maneuvers. His strength continued to rise exponentially as preparations for their advance into the demon world were nearly complete. There wasn't a shred of worry as he had multiple phantasmal ranked beings by his side, as well as himself, who was a different monster altogether. What was left in the demon world were a few rulers that were not present in the lost world. What could they do against him after he had taken down their most powerful ruler? Chapter 205, The Tactician, in a dark and gloomy castle at the center of the demon world. Light steps were ringing out across the large hall of the castle where a single figure walked. The figure had reddish-black wings erupting from his back as his body was wrapped in a sleek black suit. Large glasses covered his piercing blood-red eyes as he looked forward emotionlessly. He was the current highest-ranked ruler of the demon world, the tactician, Agars. His power was not the strongest amongst the top 10 rulers, but he still took the second position after Baal because of his ultimate skill, tactician. Many beings feared the power he carried with it, and they feared more so when he was paired up with Baal on any ventures, as the combination of the two was deadly. But in the most recent catastrophic venture, Baal had gone and taken many other rulers on a hunt for a supreme treasure while the tactician had stayed behind to manage things in the demon world. Now, the same tactician was faced with a tumultuous situation where a large number of rulers had suddenly faced true death, and worst of all, their strongest ranked ruler was among them. Terror was in the hearts of many demons as they wondered, exactly what enemy had they come across that completely wiped out Baal and so many others? The most terrifying of all was the fact that there was no news from any of the rulers before their deaths. There were too many unknowns, which caused many of the remaining rulers to panic. These past days, many of them were cooped up in the regions they ruled in the demon capital as they surrounded themselves with their legions. They hid in their tightly defended castles as hundreds of thousands of demonkin surrounded them from all sides, hiding until they received some answers from those with the most power at the top. The tactician, Agars, had used his authority as the second-ranked ruler to keep things to a level of calm in the demon world as he reminded everyone of their power. Even with Baal gone, they still had beings in the top 10 who held phantasmal rank power. They still had rulers with spectacular, unique and ultimate skills that they could use best in their home turf. The other rulers were calmed and tamed, but Agars himself was thinking completely different thoughts. He knew that something monumental was coming, and he knew that the destruction that Baal had faced would follow them. He walked along the large hall of the castle at the center of the demon world. As he thought of all of this, he could hear the commanding voice of the will of the world that told him to rally their forces and prepare, but he knew it was all for naught. His power lay in thinking and planning, while Baal was the brute force that attacked. This brute force almost always never listened to him, the example of the trip to the lost world where he commanded many rulers to go being one of them. It was this same trip that resulted in all of their deaths. Agar sighed as he entered into a veranda that overlooked the gloriously shining demon capital that was normally boisterous, but currently quiet as many had closed their doors fearfully. He knew something was coming, and his ultimate skill had already shown that he had a possibility of living through it. This was something that brought slight fear in his heart. His ultimate skill showed that he had the possibility of getting through whatever calamity was coming alive, but it showed that many more would be dying. Have Baal's aggressive methods of expansions finally caused the destruction I foresaw? Many thoughts and what ifs passed through the ruler's head. But the past was the past, and time continued to move. What mattered was what would happen now. His eyes suddenly turned up as his skills informed him of something, and he looked into the skies of the demon world to find a shining silver light erupting out. The light reduced and the figure of a golden-haired man with a suit of armor appeared in the clear skies. A gloriously shining golden trident was floating in his hands as his face swept around the demon capital. An expression that seemed to show familiarity was apparent as his gaze traveled around, ultimately landing on the powerful aura of Agars, who was looking up from the grandiose castle at the center of the capital. Another light shined out as beside the golden-haired man. An enormous beast with tremendously long tentacles appeared, creating a large shadow that caused a commotion in the recently quiet capital. This wasn't the end though, as four more phantasmal ranked beings with fearsome power just like it appeared above the skies, their pressure descending down and causing panic to those below. The figures of more than 20-meter tall goldfish, stingray, cassiterite shark, and the lava kaiju appeared in the skies as their eyes looked below them menacingly. The demon capital was large, with the rulers spread out in many directions, but this appearance of powerful unknown anemones brought them to full attention. Yet another figure appeared on the already maddeningly powerful stage. But this figure was one that was the most familiar with the demon world among the recent group of arrivals. It was a voluptuous figure of someone that was barely 20, wrapped up in a tight black gothic dress as she carried what looked to be an umbrella above her to block the rays of light. Agars finally had a huge change in expression at the appearance of Barbados amidst beings that were most definitely their enemies. The necromancer of chaos located Agars the moment she arrived as a sweet smile appeared on her face. Big brother Agars, it has been a while. The words were light and playful, completely not matching the heavy atmosphere as the legions around the demon capital were actively moving. With the remaining rulers congregated in the demon world taking the charge as they prepared for a glorious battle, Agars was tongue-stricken at the appearance of Barbados amongst enemy lines, as even he couldn't have predicted this. She had always been slightly crazy, but had she gone off the deep end completely? His thoughts were interrupted as the being at hand floated away from the group she came with, leaving behind a few words as she completely ignored the atmosphere and went at her own pace. I'm gonna go back to my region for a bit to collect my pets. I lost too many of them in that lost world. Make sure to finish up your things fast. I'm more curious about the next trip after all this is over. With these words, her figure flashed away and made a beeline towards a distant area far from the demon capital, leaving behind an irritated expression on Noah's face, a dumbfounded expression on Agar's face, and leaving behind a weird atmosphere as some of the forces the demons had invaded made their way to their world for the first time. Chapter 206 Unruly. Agar's worked hard to rein in his mind as he carefully looked at the appearance of the powerful figures of the same level as him without making any moves. Just the 6 of them at the phantasmal level meant they held more power than those at the same level in the demon world at this point in time. If they were brutal enemies with the mindset to kill, not many of them would be escaping death today. Agar's began tasting the waters carefully while sending messages to all the rulers in the demon world to not make the first move as the results would be catastrophic for them. He was sending even more messages to Barbados as she would have the most answers, but he was getting nothing in return. Frustration was in his heart as he began carefully, "I welcome esteemed guests to the demon world. May this old man know how he can be of help." His wings were spread out as his powerful voice resounded out from the capital. The demons that heard it felt shame while Noah just looked down impassively, his mind working on many things as he recalled all the locations of the many names of the rulers he had in mind. Multiple skills began to activate, but persuasion was at the forefront as he began speaking. "Some of the forces of your world have been very active in plundering and causing pain across a few worlds, and I am here today to rectify that." Dangerous words spread out without fear from Noah as they reached the ears of every ruler in the demon capital. Expressions of rage and apprehension were abundant as many of the rulers continued to hear Agar's commanding voice to comb through the communication channel. They used to be extremely powerful, and would never stand for arrogant words like these to be said to them, but their most powerful ruler was dead. Many more of their leaders followed him as they faced true death with which they had no answers to. Now, enemies they did not know came down upon them, and their power was nothing to laugh at. Many of the remaining rulers were wrathful, but they were apprehensive even more. Agar's followed the lead of his ultimate skill, tactician, as he saw a path appearing in front of him. It did not lie when it showed him that many rulers would die today, but the path which showed his survival, and the survival of the demon world, was gradually becoming clear. He kept his mouth shut as he continued to listen, as this was the best course of action that tactician pointed out. The golden-haired man in the air was surprised at their level of control as he continued speaking. Belial, Asmodeus, Dantalion, Furcas, Malphas, Andras, Valak, Nibirius, Marex, Phoenix, Oroba, Hors, and Gap. All of these rulers will die. Boom. The words struck out as if they carried immense weight and damage, shock appearing on all the rulers, but even more so on those whose names were mentioned. As if on cue, shining white blue lights descended from the skies in the form of monoliths that struck and landed down all over the demon capital. There weren't too many, but they were extremely large in size. As the moment they landed, they began pulsing with a red light. Outrageous, a deadly shout rang out from a corner of the demon capital as one of the remaining phantasmal ranked rulers erupted out. His figure was that of a giant, having the blood of the golden titans coursing through him. He was ranked 5th, the president, Marba. He carried a powerful cane as his voice erupted out and his figure floated into the skies, ignoring the commands of Agar's, who continued to watch the situation closely while using his ultimate skill. Tactician, at its fullest. The decision that Marba was taking to confront the invaders at this moment, his skill told him that it was extremely deadly. You cannot trounce on the dignity of rulers of the demon world by bringing some measly beasts that carry the same rank as me and think you can shout some arrogant commands without consequence. His body floated in the air as the cane in his arms wiggled out and expanded into a gloriously shining suit of armor that wrapped around his large body. His already large size erupted out even larger as he neared the same size as the calamities floating in the skies around Noah, his power seemingly boundless as his eyes bore towards Noah with pride. What? Cheers came from some of the legions surrounding the demon capital as this show of power finally came out from their side. This was the one that earned the title of president, the one holding yet another ultimate skill, the 7 deadly sins pride. The series of 7 deadly sins were not just reserved for those ranked high in the demon world, but were held by the beings that fit their characteristics the most. An example was the 32nd ranked Asmodeus, the ruler that appeared in the draconic kingdom of the beast world and tore apart the strongest mythical beast by using the ultimate skill, the sin of Lust. Marba was the one ruler that signified pride at its fullest. His ever so expanding body towering higher and higher until it passed the size of the largest calamity in the skies. His large horned head rose up arrogantly as he spoke towards the beings in front of it. What gave you the courage to descend to the demon world and demean its rulers while the holder of the sin of pride is right in front of you? Boy, arrogance. The words carried with them extreme pride as Marba fully believed in his power in the face of beings at the same level as himself. The golden-haired man that was the target of these words did not reply, only looking up at this figure with a calm expression. He breathed out lightly and stretched his neck as the golden trident floating in front of him shined out. Spatial lock was used as the entire surrounding space became hard to move in. ONG, an eruption of essence occurred next as Noah's body rapidly changed, the form of a terrifying dictatorial kaiju hydra making its appearance. The hydra was welcomed by blooming flowers of bones as the abilities of the ultimate skill, Bone Master, were activated. A maddeningly powerful exoskeleton wrapped around the humongous body of the hydra as an unending flow of bones erupted out to surround the large body of Marba in less than a second. OOH. A large scream came out from the encircled Marba as his large fist struck out and created a small opening in the encirclement of bones, but they quickly closed in again as yet another skill was activated from Noah. Sundering Hellflames were activated as a tremendous amount of mana was used without reservation, every single section of the field of bones and on the body of Marba erupting out with dark red flames that continued to burn endlessly. Noah wasn't done as on top of all of this, its large body disappeared from its location to appear right above the head of the maddened Marba whose body was surrounded by bones and flames, space destruction being cast amidst all of this as the spaceware. The upper body of the giant resided was cracked. RGH, a piercing scream rang out from Marba as he took horrendous damage and felt his skull and muscle become deformed, but the attacks were not done. The shining trident appeared yet again as Heart Piercer was cast in conjunction with Plasma Beam as a beam of light erupted out. Descending down toward the already mangled head of Marba, boom, a shocking amount of essence was used in a few seconds as the people watching felt an overwhelming power erupt out, and when just a few seconds passed, they opened their eyes to see more than 75% of the head of ruler of the sin of pride missing. ONG, Noah was not done as he cast yet another ultimate skill without reservation, this time activating Gluttony, as the middle head of the dictatorial kaiju hydra stretched its mouth unnaturally wide as a black veil erupted out to cover the entirety of the body of Marba. Pop, the moment the black light wrapped around Marba's body in its entirety, an eerie sound occurred as the large body disappeared. Nowhere to be seen as only a single powerful three-headed hydra remained in the area. The sea of bones and blazing flames surrounded this powerful being as its booming voice quaked across the demon capital. Who dares to still stand in my way? Chapter 207, Subjugating a World. Unruly. The voice was powerful as it registered the shock that a phantasmal rank being who stood as the fifth ruler of the demon world was killed in just a few seconds, not just killed, as they felt his true death right after. The apprehension that many demons were feeling soon turned into fear at the reality currently occurring above them. This was especially so for the rulers whose names were mentioned from the mouth of this terrifying existence earlier. Many of them were in the legendary or mythical rank, but they just watched the being that had laid down a death sentence for them kill a phantasmal rank ruler in just a few seconds. Despair crept in their hearts as at this moment, the skies and earth of the demon world trembled, the will of the world making its presence clear as it just watched one of its most powerful remaining forces face true death. But it was bound by universal laws, and could not do much. Agars was looking at all of this wistfully as his ultimate skill continued to give him different pathways of survival, his head shaking as the pathway Marba had taken really did lead to his destruction. He continued to hear the unruly voice of the demon world in his mind as he found himself not being able to do anything besides meet the commands of this terrifying being or face death. Belial, Asmodeus, Dantalion, Furcas, Melphas, Andras, Valak, Nibirius, Marex, Phoenix, Oroba, Hors, and Gaap. These 13 beings will be meeting their true deaths today. Anyone standing in the way will face the same fate as them. The voice seemed inviolable as it thundered out and reiterated once more. The words thundered out even louder as during this time, the trident of the sea floating atop the middle of Noah's head accepted even more mana, the feature of spatial lock being expanded out widely to cover everything his eyes could see as he disabled the abilities of spatial movements for his enemies. The monoliths that had struck down throughout the demon capital intensified their power as the normal process of creating a channel to another world was propelled rapidly, causing dungeon breaks to already be occurring for some of the monoliths. The figures coming out of these dungeon breaks varied from humans to beasts, but they were led by beings letting out fearsome power at the mythical rank. One dungeon break showed the arrival of the forces of the Imperial Phoenix as beasts of colorful azure red took to the skies. The aura of powerful phoenixes spread out grandly as they made their appearance in the demon world. the other two mythical beast forces made their appearance soon after as a large number of muscular white tigers and humongous turtles roared out to signify their arrival. An even denser collection of beings came out from other monoliths as humans led by the now mythical ranked Kazuhiko and Steel Mikhail came together to form a fearsome force in another portion of the demon capital. All the forces were gathering together and reining in their powers carefully as they waited for a single command to attack. Dangerous lights were in their eyes as old painful memories came out when they associated the beings they were seeing in front of them with the losses they took some time back. Many of them knew, though, that even after they did what they were about to do, nothing would change. Their loved ones would not come back. Those they lost would not return. But their hearts were stifled. Even while knowing that, they still could not sit still. They still had to return some of what they tasted to those responsible. I know it may seem unfair for beings you do not know to come and invade your home with the goal of killing those closest to you. It is even more unfair that I am telling you to not do anything to defend them. Noah's voice continued to resound throughout the demon capital as movements began to occur for many of the legions spread out, a few rulers grouping up together as the situation seemed to be turning for the worse. I have seen events like these too many times, and am frankly tired of watching them repeat over and over again. The names of the rulers I mentioned were involved in similar invasions, and that is what they have to die. But they are the only ones that have to. If you don't shield them, you will be safe. But if you choose the other option, even though I've recently come to dislike senseless killings, I can still carry them out. His words traveled to the minds of every single ruler as discord and confusion were spread even more through the use of the phantasmal ranked persuasion. A battle of pride and sense of livelihood was occurring in the minds of many rulers as this new reality set in for them. But was pride more important than one's life? The strongest beings would still tremble in unwillingness and fear when their lives were at stake, so what about beings who never had to fear death, but death suddenly became a very real thing for them? The rulers whose names were not listed had wretched looks on their faces as they began to distance their forces from the named rulers. Cowards, vile creatures, curses were being thrown around as they watched their own compatriots they had moved with for years move away from them because of the fear of death. It was a fear that they were not normally faced with, which was why this situation was so foreign and intense for them. Agar's had a difficult expression as he followed the pathway shown by his ultimate skill and sent a message to all the rulers that the powerful Hydra had not mentioned, telling them to either stand down or face death. Far from them was a certain necromancer of chaos that was watching the events occurring in the capital from a far location. There weren't any undead that she had left behind in the demon world for her to collect. And it was just an excuse for her to leave the events in the capital to unfold as they would. She knew that she could not go back to the way things were the moment Ball faced his true death, and was committed to following through her selfish goals without worry. Yet, she still felt some attachment to the beings and the world she was born in. She couldn't bring herself to be there and watch as some of them faced true death. She looked across the deathly quiet region she held the rule of as the vibrations of power continued to ring out from the demon capital. Her gaze continued to shift from impassive coldness to occasional guilt, but the coldness seemed to always win out in the end. She had spent countless years shackled down. She would not stop now after coming so far. The being that had captured her interest now seemed to be one of the few lights that were brightening up her always bleak surroundings that were only full of the undead. There was a sense of deep interest and curiosity that she did not want to let go yet. So she would follow the path she set herself on all the way, no matter what happened after. As always, coldness replaced all other emotions in the eyes of the necromancer of chaos as her eyes gazed at a far distance. The demon capital was hectic as many citizens locked themselves behind closed doors trembling in fear at this unforeseen situation. Legions of demons moved across the capital as gradually, two camps began forming in the largest capital of a large world. All of the remaining rulers had gathered their forces together in this capital after the sudden true deaths of so many of their peers, which gave an unbelievable opportunity for Noah's goals. A never-before-seen division was occurring because of it, whether it was due to the oppressive power the forces he came with brought, or the fear of death that many rulers had not come across their entire lives. A division was occurring nonetheless in the demon world. Chapter 208, Subjugating a World 2. Feelings of shame and fear were abundant, but the rulers could do nothing about it as they had just watched an example of one of their strongest do what they wanted to do in their hearts. But he had faced death within seconds. The demons felt angry and stifled as questions many beings had asked in the past when they were moving freely began to pop in their minds as well. Why was it all so unfair? What did they do to deserve this unfairness in this world, in the universe? What brought unfairness to all the trillions and trillions of struggling beings? Those who could not defend themselves or stand up for what was considered right, and they died meaningless deaths. Did their grievances do something, or were their lives worthless? Some said that those who hold power and bully those who are weaker and poorer never really face their consequences, that they live freely and enjoy their lives, while many more continue to suffer. At one point, the demon world held powerful forces and was spread out across many worlds as they carried out grand ambitions of expansion. They had traveled to many worlds and caused the deaths of billions for their own goals. The worlds they targeted looked at their situation and cried at how unfair it was. Now, the inhabitants of the demon world were feeling the same emotions. They felt the unfairness as a ridiculously powerful being towered over their capital and called for the deaths of many of their powerful figures. Because this time, they did not have the power to stop it. They were actually on the other side where many beings found themselves in the universe. They were now considered weaker than those they were facing. It was truly unfair for a large percentage of the beings in the demon world, as many of them had never even set foot into the outside worlds. It would be even more unfair if they realized that a single ruler, the being that was a master of lies, Belial, brought about this entire reckoning today. Noah's large draconic figure flashed as it appeared above a certain demon legion in the capital, where a particular ruler looked up with an ashen face. He was only at the legendary rank, the same level he was at when he controlled some of the forces of the subjugated beast world and sent them down to a small blue planet. The face of Belial only turned whiter as he found his body rising through the air towards the terrifying figure of the three-headed Hydra. The soldiers around him trembled as they could barely look up with the terrifying pressure descending from above them. Noah used hydrokinesis as he manipulated the water molecules inside the body of Belial and forcefully dragged him into the skies. His three heads shone with light as his eyes landed on the fearful face that was looking at him pleadingly. This was only a being of legendary rank, and yet he was the one that had caused such tremendous pain in his world. He simply located a small unknown world that didn't have any powerful figures and used the beasts they enslaved from the beast world to do their bidding. These simple actions had resulted in a catastrophic loss of life that many mourn till this day. Yet, Noah was looking at the perpetrator of all of this, who was fearfully struggling in front of him now. The being in front of him seemed so weak enough that he would be able to give him true death in the blink of an eye. It seemed unbelievable that someone of his caliber was responsible for such egregious actions. Noah didn't feel any sort of contentment or happiness from looking at the face of this being that was the root cause of the apocalypse in his world. He only found himself thinking of the past that could not be changed no matter what he did now, but, even though the past could not be changed, he could make sure that something like it never happens again. His gaze turned stern as Belial felt his body constrict to the point where his bones almost broke. ONG, new arrivals neared the position where they were at as Kazuhiko, Steel Mikhail, and other humans from Noah's world raised their weapons at the demon legion that Belial commanded. Information had been disseminated long ago on who their targets would be, and the first one they wanted was the one responsible for the death and destruction in their world. Steel Mikhail had a dark face as his body was lifted into the air by a golden shining shield as he arrived in the skies where Belial was struggling. His thick voice resounded out, "Please leave him to us." The voice was firm and strong, filled with extreme anger as Mikhail looked at the weak figure responsible for so much pain. Noah gave a nod as the body of the Demon King fell towards Mikhail, who clutched the demon at the neck and floated down towards the throngs of humans. Noah observed this as well as the movements of the three mythical beasts as they targeted Asmodeus, who had taken down the Draconic Kingdom, as well as the other rulers that were present in the beast world. The calamities were acting as support as they took charge to make sure there were no casualties on the humans and beasts side, their strength being powerful enough to wipe out all the rulers with the verdict of death if they wished to. Noah's gaze traveled to one of the very few remaining phantasmal rank rulers of the demon world, who was watching all of these events with a pained expression, but did not make a single action against it. He thought about the ultimate skill that this being called the Tactician carried as he nodded his head and transferred himself above the castle Agars was on. This being would be a key figure to the plans he had for the demon world. "I won't talk to you about unfairness or revenge, only what will happen after this." His voice only entered Agar's ears as the mentally defeated ruler continued to use his ultimate skill to see the paths of survival in front of him. He was watching beings he had worked with for years be killed in front of his eyes, and he did not have the power to do anything about it. He did not act before, and he would not act now, as he saw only one path to survival: their subjugation. This was something completely foreign to him, a concept he would have never thought his world would ever fall to. Baal had gone across to conquer a few worlds and instill his forces there to obtain a continued source of resources and manpower. Now, their world would be falling under the same predicament. A sigh of defeat escaped Agar's as he worked to prevent the obliteration of the entire species of the demon race as he replied to the words of the fearsome Hydra. How can this old man be of service? Large black wings erupted out as the phantasmal rank ruler of the demon world bowed down towards the figure in the skies. This astonishing sight from one of the powerful remaining beings in the demon world made the beings that Noah uttered the names of despair as every other ruler looked on with pained expressions. They understood that they could not stand against the powerful beings invading them, that to defy them would mean the true deaths of many, if not all them. They felt the same feelings many other worlds had felt when their forces were rampantly spread for the purposes of expansion. They felt the unfairness as they could not even defend themselves. They were observing firsthand the process of a large world being subjugated under the rule of an invader. Noah looked to the bowing Agars as his voice traveled through the air yet again. Let's talk about the demon world's power jewels. While many events were occurring throughout the large universe, in a small little corner, a momentous event had occurred. An entire large world was brought to its knees. Chapter 209, a threat that makes a world tremble. In the span of a few hours, every single ruler that had directly or indirectly moved against the beast world and Noah's homeworld had faced true death at the hands of the very same beings they had targeted some time ago. The remaining rulers underwent a painful experience of watching those they knew and lived with for years call them cowards as they could not even lift a finger to help them. All for the sake of preserving their own livelihood. There were many times where some rulers were ready to disregard logic and fight along with the target rulers, but Agar's voice would come right after to command them to stand down. When the dust settled, blood ran through the streets of the demon capital. Anger seemed to be seething from the surroundings as the will of the demon world was making its boundless rage apparent at the treatment of its powerful forces. Noah came to a stop as he was about to begin discussing the issue of power jewels with Agar's when he felt the extreme strength of a world that could do nothing but watch the events unfold. There was a possibility of something huge that he wanted to try out after gaining a particular new skill, and he might have a chance to test it now. Hold on. He looked past Agar's and left the forces of the humans, beasts, and calamities as he sent a message. And then his large body dove down towards the ground next to the huge castle. Multiple radiation queen swords appeared and rotated around him rapidly as they aimed towards the ground below. Yet another skill was cast as Noah layered blazing flames that never extinguished on the already poisonous swords by casting sundering hellfire, his figure increasing in speed as he dove down even faster. Boom, an explosive sound resounded as his large body began drilling through the earth of the demon world. Rumble. It was a shocking turn of events as many had thought events were coming to a close. Noah's figure was moving through the ground at an ever so increasing pace as he had a single goal in mind. The deepest layer of the demon world where the planetary core resided. This was where the will of the demon world continued to let out threatening power that it could not use, the centermost location of a world that even its inhabitants never came close to. His pace continued even faster as more and more mana was placed into the rapidly rotating radiation queen swords that were wrapped in destructive phantasmal ranked flames. Minutes seemed to pass as he could feel the seething rage intensify, and he even began to hear the whispers of the wrathful will of the demon world itself. His pace continued until he passed through multiple layers of the earth, the temperature around him getting hotter and hotter until the very earth itself took on a deep shade of red. His powerful body, that was the dictatorial Kaiju Hydra, was not bothered one bit as he spent a few more minutes passing from the crust and into the mantle of the demon world, eventually coming across the much harder and more intense outer core layer. It was a process that took some time as he continued to thunder down even faster, but he eventually broke through from the layer that was the outer core and entered the inner core of the demon world. OMG, resplendent light was all that was in front of him as the rotating blades were met with a suffocating air of extreme heat, but no more earth. Noah had broken into the inner core layer of the demon world that was actually not a solid collection of dense metal and stone. Unknown forces were present in the air as extreme heat was coming off from the centermost location of the inner core. It was the most beautiful sight that Noah had ever come across as he laid his eyes on the bare form of one of the more unique and powerful forms of life in the universe. You mongrel, a piercing voice thundered out from every direction as it bore down towards Noah, who only felt a tiny bit of pressure that he shook off as the world's will could not have too much direct effect on him. The voice was coming from the resplendent lights of various colors that formed into a circular formation of something that gave off a terrifying feeling. It looked to be like a constantly pulsating source of energy that continued to let out peculiar forces Noah had not come across before. The only thing close to it being the hexagonal spinning cube he was faced with when his consciousness was brought into an unfamiliar location in his homeworld. the circular form had tendrils of red light that shone in different intensities as they came off. Noah counted 72 of them in total, and found many of them to be dim or filled with cracks, with a few remaining ones that still shone an intense red color. His eyes shone as he peered into the secrets of the demon world as he was greedy to know even more. His body went forward and neared the planetary core of the demon world as the entire area around him continued to tremble from unknown forces and a tremendous amount of essence that felt suffocating. The body of the dictatorial kaiju Hydra shone a menacing red light as Noah activated a particular skill to see if he could keep this demon world in line. The skill was a subset of the ultimate skill that he received from Baal, the devouring ability from the 7 deadly sins gluttony. Devouring, filled with endless hunger and thirst, the user can devour their enemies and other entities fully. Devoured entities can be broken down and used to permanently increase the attributes of the user or as fuel for healing and a momentary boost in power. The mana requirement varies depending on what the target is. Noah always loved to go over the wording of the skills multiple times, as they almost always surprised at him with their ingenuity and all the different ways they could be used. The devouring ability mentioned that enemies and other entities could be devoured, with the mana requirement varying depending on what the target was. So, how much mana would be required to use this ability on something as stupendous as the planetary core that now stood in front of him? His many eyes shined a brilliant light as he knew he would not be able to do something that outrageous yet, but his goal today was to show this entity a future possibility that could befall it were it to not fall in line. The ultimate skill of gluttony was fully activated as the menacing red light continued to erupt from Noah's huge body, its target being the resplendent centerpiece of the demon world. Chapter 210, a threat that makes the world tremble. 2. A maddening aura was spreading out in the innermost layer of the demon world as the planetary core observed the being in front of it with shock. A familiar aura, a familiar concept that she had designed herself, was actually being presented in its best possible form in front of her. The ability she had created for the possible stupendous use in the future was actually right in front of her, already reaching the stage she had only dreamed of. She felt the activation and maintenance of 7 deadly sin gluttony, as a menacing light erupted from the being in front of her and began enveloping her very core. Emotions that she had never felt before sprung out as a particular one pervaded throughout. It was fear. Fear and immense confusion sprung out as nothing she was seeing made sense. How was such a thing possible? The ability she created at its pinnacle form would be able to do something like this, but a tremendous amount of energy would be required in order for this being to do what it was doing right now. So how was it possible? A foreboding feeling could now be felt as the planetary core screamed out, "Stop!" Noah felt a tremendously large flow of mana that he had never felt before as more and more energy went into the ability of devouring, an expansive film of light going on to wrap around the resplendent planetary core in front of him. The film of light became denser and denser as the seconds passed, but so was the tremendous amount of mana that just continued to gush out endlessly. He ignored the shocked screams that were booming all around him as he wanted to see how far he could go. He wanted to know what the actual possibility of doing something like this was. He felt a new emotion of unending hunger as gluttony continued to be activated, a voracious smile forming on his face. He wanted more. He wanted all of it. Rumble, the entire demon world was shaking as something occurred in the deepest core of the large world. The rulers turned ashen as they heard fearful screams from an entity that they would never expect it from. In the inner core, where a red light continued to expand around the resplendent planetary core, Noah's body that continued to endlessly pour out mana felt a slight tremble as a message quickly entered his head: "That is the limit, quickly stop." The voice shook him out of the reverie of an emotional state that the ultimate skill had brought him in as the process of devouring quickly came to a stop. He was surprised as he seemed to have lost himself there for a second. The voice that entered his head was the planetary core of his homeworld that was always observing things through Noah's eyes. It told Noah to stop because for the first time ever, the theory he was testing required a tremendous amount of mana that put a strain on the enormous reserves of 2 planets. We barely count as middle worlds as of now. There is not sufficient energy to successfully devour a large world through you, but I see a way to quickly use this to our advantage. Many thoughts from the planetary core flowed into Noah's head as the unique skill, parallel thought, worked to match all the ideas flowing in at a fast speed as a stupendous plan bloomed. The fearful screams from the will of the demon world stopped as it felt the threatening film of light wrapping around it. Slowly retreat, the figure of the 3-headed Hydra in front of her speaking out in a booming voice. That was a threat, if it wasn't clear enough. A second passed as the resplendent planetary core remembered the foreboding feeling. Releasing out words carefully, "What Do you want? I could simply devour you whole and destroy your very being, or I can give you a chance for something bigger. Noah's large body moved closer to the shining circle of resplendent massive colors as he weaved out lies. The demon world was a large world that he would never be able to devour through the use of gluttony at this moment in time anyway. The mana required to use the skill varied depending on the target, and the mana reserves of the two middle worlds he was connected to would not be able to match the demon world, but it wouldn't all have to be for naught, as there existed another pathway where they could still garner great benefits through using the situation that Noah had just made the will of the demon world feel. The first process that you just saw now, you could not resist against. What I'm about to do next, you can resist against if you wish. If you don't want the option to be devoured, simply don't resist. His words boomed out as he neared the core of the demon world closely, and a gorgeous channel of light erupted out from the large chest of the dictatorial kaiju Hydra. The words he just said were actually true. If he had the capability to use gluttony on an entity like the world core that was restricted by universal laws and could not act against him, they would not be able to resist it. But the latter process he was doing now would need the permission of the target if it were to succeed. The channel of blue and white light erupted from his chest and struck onto the resplendent planetary core as yet another process began to occur. The core of the demon world was shocked as it heard the threatening words and then felt this change. The being in front of it was trying to, what are you? It was astounded at the process it felt, not thinking that something like it was even a possibility. It's either this or your destruction, do not resist. Only a cold and passive voice replied as the will of the demon world hesitated. It felt like the process happening now still had its own levels of danger, but recalling the devouring film of light just moments ago brought back a foreboding fear that steered the core in another direction. The hesitation was slowly lifted as it slowly opened its deepest self and let the channel of blue and white light enter its very center. OMG, the connection of the channel was unstable the moment it struck, but gradually began to settle down as Noah's large body magnificently floated in the air with the planetary core right in front of it. He was actually facilitating the connection of yet another world. Something that the will of his homeworld had only done with the beast world some time ago. He was directly connected to both worlds, and now he acted as an anchor to try and establish yet another connection, and this time it was with a large world. Chapter 211, The Ruler of Demon's Eye. The world rumbled as a powerful force filled the surroundings, showing the arrival of a grandiose event. The endless channel of white light that Noah was facilitating gradually stabilized as a burst of colors erupted out from the resplendent planetary core of the demon world. A shocked voice erupted right after as the core felt the changes, and the new connection that was just established with it. You crazy bastards. Tremendous shock was all the will of the demon world felt as it fully realized what this connection signified. It felt the connection towards two worlds a vast distance away, but even more so was the connection with the being that was just threatening it. Over the vast distances of the universe, Noah's homeworld and the beast world were undergoing yet another change as the abundant amount of essence from the much larger world began flowing towards them. The density of essence in the atmosphere began to rapidly increase as any beings that could sense the energy felt the conditions around them improve significantly. The demon world had stopped trembling and stabilized as a few changes occurred in it as well. They just were not noticeable to the general public. You're betting the lives of billions of creatures on the shoulders of one being? No, even before that, how are you even able to achieve such a rule-shattering feat? A bombardment of questions was all that came out from the will of the demon world as it gained an understanding of just what had occurred. A cheated feeling came out as it realized the being in front of it, Noah, was not able to devour anything at this level with the power he currently held. The connection that was established was also not one where it held the reins of control, even though the core of the demon world held much more reserves of essence that matched the large world. As the one under threat who did not resist the establishment of the connection, it was actually in a lesser position even while being more powerful than both the two worlds it was connected to. It was cheated and now connected to a bunch of crazed entities who actually undertook such crazy risks. We're all tied together now, and I am actually curious about the ability you created for the rulers that allowed them to escape true death from normal means so that the issue of billions of lives doesn't weigh too heavily on me. Noah released the form of the dictatorial kaiju Hydra, as he appeared in his still Atlantean form with shining golden hair. He felt a burst of pride from being able to achieve a smooth connection to a large world, effectively advancing their power by a whole other level. What made it even better was the fact that the world they had connected to had the unique ability that allowed those it chose to not be able to experience true death from normal means. If there was a possibility for Noah to obtain that for himself, he was hopeful, but a part of him knew it might not even be a possibility. There was a period of silence as the will of the demon world continued to receive feedback of information from the new connection that just formed. Gaining further understanding and calming down, after spending a few minutes absorbing all the new information, an intense feeling of power and greed slowly began to fill the core of the demon world as it finally understood the significance of the actions those two worlds had taken with the being they were connected to. The resplendent core turned all of its attention towards Noah as many thoughts bloomed. With this absurd disregard of universal laws, euphoria erupted as the will of the demon world put the pieces together and saw all the grand possibilities. The euphoria slowly died down as it answered the question asked just before: granting you anything close to that will be nearly impossible. Along with the ridiculous boost that this one being could access, there also came the downside that the fall of any one of them, but more specifically the human in front of it, would be catastrophic for all of them. If it was possible to give the privilege that the rulers of the demon's world enjoyed to him, but alas, laws existed that would prevent such a ridiculous situation from being born. You already succeeded in breaking universal laws when you established the first channel. Trying to break even more laws to erase the restriction placed after the breaking of the first law will be even harder. Yes. The fact that Noah's death meant the death of the world he was connected to was the huge price. The huge demerit to pay for the creation of a channel that allowed him to tap into the endless reserves of an entire planet. These 72 lines you see are my own attempt to bypass the many universal restrictions, and many of them are dim and broken as you have been busy killing off the beings I raised with them. The impassive tone Noah had been used to from the wills of worlds came out as the core of the demon world reigned in its emotions. The restriction I faced was that I could not create any more than 72, and I could not re-establish them if any of the beings actually faced true death. So in your case, it would not be possible either. But shocking words came out of the now stabilized core of the demon world as it continued. But if you can break such major laws already, what's breaking a few more? Noah's eyes shined with light as he thought of this possibility. He reveled in the new reality as he realized the huge enemy that was the demon world had been brought under his heel and was now even connected to him as yet another endless reserve of mana to tap into, this one especially huge as it was a large world. There also existed a possibility of gaining the perk that all rulers had. I don't know how long it will take as this will be something completely different, with you being especially unique in this regard. Don't have any high hopes and continue to be vigilant though, as your death would now affect 3 worlds. The invisible pressure that was always pressing down was made more apparent as the words from the enemy core turned into an ally continued. About that, you should head back up and stabilize things on the surface. Those responsible for past mistakes have already faced true death. Any more destruction now and you would actually be reducing your own forces that you can use in the future. A reminder came from the demon world as Noah was still relishing the new changes. Yet another one was occurring now as something unique was occurring with the successful establishment of the connection with the demon world. Something that I can easily do now is this, allowing you a level of command over the remaining rulers. A brilliant red light erupted from Noah's chest as something was being etched deep into his skin. Like an ink wrapping around his chest, it pervaded throughout as a menacingly gorgeous tattoo was etched onto his body. OMG, when it was complete, a red light pulsed out as the coronation of a being that could not be considered a ruler yet held the power over them began. Chapter 212, The Ruler of Demons 2. A few minutes passed as Noah rushed out from the deepest layer of the demon world and made his way up. The instant his body broke out of the earth, his aura spread out as it returned with something new. A sense of grandeur that was not there before presented itself, especially so to the demons as they felt something they had only felt when looking at Baal. And yet it seemed different. Noah's gaze took in everything that was happening as he looked towards the castle where Agar still stood. The second-rank ruler was looking at him stupidly after he rose up, his senses informing him much more what the significance of the aura that had erupted in front of them was. OMG, his rise into the skies was accompanied by a rumbling of the world itself as the blood-red tattoo on his chest shined out. The calamities, humans, and beast forces that had taken down the target rulers watched on as these same enemies were shaken while looking towards Noah. Soon, they began to kneel down one by one as a single mental message replayed itself in their minds. It was a shocking message telling them to kneel as they looked at the figure in the skies. The phantasmal ranked Agars nodded like he finally understood and also kneeled down, followed by every other ruler as they looked forward stupidly. Dude, what the fuck did you do? Words that could only be heard by Noah traveled to his ears as he found the figure of Barbados appearing in the distance, looking at him in shock. I can kneel for you when doing other activities, but I don't like getting a constantly repeating mental message telling me to do that now. The necromancer of chaos had a troubling expression as she found a familiar aura she didn't like on Noah's body as he floated and was cradled in the skies like some important being. Noah saw this and sent a command to the tattoo inscription on his chest as a change was immediately felt by Barbados. The feeling of wanting to pay respects that was on the minds of every other demon disappeared in her mind right away. Relax, I don't plan to put anyone on a leash, especially someone as CR, especially someone like you. I know how much you value your freedom. Humph. A harumph was all he heard back as the necromancer of chaos looked towards him displeasingly, while every other demon kneeled down and paid their respects to him. It was a spectacular sight for anyone watching as the invader they should have been spiteful it was the same being they were paying their respects to now. Under the observation of every single being present in the demon world, a new ruler that did not share the biggest perk that other rulers enjoyed but had a level of command over them was crowned. The inhabitants of the demon world were listening to the commands of their world and paying respects to their new ruler. The portion of time after that was a long period of adjustment as many things had to be figured out. Noah's goals were clear in his mind as he continued exchanging messages with the second-ranked ruler, Agars. The plans for the demon world would not just end here, but he would take the victor's role and reap the rewards that came with subjugating a world and its inhabitants. For the demon world, the power jewels created from abyss magic were the things that would become a major resource that Noah would extract to strengthen the inhabitants of the worlds he was connected to. The power jewels could be used to enhance the skills of anyone using them, giving a boost in power that only increased when the corrupted skills were later combined. It would serve as another resource to rapidly propel the strength of the beings that used the unique system that the will of Noah's world instituted. This wasn't to mention the deep troves of treasures that the demon world had collected for the hundreds of years from the many worlds that its rulers had been actively moving to and looting. Days passed as the same things that had occurred when Noah's homeworld and the beast world had established their connection were happening yet again, with the only difference being a sense of animosity remaining in the air when it came to the demon world. With Noah in place, not a single being stepped out of line. They began moving forward together. There were now 3 worlds connected to him, and they would all be moving towards the same goal of survival from here on out. He took some time aside for himself as he checked the newest loot from taking down the phantasmal rank ruler that held yet another one of the 7 deadly sins skills. The Imperial Phoenix from the beast world had aimed for and ripped apart Asmodeus, who was responsible for the destruction of the Draconic Kingdom. In turn, gaining a skill from the 7 deadly sins series herself, obtaining the sin of Lust, Noah was curious about the continued use of these spectacular skills as he observed the one he obtained himself, 7 deadly sins pride, one of the 7 deadly sins unique to the demon world. Abilities include pride manipulation, pride embodiment, sun throw. Pride manipulation, the user can induce extremely high or low levels of pride in others, causing them to lose contact with reality or overestimate their own abilities. Cannot be applied to oneself. Pride embodiment, when meeting foes holding a higher level of strength, the user gains the power of hubris itself. This power can be used to strengthen attacks or defenses. The level of enhancement is dependent on the true pride lying deep in the user's heart, which could be nurtured to grow so large that nothing is allowed to overshadow it. Sun throw, those that dare to stand against the holder of the sin of pride can only be punished by a blazing star. The skill lived up to its name as yet another killer ultimate skill, and Noah could not wait to see all the ways he could put it to use. He was also able to use gluttony on Marba, being successful in devouring the ruler and using the spectacular features of devouring and library, which allowed him to directly break down the body of the powerful ruler to continue maxing his phantasmal attributes without even absorbing cores. As well as obtain all his memories and the option to choose 2 skills, his aims were completed with the demon world, and he would now continue to move forward as he strove to improve his strength even more while exploring the vast universe that held many spectacular creatures, treasures, and also unknown dangers. He held a level of confidence as he continued to gain strength while also learning to be even more careful. His gaze was already looking ahead towards the world of cultivation as he pondered the best way to begin his adventure there. What awaited him in this prime world, which was filled with powerful beings and unknown wonders? Chapter 213 Movements in the Dark, in the vast expanse of space. There lay a certain star that was distinctly unique from the many stars in the galaxy. It held a slight golden sheen as it stood stably in space, but this wasn't what would draw the most attention. What would draw the most attention were the many maddeningly powerful auras that were moving all over the star. It signified a type of power that many worlds would not dare to cross in their lifetimes. Deep in this star was a simple styled monastery where an aged figure was looking at the young man bowing in front of him. The monastery had a simple house surrounded by an abundant amount of exotic plants that would make many powerful figures stare in shock. The plants bore a variety of fruits and vegetables that shone with various colors of light. An extremely thick amount of essence condensed within that would make many fight for a taste of even one. The aged figure held a watering can that released a rainbow-colored liquid as he moved across and watered the many plants. The figure held an air of authority and wisdom as the very air around him trembled in fear and anticipation. "You are ready for your first mission," a voice reverberated throughout the monastery as the aged figure continued to look forward without even opening his mouth to speak. "Yes, Grandmaster." The disciple replied curtly as his bow became even deeper, seemingly holding too much reverence for the figure in front of him. The disciple was a man in his late 20s at most, exhibiting a powerful stature with the only unique thing being the streaks of blue hair mixed with the abundant black on his head. "Good. There is a particular cursed item in the world of cultivation that was lost in history over the dredges of time." The Grandmaster continued to move across the monastery and chanced upon a particular fruit that was shining a brilliant red. He raised an eyebrow as an invisible force moved and plucked the fruit, bringing it towards him. The cursed item is about to make its appearance once more, as the treasure abode of a long-gone void firmament cultivator that was hiding it is about to come to light. The fruit floated towards his face as he took a powerful bite. A light shining out as a burst of essence erupted out. A calm nod was released from the Grandmaster as he nodded his head while tasting the fruit before he continued. "This will hold a level of danger to you as the realm the abode is in will be filled with dangers that can kill even the most powerful rank 3 celestial. With your level being just halfway in the 3rd rank, you need to be extremely cautious." The Grandmaster continued to water the rare plants around the monastery as the disciple that was still bowing nodded. The disciple did not let out any air of dissatisfaction with the task he was given, as this was actually the norm for those of his level. Never would they be given a mission that matched their level of power which they could easily complete. They were given missions that would test their power and force them to become stronger at the end of it. This was the way that Celestials continued to nurture and grow the most powerful powerhouses rarely seen across the universe. "Yes, Grandmaster." The disciple gave his affirmation as the Grandmaster looked back fondly, snapping his fingers as a portal formed. A golden-armored humanoid creature stepped out of it. Besides the golden-armored creature, a blue-colored stone also appeared in the air and floated towards the respectful disciple. "As it is your first mission, one Punisher at the peak of rank 3 will be provided. It will only come to your aid if your life is in immediate danger. This information stone also holds the information we collected for this cursed item, and the void firmament cultivator that had the item in possession before. Thank you for everything, Grandmaster." The wizened Grandmaster nodded as he got back to water his plants as spoke once more, "For order and balance." The disciple shot up and stood straight as he placed his right hand in the form of a fist onto the left side of his chest as he bellowed out in a fervent voice, "For order and balance." In another location across the vast space lay an extremely large star that was famous for the strength and ruthlessness of its inhabitants. Beings called it many names, but it was known officially as the world which bore the most ruthless magic. It was the Magus world. In a distant corner of this world, there was a hidden underground lab that very few had access to. In a certain large area of this underground lab, brilliantly shining apparatus lay neatly together as the area was filled with powerful items and magi. More than 5 differently colored portals were present in multiple areas of the wide room as a few magi letting out wild levels of power were discussing in low voices. "Are we sure we want to go ahead with this plan?" The voice of an enchanting woman who held golden eyes rang out as the discussions came to a pause. "We have been allies with the world of cultivation for centuries. Why jeopardize that for something that might not succeed? We have run the tests, the chances of success are more than 80%, the gruff voice of a robust man replied as differently colored runes swirled all around him. "The only reason that number is so high is because our targets are the cultivators themselves. No other beings were as susceptible to our tests. It has to be them," another voice replied as the discussions resumed, with a final voice resounding out and shutting up any that were talking. "We have remained a prime world for too long. We cannot advance if our world does not, so we will move forward." It was another voluptuous woman, but this one with even more astounding looks as every single proportion of her body used power and regality. She had a head full of dark hair that Dr. A.P.ed over her shoulders with red eyes that drew the gazes of everything that turned in her direction. "We will start slowly and covertly, only ramping up the production as we are nearing our goal. By the end of all this, we shall be the victors once more." Her body swayed as she moved and looked towards a particular direction in the room where a humanoid figure was elevated on a wide metal bed. The figure was constantly twitching as something wriggled beneath its skin, but its face remained unconscious and impassive. What was surprising was that this unconscious figure was letting out a maddening aura of power at the transcendent level. The metal bed the figure was on was just one of the many that were propped up in this underground room. There were hundreds of such beds spread out all over the area, with tens of them already occupied with similar unconscious humanoid figures. A shining light blazed out of the red eyes of the voluptuous magi as she looked forward at this sight, observing a future that very few could imagine. Chapter 2:14 Training. In the time-space of the spiritual land, Noah was actively moving as days quickly passed in the area he was in while only a few hours passed in the outside world. The rapid combination of many skills was occurring as he continuously spammed and raised their proficiencies before combining. Other beings also joined him in the wide area as they trained skills of their own. In another section of the wide time-space, Noah had installed a relaxation zone which consisted of fragrant steaming hot springs that a few beings were currently using. Not too far from the hot spring was a gigantic version of a spinning grill that held a crackling flame around it, continuing to cook more portions of the many sea beasts that Noah had collected over his time in the Lost World. In the hot springs, Barbados's voluptuous figure was dipped in halfway as a particularly arrogant emperor penguin was behind her using its flippers to give a shoulder massage. Its arrogant face showed unwillingness and shame as it turned to look at Noah and the other beasts training in the distance. It was the most powerful beast in the spiritual land, holding unlimited potential to advance. Yet it was currently being forced by this crazy woman to attend to her like a servant, giving massages or bringing food at the snap of her fingers. It didn't want to do it because its pride as the most powerful beast in the spiritual land prevented it, but it could not take it anymore. It would do it. It was going to complain to the spiritual landmaster. Near where Noah was training were two figures of young women. One of the frozen queen that was using her relaxation time from her busy schedule, with the other being the shadow guard, Night. Queen Adelaide was sitting down holding a tray of refreshments and fresh white towels as she looked in Noah's direction with a smiling expression barely breaking through her icy exterior. Night was standing up with her piercing gaze looking in a certain direction where a demoness was relaxing in steaming waters. Not too far from where the arrogant emperor penguin and Barbados were, there lay a field of gorgeously shining trees that were dangling completely ripe, ice phoenix fruits, and spirit of the Arctic, that Noah had planted in the spiritual land some time ago. He had specifically planted them in the time-space so they could mature even faster, using the boundless mana to continue to keep the time dilation active in the space. Even with this cheating format, their time for ripening was around the same as the previously unlocked tier of plants, being just slightly shorter. But this still meant that the newest tier of plants in the spiritual land had already matured and bore the fruits that were extremely conducive to the rise of strength of the beasts born in it, aside from the winged spider that was hanging from one of the large trees picking and eating ice phoenix fruits, with a content expression. A miniaturized calamity of the sea, the Yi goldfish, was also floating nearby and opening its wide mouth to eat the resplendent fruits whole. The fruits shone. They were most effective for the beasts born in the spiritual land, but they still collected a tremendous amount of essence in them and were exceptional to enjoy for anyone. The process of breaking through from the mythical to phantasmal rank was even longer for the beasts this time around though. As they had been eating and absorbing the energies of the ice phoenix fruits and spirit of the Arctic this past day, and they were still consolidating and increasing their power at the mythical rank. Noah expected the emperor penguin to be the first to break through as usual, and he wasn't worried if it would take a few days or even a week. There were miniaturized forms of the other calamities of the sea furiously going head to head as they fought against one another to increase their strength in another portion of the large time space. After residing in Noah's homeworld and being considered as one of its inhabitants, they were able to access the system that quantified their strength as well as their skills with the permission from the will of the world. The demons were experiencing a similar situation after the establishment of the connection, with the top echelons observing the use of power jewels closely to corrupt their skills and make them even more powerful. There were any different ways to upgrade their strength, and everyone was continuing to work hard, not wanting to be left behind. Kazuhiko and Steel Mikhail had obtained their own unique and ultimate skills from the rulers they had taken down, boosting their power by a large amount as they spent more time diving in the dungeons that were newly created throughout the three worlds. The remaining three mythical beasts of the beast world were also actively moving in a similar direction. With the addition of their research into creating skills through mana manipulation on top of dungeon diving, there was a tremendous amount of essence that could be used by the worlds, and creating dungeons that were filled with constantly replenishing origins of legendary and mythical beasts was not too hard. Noah was especially helpful with this through the use of his summoning abilities. Putting his abundant mana to full use, he cast, Summon Titans of the Abyss, Primal Conjurer, and Witch Slaves, to provide the origins of powerful beasts that could be used as the base for the dungeons. Summon Titans of the Abyss brought in 2 phantasmal ranked boss monsters that were placed as the masters in the newly created dungeon in Noah's homeworld. Titan's Abode, Pre-Man Conjurer, was a unique skill that could only summon and keep active 2 creatures at the same rank as the user, and was used just like Summon Titans of the Abyss to make 2 boss monsters for a dungeon in the Beast World called Scalding Sand Dunes. Witch Slaves was yet another unique skill, and this one held even more uses. Witch Slaves spawns powerful undead witches that are proficient in blood magic to do your bidding. Their strength can be adjusted up to the rank of the user. A maximum of 3 witch slaves of the same rank can be summoned, with the number tripled for every rank lower. 3 witch slaves of the phantasmal rank could be summoned, or 9 at the mythical rank, or 27 at the legendary rank, and so on. It required an exorbitant amount of mana to keep active, but it was nothing with the reserves of essence for even a single world. Many origins of boss monsters to use in dungeons were obtained from this skill as ingenious ways to strengthen the forces of the 3 worlds continued to be created. The only negative thing was that the origins of these beasts were being used and constantly replenished anytime they were defeated in the dungeon space. Noah couldn't use them for his own purposes. It wasn't too big of an issue as he wasn't too active in using the summons in battles, with his skills being so overpowering that the battle was finished even before anyone else could join. This also wasn't to mention a side project that Barbados was working on to fill a dungeon with her undead and an abundant amount of traps, as she had the goal of creating the hardest possible dungeon. Scenes like this constantly played out across the 3 worlds as their inhabitants worked to unceasingly improve themselves. Skills combined today: an undead stamina ruler's might, mythical emperor's authority, titanium body emperor's defensive maneuvers, phantasmal unbreakable. Golden Body, Chapter 215 is setting off. The time neared with Noah finishing the preparation to set off for the world of cultivation as he was concluding with his skill combination and the addition of new skills. From the dead sin of pride, Marba, he had obtained the 7 deadly sins pride, ultimate skill, as well as a unique skill, observant. Any abnormal or minute changes in the atmosphere around you can be observed. The sight can be expanded for miles. He loved the addition of unique skills that were not necessarily offensive or defensive, but had their own uses that still boosted his power. Besides this though, Marba was the first being he had used, gluttony, on, being able to devour his origin whole. This allowed for all of Marba's memories to be stored in the subskill library, along with the option for him to choose an additional 2 skills. This was the power of the ultimate skill dropped from the first rank ruler. There were actually more than 5 skills to choose from, and Noah looked for the ones that would have the greatest utility or ones that could be easily combined with the current skills he held. The additional skills chosen from the devouring of Marba, the sin of pride, were simple or had great uses for a possible combination in the future. Hasten mind, the user's perception is boosted by an unknown factor, lava giant. The body's composition changes to that of the ancient giants long forgotten in history. His collection of powerful skills continued to grow as a few days passed in the time-space, allowing for some of his phantasmal skills to finally reach a maximum proficiency. The only problem was that none of them were compatible for skill combination. He was looking at maxing the proficiency of Unbreakable Golden Body and Lava Giant next to see what possible combination will be made available with these 2 newest additions in the picture. His stat panel continued to show the ever-increasing growth as the Law of Water was boosted by another 4%. Noah Osmont, Occupation, Hunter, Vitality, Phantasmal, Focus, Strength, Phantasmal, Skills, F, E, D, C, B, A, S, Epic, Legendary, Memory Plunderer, Hydrothermokinesis, Mythical, Hydrokinesis, Resplendent Speed, Summon Deathlord, Mythical, Emperor's Authority, Phantasmal, the Dictatorial Kaiju Hydra. Summon Titans of the Abyss, Radiation Queen's Sword, Persuasion, Sundering Hellfire, Space Destruction, Lava Giant, Unbreakable Golden Body, Unique, Spiritual Land Management, Primal Conjurer, Spatial Travel, Shapeshift, Witch Slaves, Lie Detection, Parallel Thought, Hasten Mind, Observant, Ultimate, Bone Master, 7 Deadly Sins Gluttony, 7 Deadly Sins Pride, Equipment, 3x Ring of Storage, A Ring of Storage, S Storage Pouch, Mythical Pearl of the Sea, Supreme Treasure. Trident of the Sea, Supreme Treasure. Lawful Nourishment, Laws, Law of Water 9%. The Emperor Penguin and other beasts were able to wreak havoc and take down many cultivators from the mountain sea sect in the battle in the Lost World. gaining a significant amount of high-level water crystal high-level water crystals, a crystal containing the ACCU. Mulation of the law of water. A significant portion is contained within. Noah didn't steal all the crystals from the beasts, obtaining a small portion for himself. But even this small portion was able to boost his law of water by another 4%. This was through the use of the treasure that sect master Inuit had left behind, lawful nourishment. The necklace was currently active as the essence around Noah's body was a level higher than in the far surroundings. The ability attached to the necklace, Law Nourisher, allowed for the increase in speed of mastery and the power of laws based on the soul jades that are actually contained within the necklace. There was only a minuscule blue soul jade that was barely visible to the NAKEDI in lawful nourishment, but this was what allowed for the extra boost in the percentage of the law of water. Even when he didn't absorb too many crystals, the percentage was now 9%, meaning any ability or skill related to water would be boosted by 900%. That was an insane number to think about, making it possible to deal or defend against horrendous amounts of damage if he was using water-based skills. Noah was already making it his goal to obtain as many law crystals as he could, and do it without rampantly killing anybody he wished. Something horrible that he had learned in the many worlds he had been in, though, was that there was no short supply of horrible beings that would rush themselves at him on a platter. There were always those who were extremely vile or those that would attack him for their own purposes, so he wasn't worried about finding enemies that would continue to boost his strength. This was the type of world, the type of universe that he now found himself in. Those with abhorring levels of power were many. Unfairness, pain, and death was the norm. There were many worlds and people constantly being enslaved, with millions of innocent beings facing death because those stronger than them willed it. He would be there to take action against these people. It was not because he considered himself some saint that was destined to save every living being that was in pain. It was not for some sense of justice with him wanting to uproot all evil. It was for his own selfish reasons to grow stronger. He needed to be stronger so that the worlds and the billions of beings he was connected to would not face destruction. He needed to be stronger so that he could not sit and watch helplessly if an event similar to what happened to the lost world were to repeat itself once more. So he would simply do just that. It didn't matter to him if it was considered selfish. The way for him to continue getting stronger at a quick pace was clear, and he enjoyed himself a whole lot while following this road. The many mysteries and spectacular things he could do with the unique treasure of the beast world. The spiritual land. Powerful items like the trident of the sea from the lost world and lawful nourishment from the world of cultivation that he still has not utilized even close to their best potential, all the unique worlds with different types of treasures, foods, and culture he had yet to experience. There were just too many things to look forward to. He had a confident smile on his face as he was ready to cast spatial travel and arrive to a certain part of the world of cultivation from the many stolen memories. His figure was back to that of a robust human with a head full of wild dark hair, his body visibly showing the packed muscles from the blue robe he wore, the frozen plateau spiritual land that was holding the many beasts, as well as the calamities of the sea, was anchored to his body. The fiery Barbados was floating by his side as her gaze twinkled with anticipation like that of someone going on a field trip. A flash of silver light erupted out with them at the center, and they soon disappeared. Chapter 216, The World of Cultivation. It was a bustling scene in the wide roads of Rainbow Spirit Mountain. It was the peak of activity atop the powerful mountain that was under the control of the time immemorial sect. Under their watchful gaze, not a single being went out of line as they oversaw one of the richest mountains in the world of cultivation. Near the bottom of Rainbow Spirit Mountain was an area full of colorful lights as all sorts of portals were spread out cleanly in a circular formation. These portals allowed for the transfer of beings from the subordinate worlds that the world of cultivation had their reach in, as well as other powerful worlds they were on friendly terms with. Beings of all sorts of species came and went from this transfer zone as they spread out all over the Rainbow Spirit Mountain to conduct their business. Cultivators dressed in a variety of colorful robes from differing sects were strolling through in a grandiose manner as the elemental particles in the air followed them happily. Disciples of various sects were moving in groups and cheerfully discussing current events, while other more powerful beings considered to be formation masters and pill masters had extravagant buildings where they conducted their business. Along with the cultivators, magi with powerful runes surrounding them were occupying some of the smaller shops near the bottom of the mountain selling their alchemical creations and weapons that were unique to the Magus world. These were the ruthless beings from the Magus world, known for their powerful magic and unique creations as they strived to find the truth of the universe, in a particular portal that let out a reddish hue. Creatures of the night that were rarely seen in other worlds were constantly transferring in and out of the gateway to either sell or buy their own products. Their bodies were renowned for their extensive strength, making them horrible enemies to fight in close quarters. These were the beings of immense strength that drew their power from powerful bloodlines, the beings from the underworld, a variety of species ranging from powerful lycans with robust bodies of humanoid wolves to the race of the masters of blood that was the vampires. All were moving peacefully among other beings in the Rainbow Spirit Mountain. This was just one of the locations in the world of cultivation that held a hub of diversity and collection of strong beings trading and sharing information with one another. Different sources of strengths were discussed as every single being tried to become increasingly stronger through any means possible, while unknown things still continued to occur in the dark. All of this was made possible by the power that the many sects of the world of cultivation carried. There had been very few incidences as nobody dared to cause issues with powerful beings that held a level of control over universal laws in the Rainbow Spirit Mountain. There were many paths snaking upwards with shops, inns, pill pavilions, jadesmiths, and many more spectacular services built throughout. The higher up the mountain one went, the more exotic and expensive the services would become. One would even be able to set their eyes on a supreme weapon whenever the extravagant auctions held by the time immemorial sect appeared. Everything sold in this mountain was under the scrutiny of this sect, with taxes being imposed on everything. This allowed for extreme wealth and power to be condensed in the hands of any sect that held control of a mountain similar to the Rainbow Spirit Mountain. This made the time immemorial sect a hegemony over the areas surrounding the mountains. Near the bottom of the Rainbow Spirit Mountain was a small stall that could barely be considered a legible place of business. An old man wearing ragged robes with soot covering half of his face was holding a cane and standing beside this stall selling his wares. His eyes seemed gray and cloudy as a hoarse voice periodically came out of his scratchy throat to advertise the things he was selling. Many beings continued to pass by this dilapidated stall without sparing a glance as time passed. "Oh, senior brother Carl, isn't that the martial uncle of the scheming disciple you put in place not too long ago? He's apparently selling a legacy treasure that was passed down through his family." Not too far from the stall, a group of cultivators wearing wine-colored robes were passing by and chatting happily. The group was surrounding a certain senior brother and pampering him up in any way possible as one of them made a mistake and pointed out the dilapidated stall at the bottom of the mountain. The disciple who had spoken out felt mocking gazes land on him as the mood turned sour, their senior brother's face losing its smile and turning towards the stall. His face turned sour as he shook his head mockingly and went towards the stall. "Old man, why are you still on this mountain? After your daughter's schemes of betrayal were found out by me and she was punished accordingly. I thought you would have run off to some backwards country by now." The tone of senior brother Carl was confident and proud as he spoke disrespectful words to someone more powerful than him without regard. The eyes of the old man shined a tinge of red at the mention of his daughter, as an oppressive aura at the transcendent level erupted out from him. Senior disciple brother Carl sneered at this as he threw his head back and laughed lightly. "If you so much as touch me, you know that you and your daughter will lose your lives. So why don't you pack up these fake treasures and stop souring the mood of this Rainbow Spirit Mountain?" The words acted like a reminder as the aura of the old man deflated and his eyes became cloudy again. Pulling back to his little stall and calling out once more with his hoarse voice to advertise his wares, a powerful legacy treasure, cloud sprite weapons and armor, a runic armament. After being ignored, the expression on senior brother Carl turned sour as he was about to continue berating the old man when two figures began approaching the dilapidated stall. It was a dark-haired man that was still in his 20s with a sharp jaw and robust body that could not be hidden beneath the simple blue robes he wore. He was followed by a young woman with a vivacious figure wearing a similar blue robe as she was looking at everything with a fiery gaze. The dark-haired man went towards the dilapidated stall where the old man was as his eyes bore carefully at the many items being sold. His eyes shined a sharp light that nobody caught as he turned towards the man and said with a light smile, "I would love to take a look at some of your items, martial uncle." The words were confident and strong, making the aged old man surprised while making the mood of senior brother Carl sourer. The blatant disregard for his high standing as this newcomer just passed by him to talk to the person he was berating made his face hot as he thought he could feel the gazes of the disciples he brought with him boring into his back. Senior brother Carl puffed up his chest as he made his voice deeper and shouted out, "You dare?" Chapter 217, Picking Up Treasures by the Roadside. You dare? Boisterous words came out from behind Noah as he continued to marvel at the sights in front of him. Using the memories from the many cultivators he had taken down from the Mountain Sea sect, he had a portion of the locations of the world of cultivation mapped out. Since he could travel to any location he had seen before through the use of memories, he chose to appear in one of the centralmost locations where beings of other worlds also entered the world of cultivation. Both he and Barbados had appeared mystically among the throngs of moving cultivators as they began to make their way through the Rainbow Spirit Mountain and take in the marvels around them. Noah had the unique skill, observant, active as it covered the area around him for miles, giving him a tremendous amount of information from every single item or treasure being traded, all the way to the words that every single being was saying to another. To process such a large amount of information coming to him all at once, parallel thought and hasten mind were kept active at all times as the flow of information did not seem to place any burden on his mind as he absorbed everything like a sponge. In just a matter of minutes, the current state of affairs, the atmosphere of the Rainbow Spirit Mountain, as well as any major upcoming events that beings continued to talk about were all captured in his mind. Many spectacular-looking items, treasures, and pills that shone gorgeous colors were all under his observation as he walked around and took in the sights. It was around this time that his observation came across a particular item that actually caused a jolt to go through his mind. This was completely random, as there should not have been anything to cause a reaction in this foreign new world, but the reaction was caused by something completely unexpected, something that was coming from the spiritual land that was hiddenly anchored to his body. He was always supplying mana to keep the time-space active for the beasts that wanted to continue practicing, as well as the continuation of the fast-paced growth of the plants. He actually felt a reaction that could only be described as a briefly appearing line of connection from the time-space to a particular item in a dilapidated stall at the bottom of Rainbow Spirit Mountain. His gaze sharpened as he briskly went forward to check it out, pulling the curious Barbados behind him as they approached an old man being berated by a young master. Noah kept his attention on the item in the stall as he looked towards the old man and said lightly, "I would love to take a look at some of your items, Marshal Uncle." His words were a surprise to passerbys as nobody was paying attention to this dilapidated stall, but even more attention was drawn in by the arrogant voice of a certain senior brother. "You dare?" Senior brother Carl had a dark look on his face as he looked towards Noah in a questioning fashion. There were very few beings who would dare to disregard the authority of someone like him while on Rainbow Spirit Mountain. Noah did not even turn around as he remained focused on the aged old man in front of him who had begun picking up some of the things in the stall for him to observe. His eyes wandered over the items as they ranged from weapons and armor, along with the apparent legacy treasure that he felt a slight reaction from. "Most of these are wares I forged myself during my prime, with this particular treasure being one that was passed down through my family." The old man hesitated as he introduced the items he was selling, clearly still hesitant to sell the item he regarded as a legacy treasure. Spirit stones or rare herbs are acceptable methods of payment. Spirit stones were what cores were referred to in the world of cultivation after they had undergone a process of refining. The many cores that Noah currently held with him from the enemies he had taken down would be considered to be unrefined spirit stones that would be of lesser value. Noah pondered this as he thought of the latter words the old man had mentioned, the rare herbs. His thoughts were interrupted as the ignored senior brother Carl spoke angrily yet again. "Ignoring me like this? Good. Good." The disciple of time immemorial sect had taken offense from the newcomer who didn't seem to care about his status in this mountain. His body crackled with a slight hue of purple as it seemed he was about to make a move when Barbados tugged on Noah's robe and spoke impassively towards Noah. "Hey, I think this limp ICK kid over here is talking to you." Clang! Some traders dropped the weapons they were selling as horrendous and unbelievable words came out of the mouth of the fair girl dressed in clear blue robes. Young Master Carl's face turned ashen as he turned to look at Barbados. Noah's smiling face had a hint of irritation as he looked towards the mischievously smiling Barbados and then turned his attention back to the old man and his stall. The fuming young master behind them was about to erupt when Noah's voice finally replied while he was still looking through the items in the dilapidated stall. "This is Rainbow Spirit Mountain. The biggest perk of this mountain is that no violence is allowed no matter who you are. Even an inner disciple of the time immemorial sect falls under the same category. You're wasting your time if all you're going to throw around will be words." Noah's words finished as an expression of epiphany appeared on his face, waving his hands as blue and white colored fruits appeared on the palm of his hands. "Marshal Uncle, would you accept something like this as a form of payment?" The fruits appeared in his palm as it let out a burst of essence and hazy blue color. These were the ice phoenix fruits, and spirit of the Arctic, that were being devoured by the beasts in the spiritual land for their breakthrough from the mythical into the phantasmal rank. Even the calamities continued to eat them as well for the dense essence that was collected within. There were gasps in shock from the surrounding people that were still watching as the fruits appeared. Such dense medicinal fruits, those should at least be at the fourth tier, right? Medicinal herbs and fruits in the world of cultivation were ranked, with those closer to rank 1 being common fruits and herbs used by beginner pill masters, and any higher ranks being rare herbs that many looked for. I see, so he's actually a pill master. It explains why he disregarded an inner disciple of the time immemorial sect. Pill master, I also have treasures that you might like over here. Grandmaster, I have a collection of earrings that allow you to. Traders around the bottom of the mountain began to call out as the resplendent fruits from the spiritual land appeared. The old man's cloudy eyes had a flash of color as some excitement appeared on his face. Why yes, the medicinal fruits work. His cloudy eyes were brightening up as this was the major thing he needed to help his daughter. His eyes landed on Noah as he thought about who this mysterious individual might be to have gotten hold of such potent medicinal fruits. Individuals holding something like this were almost always powerful pill masters who were very much sought after across the world of cultivation. It was these pill and elixir makers who concocted spectacular creations that many cultivators used for their breakthroughs. The neglected senior brother Carl that was fuming by the side calmed himself down at the possible identity of the man in front of him. The words he said were true, or even he would be disciplined if he broke the rules of Rainbow Spirit Mountain and attacked someone. He reined in his anger as he snapped his fingers and began leaving, but not before having the last word. This isn't over. I'll remember your faces, newcomers. His group began leaving embarrassingly as traders began to crowd Noah's position, but his eyes continued to stay on the stall of the old man towards the one particular treasure that somehow had a reaction with the time-space in his spiritual land. Chapter 218. Picking up treasures by the roadside too. To keep his goal vague, he bought a few weapons along with the item the martial uncle considered to be a legacy treasure by exchanging for a few ice, phoenix fruits, and spirit of the Arctic. Barbados was shooing away the gathering traders with an impassive expression, clearly showing they were not interested in anything else. The martial uncle's cloudy eyes were becoming slightly brighter as he collected the medicinal fruits and began to pack up his stall as he spoke out. Thank you for this, pill master. I have a very sick daughter who will finally be able to get some peace with these medicinal herbs in the picture. Noah nodded at this as he looked forward to finding out what treasure he had picked up in his first hour in the world of cultivation as he replied, Is there anything else I can do to help? No, this is more than enough. The martial uncle had a forlorn look as he stared at a particular location of Rainbow Spirit Mountain where a grand building for the time immemorial sect stood strong. My family was one of the first servants that took care of the founder of time immemorial sect, and the treasure you just obtained was something that my father received as a gift for his loyalty. The martial uncle finished packing his stall as continued to talk. It has been passed down through generation over the years, with nobody seeing anything special about it, gradually becoming sentimental in value. Now, it is in your hands. Thank you again, stranger, and I wish you the best. The martial uncle gave a bow as he hurriedly left, wanting to get to his daughter's side as soon as possible to use the medicinal fruits he just received. Noah simply observed all of this as he nodded to Barbados. And they began walking around Rainbow Spirit Mountain once more. It looked like the most mystical marketplace as beings continued to barter back and forth, selling rare and abstruse things that could only be found in unknown corners of the universe. They walked around and continued to observe the different beings spread throughout for another hour before Noah could not delay it any longer. He pulled Barbados's hands as they veered off the main roads of Rainbow Spirit Mountain and their figures disappeared in a silver flash of light. Their bodies reappeared in the underground layer of the spiritual land as Barbados stretched her body and said, When are we gonna get to do the exciting things? Noah was already moving towards the time-space while pulling out the item he just bought as he replied, As soon as I figure out what I just picked up. Hold on. The object that was considered a legacy treasure was actually a small purple sheath that had a curved shape with various runic markings. There was a twinkle of purple light as he brought it closer and closer to the time-space, the description of the item gradually becoming clear in front of his eyes. Sheath regalia, an old sheath that has not been used in a long time. It functions as a battery to a treasure lost through time. Very few are able to meet the requirements to recharge it. Current energy capacity, 0 out of 100. Noah was observing this treasure carefully as he entered the time-space and watched a spectacular change start to occur. There was only a slight purple light that began to pulse as he brought it closer, but the moment he entered the time-space a burst of light erupted as the sheath in his hands began to growl like a hungry beast and began to absorb the mysterious power of time that was being given off by the many monoliths surrounding the time-space. The process did not seem to be stopping anytime soon, as Noah observed that more of his mana was being taken that was used to keep the time-space active as soon as he entered with this sheath regalia. He wanted to obtain more information about the item in his hands, so naturally, he used the skill that had made many things possible in his journey. Memory plunder was used once more after a while. And this time the target was an item. Another light shined out as the sheath in Noah's hands continued to glow with a brighter purple light, the information about its origins gradually forming in Noah's mind as memory plunder got to work. Only a few brief seconds passed as Noah's impassive face became surprised and then gradually began to fill with shock. This, in a place not too far away, at the top of Rainbow Spirit Mountain. Martial uncles and martial deacons of the time immemorial sect were gathered in a grandiose room that shone with hues of light as they discussed in hushed tones. "All right, quiet down," a strong voice thundered out as the many cultivators looked forward to the middle-aged man who let out a wild aura of power from his body. Division Master, he was given the respect he deserved as he took the title of Division Master, controlling all the affairs of Rainbow Spirit Mountain for the time immemorial sect. The Division Master nodded as he continued, "We have obtained the coordinates of where the treasure abode of the devilish time unveiler is located." Gasps rang throughout the room as fervent gazes began to appear on some of the cultivators. "The abode is in a dangerous realm where even I could face dangers, but the rewards we would be getting our hands on are the treasures that allowed the devilish time unveiler to run rampant in this world hundreds of years ago." Excitement was bubbling as news of the terrifying cultivator from centuries ago appeared once again. But this time it was for the grave he created for himself before his death. Many recalled the power of the devilish time unveiler as they wanted the treasures he left behind for themselves. This cultivator was someone that fearlessly traveled the world doing as he wished because he could more efficiently manipulate the power of time more effectively than anyone else in the world of cultivation. He was levels ahead of everyone else when it came to the law of time, and his power was feared because of the many mysterious events he was involved in. At one point, he had appeared while a crucial meeting was occurring between two major forces and disrupted everything by unveiling the secret intentions of one side that nobody but them should have known, causing a war to break out right then and there. At another point, he appeared in a mortal village which had many beings that had yet to begin their journey in cultivation as he targeted one farmer and left behind famous words, "You will become a thorn in my side in the future, so I will just kill you now." When others schemed against him, they always found themselves to be a step behind. Either their plans were always known by him in advance or they were all killed one by one before they could even assemble their teams. This was the terrifying power that the devilish time unveiler held. He could do what many still could not achieve in the world of cultivation to this day, and that was traveling through time. Yet, even someone as mysterious and powerful like this still met his death. A being at the void firmament cultivation realm who played with the power of time still died in the end, with many not knowing who was powerful enough to bring such a cultivator to his knees. Now, his treasure abode was about to come to light. The secrets he held, the cultivation techniques and treasures he used that were lost through time, many wanted to get their hands on them. Chapter 219, A Storm on the Horizon. In a location not too far away from the Rainbow Spirit Mountain, there was a small sect that went by the name of Purple Flame Sect. It was a reclusive sect that did not have too many followers, but they were known for their powerful disciples. The sect was located on a mountain peak where hazy clouds passed by, and they were particularly busy as they were hosting a guest of incredible importance in their main hall. "Young Master Drax, we have found an approximate location from the information you provided us. This abode should be located in an unstable realm not too far from Rainbow Spirit Mountain. We do not know when it will open and provide us a chance to enter, so we will continue to monitor the location." A subservient sect master of one of the powerful sects in the world of cultivation had his hand placed on his chest as he bowed and spoke respectfully to a dark-haired young man that had streaks of prominent blue on his head. His face held a calm expression as he had the disposition of a being who held everything under control. The disciple of the Celestials had arrived in the world of cultivation for his mission. In a corner of the room was his protector. A Punisher at the peak of rank 3 in the terms of the Celestials was standing expressionlessly. The Celestials were a powerful group and held their own unique naming of their levels of strength. A being that was halfway through the level of a rank 3 Celestial, similar to young Master Drax, would be considered at the Transcendent Realm. A being that stood at the peak as a rank 3 Celestial, like the Punisher letting out wild waves of power, was considered a being at the peak of the rank that was above Transcendent. This was the strength of the Celestials, where a single level to them was multiple levels to others. Young Master Drax nodded at the words of the sect master that was paying respects to him as he asked, "How many know about this?" "This is one of the weird things, young master." For such a powerful and mysterious abode of the devilish time on Valor, many surrounding sects were actually able to get their hands on this information and are preparing to move out themselves. A smile appeared on young Master Drax as he thought carefully before he replied, "There is something afoot with the opening of this realm. Prepare your forces and continue to monitor the rift where the entrance will appear. See if you can find out who spread the information." The sect master of the Purple Flame sect nodded respectfully as the hand he placed on his chest became even firmer as he called out, "For order and balance." Many pieces continued to move as time moved forward, with the surrounding sects and forces around time immemorial sect receiving information about and preparing for a singular event, the opening of the treasure abode of a long-gone void firmament realm cultivator. Every single being was watching with rapt attention as information even began to flow to the hands of otherworlders that were not native to the world of cultivation. Unknown forces were moving through the dark, with even more actively moving fearlessly in the light. Noah was organizing the information he received from the sheath regalia, as he found his heart was actually beating at a fast pace. He did not think he would find a direction of how to move around in the world of cultivation so quickly, and it was such a spectacular direction at that. The item that was considered a legacy treasure passed down from a long time ago was actually more than just that. It was a piece to a powerful item that not many beings knew about. The sheath regalia was a treasure that was overlooked by those passing it down as they found no uses for it as it didn't react to energy or anything else tried before. It was passed down mostly as an item of sentimental value, until it ended up being sold in a small stall by a martial uncle that was in great need of money to take care of his schemed daughter. The item was unreactive to the many sources of energy it was exposed to because it needed a particular source that very few beings in the world of cultivation could provide. It required the power of time from a very proficient cultivator, or something as unique as the time-space in the spiritual land. If the treasure was not passed down in the hands of servants of the time immemorial sect and instead to its powerful practitioners or even the sect master, maybe its true uses would have been found out in time. Yet now, it was in the hands of a being from another world. Noah's eyes sparkled as he observed the sheath regalia, that was now constantly pulsing with a deep purple light. Sheath regalia, an old sheath that has not been used in a long time. It functions as a battery to a treasure lost through time. Very few are able to meet the requirements to recharge it. Current energy capacity, 10/100. The numbers of its energy capacity had changed as it continued to remain in the timespace where a tremendous amount of mana was now being eaten up to sustain the faster flow of time as well as the energy being sucked in by the item that was considered a battery. As for the main piece that this battery charged, it was a truly wondrous item that Noah briefly saw the history of before it was separated from the sheath regalia. He also saw the man that was carrying that treasure. It was a being known at the void firmament level in the world of cultivation that went by the title of Devilish Time on Valor. Noah's heart was palpitating as he thought about the identity of the being, as well as the sparse memories of the events that lead to the powerful weapon he carried to be split apart. He focused more on the cultivation level of this being as he thought of how to move forward. In the Lost World, he had obtained memories that told him of how the cultivators named their levels of power. The mythical level corresponded to the rebirth realm, and above the rebirth realm was the profound realm that was at the same level as phantasmal. Above the profound realm was the transcendent realm, and any cultivator that was powerful enough to break through the transcendent realm was known as a saint. The Devilish Time Unveiler was a being above the level of saint at the void firmament realm, a whole 3 levels above where Noah currently stood. With the sparse memories gained from the sheath regalia, he understood a bit of information about the terrifying power a being at this level held. Even with the many other memories he obtained telling him that this being was now long dead and his treasures were waiting for him to find somewhere, he still held great apprehension for how he should move forward. He knew he definitely wanted to get his hands on the counterpart that could be used with the sheath regalia, as it was a truly powerful weapon of insane proportions. But he also could not put his life in such risk when such huge names like Void Firmament were involved. His mind wandered as he thought at a rapid pace before the image of one mysterious sect master popped in his head. A smile appeared on Noah's face as he thought of the being from the karmic sect that seemed to know secrets about a great deal of things. Chapter 220 Karmic Sect. Thoughts came and went in Noah's mind as he left the sheath regalia to continue charging in the timespace, and he prepared to move out. Exactly what did you get your hands on, little fish? The voluptuous Barbados was carefully staring at the object as she floated in the air and asked. The heat in Noah's hand shone in a colorful light that would draw in the eyes of any that were near. Noah replied as he calmed down from the excitement at the thought of the powerful treasure. just a direction of what we're doing next, come on." Their figures disappeared from the spiritual land as they reappeared amongst the trees of the Rainbow Spirit Mountain. Noah spread his awareness out as information continued to come in through the unique skill, observant. He was surprised to find that not too far from where they were hidden amongst the trees, two cultivators with blank eyes and white robes that were staring straight at them. They held powerful strength at the phantasmal level as their gazes focused on them and they began to walk over. Barbados huffed as she felt their purposeful gazes, her body beginning to crackle with a pulse of red light when Noah placed his hands on her shoulder and stopped her. The two cultivators that had somehow been waiting for them walked forward as they bowed towards Noah. "Master Osmont, our sect master sent us to get you the moment he felt your arrival." Noah was spectacularly surprised at the beings he wanted to get in touch with to contact him right away as he recalled the words of sect master Inuit when he gifted him with the item on his neck, lawful nourishment. The sect master had mentioned that he had attached inscriptions that will let him know whenever he begins his journey in the world of cultivation. He nodded towards the disciples from the karmic sect as he reigned in Barbados. "Lead the way." Rainbow Spirit Mountain was large with many snaking paths as powerful beings moved back and forth. They followed the lead of the two disciples of the karmic sect as they descended down further until they were out of the boundaries of the mountain. Noah was observing the sights around them with great interest as he took in the mystical air of the world of cultivation that seemed to have expansive essence and color all around. Their figures moved at a high speed until they were a significant distance from Rainbow Spirit Mountain when one of the disciples from the karmic sect stopped and pulled out a sparkling crystal of light, crushing it between his fingers and stepping back as the light from the crystal expanded to form the outline of a door. OMG, the hazy door grew larger until it was wide enough for them to go through, and Noah followed their lead as they all stepped in. The moment their figures passed through the door, only a second passed before it became unstable and disappeared as if it was never there. The sight in front of Noah was one he had only seen in memories as he stared at multiple mountain peaks where the divisions of the karmic sect were situated. They appeared on a larger mountain peak that was at the center and surrounded by four other peaks that each held their own exquisite style of architecture. Each of the peaks had misty clouds surrounding them as occasional yells could be heard on the peak they were on. In a wide field nearby, cultivators could be seen practicing against one another, causing loud sounds like that of metal colliding to ring out. We're currently on the main peak where the sect master and the elders reside. The other peaks you see around you are known as Pill Mountain, Armament Hall, Marshall Hall, and the Bestiary. Noah nodded with interest as they walked up the central peak towards a grandiose building that exuded tranquility and peace. They passed through the wide doors and into a large hall that was surrounded by stone statues on all sides. The statues looked particularly lifelike as Noah observed them, showing exquisite detail he hadn't come across before. Soon after they entered into a wide room that was the picture of serenity. Thin white lines were freely flowing in the room as a being sat at the very center with his eyes closed. Lines of white light would occasionally erupt from him as they flew out to regions unknown. The instant they entered, the eyes of Sect Master Inuit flew open as the mysterious lines of light died down around them. "You've made it, Noah Osmont," and with a guest at that, a sagely voice rang out as Sect Master Inuit came forward and spoke. The two disciples that brought them and bowed as they left, leaving behind Noah and Barbados in the wide room. Hearing the words, Noah let out a small smile as he looked towards Barbados and sent a mental message. The demoness looked towards Sect Master Inuit in discontentment as she disappeared in a flash of silver light. Sent back into the spiritual land, I came across something interesting just hours at my arrival here. Noah sat down as the Sect Master beckoned for him to sit. He waved his hands as an ancient tea set appeared between them, an aroma of something wondrous spreading out as two cups were poured. Sect Master Inuit nodded his head as spoke. "My intuition tells me it should be the issue of a certain time path cultivator." Inuit sipped the tea with contentment as he spoke words that surprised Noah once more. He knew he might be able to find more information on how to locate the counterpart of the treasure he held from this mysterious sect master. He didn't think it would be so easy. "What do you know about this devilish time unveiler?" Noah asked in anticipation as a wondrous story flowed out of Sect Master Inuit's mouth. He was shocked to find out that the being he only obtained brief memories of had actually fallen from that event which caused the weapon he carried to split apart, and that the location of his death was about to come to light once more. He recalled the treasure abodes that resided in dangerous realms hidden throughout the world of cultivation as he continued to listen to the sect master in front of him. "I've seen that you will take on this venture, but I have to tell you now that it will be extremely perilous for you, especially with the current level of strength you hold. I could barely approximate when the coordinates of the treasure abode would appear, and you still have some time. I would love to see your rapid rise in strength before you head out, and have a hand to play in it as well. The sect master smiled as he waved his hands, a small table holding a single thick book appearing in front of them. Noah's gaze landed on this book as he thought about his current level of power. A rapid rise in strength? That was the one thing that he excelled in. Chapter 221 Pills. The thick book lying on the table before them was filled with a hue of silver that glistened in the light. Sect Master Inuit had a profound look on his face as he spoke out. This was the one I found to have compatibility with you at this point in time. It should prove to have some uses if I am correct. Noah gazed at the first book that explored the techniques of the world of cultivation, but would it work the same as the skill books he so easily learned because of his world system? All skills were just different ways of manipulating essence to achieve something at a whole other level, with the beings in the beast world spending many of their years learning how to manipulate essence to create and improve their skills. The silver book on the table in front of him contained the knowledge of how to manipulate mana to perform a particular technique, so he reached out and placed his hands on it to see exactly what would happen. A flash of silver light that was soon overcome with a hue of blue shined out, making a smile break out on Noah's face as blue words bloomed out in front of his eyes. Forge of the silver flame, a technique developed over the years by beings knowledgeable in conjuring the silver flames to refine rare material and medicine in order to achieve their quintessential form. The description was that of a unique skill, with the book in front of him disappearing in a flash of light that was absorbed into the back of his hand, forming a tattoo of a glimmering but faint silver cauldron. A face of understanding and wonder appeared on Sect Master's Inuit's face as he clapped. Wondrous indeed. I'm curious to see the surprises you will continue to produce. We'll talk more after you have adjusted to the new technique and finished your preparations. The wizened Sect Master stood up as he spread his hands out and continued, for now, consider this little karmic sect of mine your home. Let me know if you need anything else. Noah nodded as he gave his thanks to this mysterious figure that continued to help him under the excuse of something that was bound to happen in the future. He did not fully know what this cultivator had seen, but Inuit was the reason why he was able to leave the lost world and keep his life. He still held some reservations, but he would cautiously trust this much-needed helper for now. This wasn't to mention the spectacular treasures and this new skill he had just received from him. Noah turned his attention to the Forge of Silver Flame, as he pondered on its ability to refine rare herbs and materials as he pulled out the only thing that could be considered along the same lines. An ice phoenix fruit from the spiritual land appeared in the air as he began his first trial of the new unique skill from the world of cultivation. Forge of the Silver Flame was cast as a silver light bloomed out. The transparent outline of the cauldron that was tattooed on the back of his hand forming in front of his eyes mystically as the medicinal fruit that was floating in the air was sucked into the center of the transparent cauldron. A large amount of mana was leaving his body endlessly as he found this skill to be using even more mana than even the ultimate skills he held. A silver flame erupted out within the cauldron as the ice phoenix fruit became bathed in a silver light and began spinning speedily. Essence trembled and converged around the cauldron as a sizzling sound spread out, along with a strong aroma of medicine that Noah had not come across before. The process continued for just a few more minutes before hazy clouds of silver light spread out and the rapid spinning in the transparent cauldron stopped. What remained was the sparkling shapes of slowly spinning pills that shone in a hue of silver and blue, ice phoenix pills, born and cultivated from a unique environment. The source of these pills was refined even further as their effectiveness was more than quadrupled. The pills hold a tremendous amount of essence that very few could handle to absorb. The gorgeously shining pills floated happily in front of him as the transparent cauldron disappeared back into the tattoo on his hand. Noah had an amazed expression as he grabbed one of them and popped them in his mouth. Boom! It felt an explosion of essence that spread throughout his entire body, granting him a tremendous source of strength that felt similar to when he was absorbing phantasmal cores. He marveled at the increased effectiveness of the fruits he cultivated in the spiritual land as his thoughts moved towards the beings that the fruits showed the most effectiveness with. The beasts born from the spiritual land had been absorbing the ice phoenix fruits and spirit of the Arctic recently, but many were still stuck in the mythical rank with their breakthroughs imminent. This was especially so for the arrogant emperor penguin. If they had the refined versions of the fruits they were eating, a smile spread out from Noah's face as he realized the next upgrade of the spiritual land would not be too far off. He stretched his neck as he disappeared from the large room that Sect Master Inuit left him alone in and appeared in the underground layer of the spiritual land. Barbados could be seen in a region of the time-space as she seemed to be battling with the practicing calamities, deathly spirits being summoned around her as she laughed maniacally. Noah entered the time-space himself as he went towards the large plants holding the gorgeously shining, ice phoenix fruits, and spirit of the Arctic, setting his body not too far away as the many fruits hanging from the plants were plucked out and came towards him. The transparent outline of a silver cauldron erupted from the back of his hand and absorbed the rushing fruits within as Noah did something that would make the eyes of cultivators pop out in shock and horror. The most rapid refinement and formation of pills was occurring in an isolated space that was the size of a grain of sand on the main peak of the karmic sect. The silver light from the constantly refining cauldron as well the tremendously powerful aroma that came from it soon caught the attention of the practicing calamities and beasts as their practicing stopped and their gazes turned towards Noah's position, the expression of avarice present in their eyes as they stared at the formation of rapidly rotating pills holding immense essence within. Chapter 222 Upgrades. In a particular area of the time-space, a wide collection of resplendent blue pills was swirling around Noah's position as he constantly pulled in the many medicinal fruits from the wide fields and into the silver cauldron where they were quickly refined into multiple pills. He found himself getting a profound feeling as he did the simple thing of providing a ridiculous amount of mana to keep the forge of silver flame active and continuing this process. The beasts that had begun to near his position with shining eyes grabbed his attention as he sent a command for them to prepare for yet another breakthrough, some of the recently made pills floating around him going towards them in droves. Their effectiveness was more than quadrupled, meaning that it would not be an issue for the beasts that had already been absorbing the ice phoenix fruits and spirit of the Arctic to experience their breakthroughs after this. The emperor penguin was ecstatic as it grabbed the glowing pill with its flippers and looked at it carefully before popping it into its mouth. A similar scene replayed with all the other beasts as you could see a flying spider, an arctic fox, a polar bear, and many others swallow the glowing pills. It was followed by a burst of blue light as essence began to converge all around them, their advance into the next rank imminent. After a significant amount of blue and white shining pills had been refined with the beasts having already started absorbing them, Noah stopped supplying mana to the forge of silver flame, as the transparent figure of the cauldron that seemed to be getting more and more solid as he continued to use the skill return as a tattoo on the back of his hand. He monitored the progress of the beasts as he got ready to start upgrades of his own. Wanting to push his strength even further before he went on the dangerous journey in the grave of an extremely powerful cultivator, he had many phantasmal rank skills that had reached max proficiency and were ready for a combination, but he found they were not compatible. There were two more phantasmal skills that he had been raising which had compatibility that would allow him to obtain a skill of the phantasmal level that he could then combine to obtain an even more powerful one at the transcendent level, granting him more than enough confidence as he moved forward to the next stage. He began with the combination of his first phantasmal rank skill that he used to dominate the opponents in the Lost World. The combination of the dictatorial Kaiju Hydra and unbreakable golden body. A spectacular creation was produced as his first phantasmal rank skill, the dictatorial Kaiju Hydra, unbreakable golden body, Kaiju of the deep, a terrible beast that devoured its enemies whole. It held unparalleled defense with golden scales that reflected the damage dealt towards it, while also holding maddening offensive skills from the three heads that controlled different elements. The combination had made his Kaiju form extremely dense and strong, giving his enlarged body a golden sheen as he looked similar to a golden three-headed Hydra. The next combination was something just as spectacular. The addition of sundering flames, with the other skills he found to be compatible with lava giant, sundering flames, ancient hellfire titan, a giant long forgotten through the dredges of time. It controls hellish flames that only extinguish from its own commands, allowing it to burn its enemies until they turn to ash. The combination of two spectacular skills that he carefully chose so that he would be able to combine their products once more in the near future was complete. Rumbling resounded out as he continued to move, making his training targets the calamities of the sea and Barbados, who had already begun collecting the pills he made and popping them in her mouth like candy. Noah would now put his focus on training these new skills until they could be combined once more, trying to achieve his goal of a transcendent skill in the span of a few days, or a week at most. This training continued in the time-space for days, with Noah sensing the beasts in the spiritual land advancing to the phantasmal rank every now and then throughout. The first one to do this was of course the emperor penguin that had arrogance ingrained into its bones. A piercing cry rang out from it when it broke through, an aura of light erupting from it as it floated magnificently in the air. "Oh, you've become more powerful, little penguin? Come take my place as I go relax a bit." Its grandeur was cut short as the moment it finished its breakthrough, it was pulled into the fray of fighting against Noah, who continued to endlessly throw out powerful attacks against the calamities of the sea and Barbados. He was using the newly advanced, ancient Hellfire Titan, and Kaiju of the Deep, against them, his body changing into that of a flaming giant one day and a tremendously powerful Hydra with golden scales the next day. He actually matched the attacks of the Kraken and the other four calamities without being pummeled to oblivion, as he continued to use his endless pool of mana to heal and regenerate within seconds whenever his extremely tight defenses were breached. The damage that the calamities in Barbados took continued to accumulate over time, though, giving Noah an upper hand as more time passed. This was where the recently advancing beasts from the spiritual land came in, as they jumped into the fray the moment they completed their breakthrough into the phantasmal rank. Multiple days passed in the time-space that Noah continued to supply mana to, which allowed an equivalent of one day to pass in the outside world. This rigorous training regimen continued until more than 5 beasts had passed through the mythical rank and made their way to the phantasmal rank, making it possible for the upgrade of the spiritual land yet again. Noah also finished his training as he was able to achieve maxing the proficiency of the recently combined Kaiju of the Deep and Ancient Hellfire Titan, after more than a week of non-stop usage in the time-space. It was arduous and somewhat boring at times, but it allowed him to look forward to the combination of a transcendent rank skill at the same time as the upgrade of the Frozen Plateau spiritual land to the 5th rank. Chapter 223 Power. Noah's body floated in the skies of the Frozen Plateau spiritual land as a grand smile spread out from him. He was looking at the panel of spiritual land management and seeing that the conditions for the upgrade to the next rank were all complete, and all that remained was him putting in a tremendous amount of mana as a catalyst. Start. He sent a command in his mind as the process began, with the spiritual land beginning to tremble as it underwent yet another change. The treasure was something unique from the beast world, having its own uses that were very rarely seen. Noah was reaching unknown levels of this treasure as he continued to upgrade it with no problems. He was looking forward to the new unlocks and next tier of medicinal fruits that would be available to use, as well as the all-round improvements of the features already existing. He was particularly looking forward to the improvement of the time-space feature, as only the first ratio of 1:5 had been unlocked and many more were waiting. The rumbling in the spiritual land further continued as mana continued to senselessly leave his body and bathe the glittering frozen land, a blinding blue light continuing to build up and ready to seemingly erupt. OMG, all the beings in the spiritual land could feel the grandiose change as the Kraken leading the calamities of the sea looked forward in stupefaction. Barbados was feeling the essence's convergence around them and looked towards the central figure where all of this was occurring as she shook her head in surprise at the things that continued to happen around this one being. The crescendo of noises and build-up reached the peak as the blinding light erupted out, bringing with it the completion of advancement to the next rank for the Frozen Plateau spiritual land management, Frozen Plateau 5, Beasts, FXXX, AXXX, D. 134,325, C33, 653, B21, 426, 3735, S1539. Epic 496, Legendary 42, Mythical 14, Phantasmal 6, Plants Whitefall Trees, Snowvine, Sacred Rye, Pygmy Melon, Icefire Persimmon, Ice Phoenix Fruits, Spirit of the Arctic. Available for planting, Frozen Angelica, Regal Flora. Features size regulation, unlocked, movement, unlocked, anchor, unlocked, boost surroundings, unlocked, architecture, unlocked, frozen barrier, unlocked, offensive maneuvers, unlocked, time dilation, unlocked, treasure hunter, unlocked, interstellar travel, locked, $% locked, upgrade conditions not met. Noah stared at the gorgeous lines of blue words as he went through the newest feature, as well as the upgrade of the one he looked forward to the most. Time dilation. The abstract concept of time can be manipulated in a small area. 1:5 ratio, unlocked, 1:10 ratio, unlocked, 1:20 ratio, locked. Treasure hunter. Unique wonders exist all around, rarely observed with the untrained eye. The master of the spiritual land gains the ability that allows them to more easily locate unique treasures in the land they are in. The first one was the unlocking of the 1:10 ratio of the time-space from the original 1:5. Making it possible for him to train in the space without any worries even more. If he chose to spend 10 hours in the area surrounded by the many monoliths, only a single hour would have passed in the outside world. This upgrade just went on to further improve a feature that was already spectacular. Next up was the newest addition, a feature called Treasure Hunter. It didn't seem like anything special, but Noah knew not to underestimate anything appearing from the upgrades of the spiritual land. with this feature most likely being something even more spectacular that would bring him amazing things in the future. All the other features like boost surroundings, frozen barrier, and offensive maneuvers received their own upgrades, making them much stronger and increasing their effectiveness even more. Noah observed the celebrating beasts, especially the emperor penguin that was the first to break through to the phantasmal rank as he looked at his own panel towards skill combination. The upgrade for the spiritual land was complete, and now he would observe exactly what power the combination of the two phantasmal rank skills would bring once they produced a transcendent skill of the next rank. He left the celebrating beasts behind as his body disappeared and reappeared in the underground section of the spiritual land once again. He took a deep breath as he observed his panel and placed the two skills, Kaiju of the Deep and Ancient Hellfire Titan, into the two slots of skill combination, Kaiju of the Deep, Ancient Hellfire Titan, Transcendent, the calamitous Leviathan, a terrible creature that rains down destruction and fear upon its enemies. It holds the bloodlines of ancient giants and dragons, granting it the form of a calamitous dragon only heard of in history, the nine-headed Hydra. Noah breathed out heavily as he saw the appearance of his first transcendent skill, not giving it a second thought before he activated it right away. He wanted to know exactly what level of power this new addition brought him. OMG, essence rumbled and the skies cracked as the calamitous Leviathan was cast for the first time, Noah's body erupting out as a maddening power appeared in the underground layer of the spiritual land. Every single being in the unique treasure could feel the appearance of this maddening aura that seemed to bring anything lower than it to its knees. It spread out from the spiritual land placed in the wide room on the building, which was located on the main peak of the karmic sect, as it spread out even further, grabbing the attention of practicing disciples as their gazes hardened. This wasn't just a normal aura of the transcendent rank they felt, but something that felt much more maddening. In the underground layer of the spiritual land, essence continued to clash and erupt out as a being with palpitating power appeared from the small humanoid form of Noah. Boasting 9 tremendously large heads and 4 resplendently shining wings that each held their own color, the nine-headed Hydra, the calamitous Leviathan, had made its first appearance in the world of cultivation. Chapter 224. Surrounded, a sense of calm passed through Noah's mind as he experienced the level of strength at the transcendent level. Belief in his own power was reinforced as he left the spiritual land to give thanks to Sect Master Inuit and start preparing to move after some time planning on how he should approach the dangers of the treasure abode of the fallen cultivator. There were a few ways, and one of them lied with the sect that was obviously tied to them in name and would be doing everything possible in their power to obtain the treasures of the powerful devilish Time Unveiler. This was the Time Immemorial sect situated in Rainbow Spirit Mountain. Noah had a smile as he thought about the arrogant young master he had somehow offended a day back when not putting in the days that passed in the time-space as his figure flashed away. He wanted to see if this little enmity was something that would make the young master do something stupid. In Rainbow Spirit Mountain, even though no conflict was permitted from any parties, those from Time Immemorial sect still had many eyes spread throughout the mountain to surveil the beings going in and out. This particular day, a disgruntled young master Carl had taken the shift of a fellow inner disciple to monitor a portion of Rainbow Spirit Mountain as he spread out their eyes to look for 2 particular individuals that made his face turn red just by thinking about them. Pill masters? So what? We have many cultivators that can create pills in our sect. His mind continued to fume as he watched for the appearance of the 2 figures. And his patience finally paid off when a few hours later, the other disciples brought him news about a particular dark-haired that was strolling through the many buildings throughout Rainbow Spirit Mountain. Good, follow him. If he steps foot outside this Rainbow Spirit Mountain of mine. Senior brother Carl had a wrathful expression on his face as he took out a soul jade from his storage ring and took a deep breath before sending a message to a martial uncle that was one of the very few connections his father held in the sect. There were very few favors he could ask of this martial uncle, and teaching a lesson to some arrogant outsider was one of them. Martial Uncle Dan. There's a small issue that I would love your help on. The message traveled across space as a signal rang out in the soul jade that Martial Uncle Dan held while he was finishing a meeting. He heard the message as he shook his head wearily before replying, "What is it now, boy? Things are about to get really busy around here, with a lot of us leaving very soon." Senior brother Carl was ecstatic at the reply as he continued, "It shouldn't take too long, Martial Uncle. You see, an otherworlder had." Senior brother Carl weaved out a story as his martial uncle listened with a slight smile, knowing that his nephew was just on another one of his walks when he found another poor soul to pick on. But he would take care of these insignificant issues of his nephew so that his father never gets to hear of them. There were too many important issues at stake currently. He replied quickly as it seemed his nephew was still continuing to spew out excuses. All right, I get it. Where is he now? An ecstatic smile erupted from Seymour brother Carl's face as he heard these words, rapidly replying back. The disciples watching him are currently following him down the mountain. He actually seems to be descending out of the boundaries soon. Senior brother Carl was ecstatic as he found the arrogant otherworlder to actually make things perfect for him. They couldn't cause too much trouble of Rainbow Spirit Mountain. But outside of it? His smile was wide as he sent the coordinates to his martial uncle and began moving down the mountain himself. He would teach this arrogant otherworlder what it meant to look down on others today. Noah continued down Rainbow Spirit Mountain as soon as his observation skill picked up the many eyes that focused on him and tracked his every move. The fish had taken the bait, and he moved out to see exactly what actions it would take to decide on whether he strangles it or lets it go. He browsed the items on other shops as he continued to descend down the mountain, continuing to watch the peculiarity of the new sights opening themselves up in front of him. After some time, he had gone down until he left the boundaries of Rainbow Spirit Mountain, watching the figures of beings become more and more sparse as he went further down. He followed one of the paths where carriages were leaving the mountain, and he did not wait too long before he felt his surroundings change as the scenery of a long road with trees around him disappeared, a new sight opening itself up in front of him. He was now in a field of grassland as they swiftly moved for miles around him. This is a formation. He was surprised at the ingenuity of cultivators as he was placed in something he only had memories of, a powerful formation that only the most proficient formation masters of the cultivation world could set up. Multiple figures began appearing in the skies of the formation as he recalled the face of a particular senior brother and smiled. A voice thundered out from all around him at this moment. You have the calm to smile after you are surrounded by my earthly revolving formation that no transcendent realm cultivator can break out of without my permission. The voice was confident and strong, coming from someone much more powerful than the senior brother that Noah had hoped would take the bait. His smile became even wider as he replied, I wonder what I have done to deserve the attention of someone so powerful. The reply was steady and filled with curiosity, not the tone that Martial Uncle Dan wanted to hear. Good, we shall see how much longer you continue to remain calm. No sound or aura will be released from this formation, with your livelihood being under my control. OMG, an overwhelming pressure descended from all around as lines of energy were activated in the formation, forming into an oppressive force that crushed down at Noah's position. Senior brother Carl and his posse floated behind their martial uncle in the bounds of the formation as they looked forward with arrogant faces. Their demeanor showed that this was not something new that the cultivators of the time immemorial sect would do as the martial uncle spoke again. You have offended an inner disciple of my sect. You will kneel, apologize, and give all the treasures and pills you have in your belongings. The pressure descended all around Noah as it made the area around him tremble. His body that was still only strengthened up to the peak of phantasmal level with many skills activated straining under the powerful pressure of the transcendent realm formation master. He grit his teeth as an imperceptible smile appeared on his face and he replied, or what? There was a period of silence from the cultivators as they looked at this otherworlder who was struggling to bear just the pressure of the formation yet acting so confidently. The arrogance deep in their bones was tested as senior brother Carl was the first to speak out. Or you will face death. His face was showing anger as he observed the smile on the face of the trembling being becoming whiter and whiter. The moment his words thundered out, he felt a change as the smile from the otherworlder broke out into a laugh as he seemed to have ascertained something, and the rumbling of essence began to erupt with him at the center. Chapter 225, Prideful. Arrogant, wild energies roiled out in the formation that was activated by the martial uncle of the time immemorial sect as the shackles of pressure that were holding down one particular individual were broken through. Martial Uncle Dan held an impassive face at this show of strength as he knew full well the power of his earthly revolving formation. This aura of someone at the peak of transcendent realm would not be something he would worry about. His body erupted out with purple light as he called out, a glimmering darkness that never ages. Rise and turn the earth asunder, earthly revival. His gaze looked down towards the otherworlder's position as the energies of the formation caused a grand change, brilliantly shining bronze swords erupting out from below as they bloomed into hundreds of weapons that aimed their tips towards the newly appearing bestial creature. Roar! A tremendously powerful howl escaped out from Noah's changed form of the calamitous Leviathan as a nine-headed hydra fully made its appearance known. Its appearance was welcomed with an astounding change in the environment, where the surroundings near the large body were filled with streaks of baleful fire and lightning that rained down all around it. Each of its heads held powerful energies from multiple elements as they rolled through the air menacingly and snapped at the incoming earthen swords. His head spat out a variety of blasts of energy as colorful lights erupted out on top of the freely flowing lightning and flames around his body as the swords were kept at bay. Marshal Uncle Dan saw the attack being withstood as he nodded apathetically, turning his gaze towards his nephew that brought about this trouble. Senior brother Carl saw this gaze as he turned away wearily. But still not worried about their victory as they held one of the powerful martial uncles of the time immemorial sect on their side. The moment that the Otherworlder fell in the earthly revolving formation, their victory was assured. Otherworlder, since you're so adamant to stand against us and not kneel, I will show you the power that many around this rainbow spirit mountain of mine fear, the power that beings like you could only stare at from afar. A thunderous voice erupted out from Marshal Uncle Dan as his head was raised high in the air, his condescending eyes continuing to stare down the tremendously large figure of the nine-headed hydra that was pushing back the first stage attack from his violet immemorial techniques. His body rumbled as energies left wildly, getting ready to cast an attack of a whole other level, shimmering earth filled with sinless grains of time. Suffocating dreams asphyxiate thy own will. Obey, revile, and overwhelm. Sands of time, ONG, a tremendous amount of energy erupted out as the skies and the earth of the formation cast by Marshal Uncle Dan pressed down on Noah's position. Silver and purple sands began forming from all around as they turned into deadly lines with fearsome edges that rushed towards the large body of the nine-headed hydra. The entire world of the formation with the vigorous essence in it all seemed to be turning against one particular being as its wrath unboundedly went forth. Noah used the tremendously powerful body with multiple heads to throw out elemental attacks, but he found his attacks actually missing their targets as the dangerous sands filling the area were never in the same position they were in just a second before. His many heads moved around rapidly while he used parallel thought and hasten mind, but he found that he could not successfully defend against the deadly attacks, their paths almost always knowing exactly where he would be a second later when they struck. Boom! 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 The surroundings of his body where deadly fires and lightning automatically thundered down destroyed a majority of the incoming sands, but he could not defend or push the attacks back as they always seemed to find him wherever he went. The abstruse power of time finally being used against him. The besieged Noah actually found himself laughing as this spectacular skill was actually tearing through the extremely tough defenses of the calamitous Leviathan, the tinge of golden skin actually having scratches that could distinctly show some of the muscles beneath. After feeling the strength of these attacks though, he finally ascertained their strength as he began moving seriously. I'll have to thank you in advance for all the spectacular things you're about to give me. The essence erupted out as all of a sudden, a gorgeously shining trident appeared and revolved in the air above the many heads of the calamitous Leviathan. Spatial lock was cast as Noah did not plan on giving even a single being the chance to escape. His large body that looked restricted by the formation's pressure all this time erupted out with golden light as it moved across the skies at a speed that only looked like a streak of light, each of its heads targeting a different cultivator in the skies as the dark energy that signified the casting of the ultimate skill, Sin of Pride, erupted out. Sun. Throw, WAH, the skies cracked under the pressure as the formation cast by Marshal Uncle Dan destabilized under the appearance of multiple blazing suns hanging over the heads of the cultivators. The sun shone in a dangerous shade of orange and red as they rumbled down. The defenses and skins of the cultivators at a lower cultivation level than Marshal Uncle Dan already being torn apart. Their bodies had begun turning a shade of red as their skin boiled and bubbled, but the cultivators actually did not seem to feel this maddening level of attack as they still looked down arrogantly towards the golden body of the nine-headed hydra that had appeared near them. This was not because of their ingrained arrogance and pride from their years of running rampant in their sect, but because they had already fallen under one of Noah's skills long before attacks began to be thrown around. Pride manipulation: the user can induce extremely high or low levels of pride in others, causing them to lose contact with reality or overestimate their own abilities. Cannot be applied to oneself. The moment the cultivators had appeared, Noah applied the skill of pride manipulation as he affected the minds of the cultivators and elevated their extreme levels of arrogance and pride even further, making them feel like they were invincible under all odds. Even as the tremendously powerful energies from the fiery suns rumbled down, they still felt like it was nothing towards them, that they could take it. This extreme arrogance caused them to look on impassively as only a single cultivator had finally felt something wrong as he felt the deadly energies in the form of golden suns rushing down towards them. Marshal Uncle Dan seemed to have come out of a stupor as the expression of horror finally dawned on his face. his gaze watching some of the disciples they brought with them already melting from head to toe. His body reacted even if slightly late as he used the power of the formation to form powerful barriers of sand around all of them, but they would not form in time. Boom! A sobering sound erupted out as many disciples of the time immemorial sect faced death, with very few managing to survive as they were wrapped under the protective layers of sand. But it was not over. The moment this attack finished, the remaining figures of cultivators found themselves staring into the many different colored eyes of the nine-headed Hydra as the terror they never felt before finally dawned on them. Pride manipulation, finally losing its effectiveness, but it was too late. Devouring, calm, steady, powerful, darkness erupted as the ultimate skill, the sin of gluttony, was the next skill cast against the cultivators of time immemorial sect. Chapter 226 A New Identity, Devouring, a vile energy that caused seeps of darkness to roil around the area erupted out, acting like a voracious mouth that went forward to swallow the remaining figures of cultivators in the skies. Senior brother Carl was the last of the cultivators beneath the transcendent realm to be swallowed as his martial uncle frantically fought off the voracious darkness trying to swallow him whole. Otherworlder, you cannot kill us. Our people will find out and chase you to the ends of the world. The moment that Martial Uncle Dan felt the restrictions of the mental skill that made him neglect and disregard this deadly enemy lifted and his mind returned to normal. He tried various methods to teleport out of the formation that he himself created, but nothing was working. He could not even destabilize and turn off the formation to allow the outside world to peek into the events occurring in this isolated space as everything seemed to be locked in place. The many eyes of the nine-headed dragon voraciously looked at the martial uncle, and one could even observe the expression of avarice as they looked at the transcendent realm cultivator with a gaze that had already determined the fate of the being in front of it. A thundering voice erupted out from all directions as the jaws of the many heads opened and shot out tremendously fast blasts of energy that looked like beams of plasma of a variety of colors. Boom! The sands protecting Martial Uncle Dan were ripped apart as many holes ruptured throughout his body, Noah not giving him a single chance as the sin of gluttony was activated once again and the once arrogant Martial Uncle was swallowed whole. The next instant after that, the formation that isolated the space began to destabilize as it was not getting any more energy. Noah observed this as his thoughts moved rapidly, parallel thought, and hasten mind, working in full throttle as he put aside the many, skill book, and core, dropped his loot from the cultivators and simply focused on the feature of library, from the sin of gluttony, the entire life of the martial uncle. The senior brother that had called him here as well as the posse that he walked around with all the time, all of their lives were playing out in the form of memories that were rapidly integrated and memorized in Noah's mind. Though his large form of the calamitous Leviathan disappeared as he returned to his human form, but even that did not last long enough as his facial muscles began to change and bones could be heard reshaping, his body gradually changing to that of a particularly confident martial uncle of the time immemorial sect. Pop, the moment that the formation became destabilized enough and was wiped away, a brand new and improved martial Uncle Dan made an appearance to the outside world. He was in the skies not too far away from the road he took away from the Rainbow Spirit Mountain. None of the commotions from the formation or what happened in it leaked out as the area returned to normal. But something monumental had occurred. Noah was reveling in the memories of martial Uncle Dan as this cultivator was a high-ranking member of the time immemorial sect, and Noah received the memories of how they were already moving for the same goal he held, the tomb of the devilish time unveiler. He recalled the memories of martial Uncle Dan hurrying to quickly wrap up the issue his nephew had brought up before he began his preparations for the journey that could begin at any moment. Not a single soul in the world of cultivation knew when the treasure abode of the devilish time unveiler would open. They could only glimpse the possibility of its appearance and location, and just this was making many nearby sects go crazy to get their hands on the treasures of a being from the void firmament realm. The many memories continued to play throughout his head as he affirmed how to move from now on with his new identity as the martial uncle of the time immemorial sect, as well as how to handle the disappearance of senior brother Carl and his posse. All of these things could be put in the back of his mind currently though, as the spectacular attacks that martial Uncle Dan, the face of the cultivator he was currently wearing, had truly gifted him with a tremendous set of skills. The first one was a phantasmal skill that the cultivator had used the moment he pulled Noah into the formation, the skill called Earthly Revival, Violet Immemorial First Stage Earthly Revival. The very earth you look down upon becomes a source of strength that can be transferred into a plane attack or used to reinforce your defenses. An incantation is required, a glimmering darkness that never ages. Rise and turn the earth asunder, earthly revival. It was a powerful skill that matched some of the highest damage-dealing phantasmal skills that Noah currently held, but the skill he obtained next was one that made him even happier. It was a skill at the transcendent rank, making it his second ever skill of this rank, Violet Immemorial Second Stage Sands of Time, aged and forgotten. The history of the sands and the surroundings come under your command as they corner your enemy. Unless one is proficient in the power of time, the attacks cannot be evaded. An incantation is required to initiate the skill. Shimmering earth filled with sinless grains of time. Suffocating dreams asphyxiate thy own will. Obey, revile, and overwhelm. Sands of Time, a feature repeated itself similar to the first stage of these skills from the Violet Immemorial set, where one had to call out a specific incantation to cast them. But their power spoke for itself. The surprises should have stopped here as Noah prepared to move towards the Rainbow Spirit Mountain to assume his new role as Martial Uncle Dan before following the forces of the Time Immemorial sect into the extremely dangerous tomb of the Void Firmament Cultivator. But when he moved on from the memories in the library and into the skills he could choose from the beings he devoured using Sin of Gluttony, he was met with the most stupendous selection as something new he had never come across before appeared. Among the skills he could choose from the devoured origin of Martial Uncle Dan was a skill that was the first of its kind, a skill holding the tag of Transcendent. This came as a huge surprise as he always had to combine his current skills before he reached the mid-rank between one level to another, yet one of the skills he could obtain right now was already halfway there. His eyes shined as he peered through the appearance of this new skill, Transcendent, Violet Immemorial Third Stage Cage of Time. A cage filled with the darkness of time sunders upon a single target. Only those with great strength or proficiency in the law of time can break out of this terrible cage filled with nothingness. An incantation is required to initiate the skill. The ebb of corpses flows and flutters, yet a single prison stalls in the river of time. Simmer in the sea of turbidity. Reflect the embers of age, and extinguish all hopes of victory. Cage of Time, Chapter 227. Martial Uncle Dan. Noah was lost in thought for a few minutes as he looked through the spectacular skills of the cultivators sitting at the top of the Time Immemorial sect. Their techniques dealt with time as their name suggested, and they held such unique uses that Noah could not wait to test them for himself. But first, he would have to fully play the part of the martial uncle of the Time Immemorial sect that he had taken down. So who was Martial Uncle Dan? He was a prideful, confident, and an outspoken cultivator at the Transcendent Realm who held one of the seats as an elder of the Time Immemorial sect. This job came with many perks and responsibilities, and one of the biggest ones currently was the privilege of getting all the information on the subject that was making many sects scramble, the tomb of the devilish Time Unveiler. As Noah was about to start heading towards the central location of the Time Immemorial sect on the Rainbow Spirit Mountain, he felt a glistening jade medallion holding the tiniest amounts of soul jades ring out from the items he had obtained from the dead Martial Uncle. He now held the memories and knew everything there was to know about this cultivator, so playing his part would not be a problem. What is it? He placed mana into the jade medallion as he worked to perfectly modulate the voice, mannerisms, and behavior of Martial Uncle Dan. Elder, our scouts have observed a destabilization of space to the south. Some of the elders are already gathering to move out. At the other end came an excited voice of a legacy disciple that held a higher level of authority and power than a normal inner disciple of the Time Immemorial sect. These disciples were those with the highest potential and were being nurtured closely by the elders of the sect. Noah's eyes shone with a powerful light at the fast pacing of events, being glad he didn't have to waste too much time playing the part of an elder of Time Immemorial sect, as they had likely found a clue on the location of the tomb of the devilish Time Unveiler. Haha, good. I'm on the way. He sent out a boisterous reply that fit with the demeanor of the dead martial uncle as he changed directions and went south from the Rainbow Spirit Mountain. His changed body fluttered in the air with the violet robes streaked with purple outlines that only the elders of the Time Immemorial sect wore as he digested many memories and secrets only those in the higher echelons of the sect held. He flew for some distance before he found the gathering of elders that were itching to move out at the first instance, but were still waiting for all the forces to gather as they knew how dangerous this venture would be. It was a group of powerful beings tiered together on what looked like a corporeal cloud stably supporting them in the skies. Among this group of cultivators, one particularly wizened elder looked up as he saw the figure of the changed Noah nearing, his eyes brightening up. Little Dan, we can get started now with your arrival. Noah looked at this aged elder that held the longest white beard he had come across as he nodded with a wide smile. Don't worry, old man. I'm sure we'll find the treasures to return you to your youth again. The demeanor of Elder Dan seamlessly flowed out as he joked with the wizened elder that was only second in command beneath the sect master of time immemorial sect. The smiling old man in front of him was a powerhouse above the transcendent realm of cultivators, sitting comfortably at the realm of a saint. His aged body exuded an unyielding power that very few could stand against. This was the Grand Elder of time immemorial sect, Amos. This Grand Elder looked particularly favorably towards Dan as he held great potential to break through the ranks of the transcendent realm and enter the level of saints. It was just too bad that Elder Dan had targeted someone he shouldn't have, and all that power and potential was taken by someone else. Noah kept his thoughts to himself as he looked at the smiling Grand Elder and the other elders laughing around him. They all held a demeanor of strength as their levels ranged from the equivalent of phantasmal to transcendent rank, or in the terms of cultivators, the profound realm and transcendent realm. With the Grand Elder being the only one achieving the level of saint that was just a level below the level of the void firmament cultivator they were targeting the remains of, the figures of cultivators settled down in a few minutes as the corporeal cloud they were on began moving forward at a high speed that very few in the transcendent realm would be able to match. This was the ability of a unique travel-type treasure that Grand Elder Amos owned, the Cloud Chaser. The Grand Elder looked at the faces of the other elders that came with him, as well as the legacy disciples that would experience their first dangerous trip to a treasure abode that posed extremely high levels of danger. He spoke with a powerful voice. The sect master has put great trust in you all to do your best and succeed in obtaining as many treasures as you can from this treasure abode. The faces of some of the elders and legacy disciples turned fervent at the mention of treasures as the Grand Elder continued. The target this time is the abode of the devilish time unveiler himself, a being that was extremely proficient in the law of time. If we were to get our hands on his techniques and combine them with our own, the cultivators from the time immemorial sect had fervent faces as they thought about this possibility. Their techniques were specialized in the time aspect, but they still didn't reign as one of the top sects in the world of cultivation because the power of their techniques still was not on par with some of the more mysterious powers in this world. But all of this would change if they were able to get their hands on the techniques that allowed a single being to run around unchecked in the world of cultivation more than 1,000 years ago, work together, and watch each other's backs as anything can happen in dangerous realms like the one we're heading in. Grand Elder Amos finished his words in a somber tone as he turned and gazed towards Noah. To the Grand Elder, this Elder Dan was one of the elders with the highest potential that he could place his trust on. Noah received this gaze with a laugh as he spoke out confidently. We are the cultivators of the one and only time immemorial sect. In time, success will be ours. In time, his words brought about a rousing atmosphere from the somber tone as the cultivators of the time immemorial sect were filled with confidence towards their journey. They had a powerful being like the Grand Elder leading them, not to mention Elder Dan in front of them who filled them with strength. With their power, time immemorial sect will come out of the dangers of this tomb as the soul winners. Chapter 228. Different parties gather. In a particular location in the world of cultivation, a pulsating dark rift had appeared in the sky. The rift looked like a tear in space as it let out wild energies, seemingly trying to form into something the more it stabilized in space. One could distinctly catch a glimpse of a completely different environment if they were to peer through this pulsating rift, an environment that made many of the nearby individuals monitoring the rift let out bated breaths. In the barely stabilized rift gate that led to a treasure abode, they could already feel the tremendous coagulation of essence leaking out, as well as observe glistening medicinal herbs and rare materials, and this was just the immediate inside of this rift in space. One of the watchers hiding themselves in the distance as to not be observed by others was another elder of time immemorial sect. He continued to send updates every few seconds as he felt the auras of more and more individuals arrive in the immediate surroundings. In addition to a few familiar auras from the nearby sects, other worlders have also begun to appear. Make haste, his voice was filled with hurry as it traveled from the soul jade medallion he held onto a receiver that was on the unique movement item, the corporeal cloud named Cloud Chaser, where the Grand Elder of time immemorial sect was bringing along many powerhouses for this venture into the tomb of a void firmament cultivator. The elder watching the rift continued to watch with bated breaths as the rift in the skies became wider and wider, the dangerous energy of space destabilization gradually settling down and making the beings in the surroundings even more excited, not too far away from the elder of the time immemorial sect. Beings from another world were also keeping watch on the continuing folding and expanding of space in the skies. It was the cruel magi from the Magus world, each of them pulsing with immense power as runic circles continued to circle their bodies ceaselessly, continuing to protect and strengthen them at all times. Leading this group of magi was a being that was known by the title of the Black Serpent, a powerful magus that was successful in transplanting the bloodlines of a deadly serpent and gaining its strength. His body let out wild levels of power that were similar to the Grand Elder Amos, power of the realm of a saint. Around him were many other magi covered in runic circles or holding forms similar to the powerful bloodlines they transplanted on themselves as they stood behind him. Their power obviously a level lower. The voice of Black Serpent rang out in each of their ears covertly as they watched the continued expansion of the rift in the skies. The information we've gathered suggests a large number of cultivators will be entering this dangerous realm in order to obtain the cultivation techniques and treasures of some cultivator from hundreds of years ago. We do not care about any treasures in this realm, only the fact that it is extremely dangerous, and many cultivators will be falling in this place. A chilling smile wrapped around Black Serpent's face as he voiced out the words slowly. Our targets are the cultivators, we have to collect as many bodies as possible. Horrendous words came out of his mouth as the temperature surrounding them chilled. While they are running around greedily looking for treasures, follow them closely. We are on a hunt. If you find a cultivator straggling or moving alone, that is your target. Attack fast and swiftly, and do not leave behind any traces. Maddening words came out of the mouth of the powerful magus as the beings surrounding him nodded with glistening eyes. While many more set their sights on the wondrous treasures and techniques they would be able to obtain in the treasure abode of the devilish Time Unveiler, the beings from the Magus world were moving with completely different goals. Time continued to pass as beings of different origins continued to gather around the pulsating rift. At one point, two individuals appeared silently in the skies as they didn't even bother hiding their aura. It was a robust young man with dark hair that was filled with streaks of blue. He held a calm and confident expression as beside him stood a golden-armored individual with dark blank eyes. The rank 3 Celestial assigned a mission of obtaining a cursed item had appeared. He watched the stabilizing of the rift in front of him curiously as more and more auras gathered around the area. The region surrounding Rainbow Spirit Mountain was filled with a great many sects, with the majority of them being slightly lower in power than the Time Immemorial sect. There are only a few major sects in their surrounding areas of influence that were also aiming for the techniques of the devilish Time Unveiler when the risks of the extremely dangerous realm were considered. Crack, a loud sound like that of the sky tearing apart rang out as the rift in the sky became even wider, many beings now clearly seeing the wondrous land visible inside. Just a cursory look made many people start coming forward as they prepared to rush in at the moment the rift stabilized. WAA, at this moment, a droning sound rang out as a corporeal cloud appeared on the horizon, getting closer and closer to the position of the rift as they neared within a few seconds. The cloud chaser that the main group from the Time Immemorial sect was riding on had arrived on the scene. A powerful aura of a saint erupted out as the beings from Time Immemorial sect made their intentions clear. The show of strength made the rank 3 Celestial turn to look towards this new group that arrived with such vigor as the violet-colored robes of multiple elders and Grand Elder Amos disembarked the moment the movement-type treasure appeared in the sky. The elders also turned to look at the two calm individuals that floated openly in the skies of this dangerous location with no worry as they didn't even bother to put them in their eyes. It was only a glance, but they were able to observe each other. The rank 3 Celestial observed what he considered to be a simple group of cultivators that meant less than nothing in his eyes. From the group of the Time Immemorial sect cultivators, a particular Elder Dan who was the disguised Noah also passed his eyes over the two figures of Celestial accompanied by the armored Punisher. Neither of them knew each other, and each had their own histories. At this moment in time, their gazes briefly collided, and that was it. Neither of them knew that when the time came where they would actually clash, it would be the start of a tremendous sequence of events that will leave a mark in history. Chapter 229 Devilish Abode. The treasure abode of the devilish Time Unveiler had been found. This news made its way across to the sects near Rainbow Spirit Mountain as even more forces began to rush towards this mystical and yet dangerous realm in order to test their luck to obtain extravagant treasures, near the gradually stabilizing rift which led the way into the treasure abode. A group of powerful cultivators from the Time Immemorial sect were blatantly standing close and waiting for the stabilization of the doorway. Grand Elder Amos was watching the situation closely as he used his immense power to sense the surrounding space. Someone of his level could expand his senses wide and observe the minuscule changes at a depth unknown to most beings. His eyes flashed as he sent a message to the elders and legacy disciples surrounding him. Having discovered that the time was ripe, it is stable, let's go. This command propelled a burst of essence from the group of cultivators from Time Immemorial sect as they became streaks of violet and white lights, faithfully listening to their Grand Elder as they rushed into the rift in space. The other beings watching from the surroundings were shocked as they still felt that the rift wasn't fully stable yet, but this singular movement propelled even more rapid movements from the nearby cultivators and beings of other worlds, their target being the glistening world they could already see from the ever-so-expanding rift. WAP, the group from time immemorial sect passed through the rift with ease, not a single problem occurring. This caused those who were still hesitant to start a mad dash as every single being in the surroundings pulled in towards the entrance of the devilish abode. Noah, who was currently disguised as Elder Dan, felt a tremendous pressure descend the moment the group he was with passed through the wide rift in space and into the realm inside. The pressure felt like something undeniable as their entire group barreled towards the ground at the heavy pressure descending down, boom, 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 like meteors hitting the earth. The elders and legacy disciples of the time immemorial sect crashed into the ground without a say from the overwhelming pressure. The only one able to slow down his descent with a shout full of vigor was the Grand Elder that was letting out powerful waves of power at the level of a saint. To the dismay of the cultivators, they found this all-encompassing pressure not letting up as they used their abundant essence to form a thin energy shield around themselves, easing the strain they felt as they could finally move again. One thing was clear though, it would be extremely hard for any of them to fly or move easily in this realm. The level of danger is higher than we anticipated for the gravitational force to be at this level. I didn't think that wretched devilish time unveiler was also proficient in the law of space. Grand Elder Amos spat out the words as milky white energy surrounded him, his body still slightly hovering in the air while everybody else could barely raise themselves up from the ground as they used more and more of their essence to adapt to the heavy environment. Moving fast will be the key. This realm will continue to drain your energy the more you stay as you have to resist this heavy gravitational pressure as you move. Let's go. The atmosphere was somber and felt heavy, but the hearts of the cultivators were jumping from excitement because even with the rough conditions they found themselves in just after entering the treasure abode, every area that their eyes could see was filled with resplendently glowing medicinal herbs and fruits. Even though Grand Elder Amos was giving a warning, his face was wrapped up in a smile as he used the boisterous milky white energy surrounding him to move towards the abundant treasures in front of them. Noah and the rest weren't far behind as they spread out and began placing the many medicinal herbs that let out elegant aromas filled with abundant essence into their bags of holding. The group from time immemorial sect were not alone though, as soon after the smashing of bodies into the ground could be heard from the newly entering cultivators and otherworlders, the gravitational pull affecting them just as much as the powerful elders standing at transcendent realm, with those holding lower cultivation levels being affected to the point where they could barely move a step. That's the ephemeral silver grass. The fruit of ice and flames. Boisterous laughs and gleeful calls could be heard from all around as more and more people entered and set their sights on the abundant medicinal herbs in front of them that seemed to be swaying and waiting for them to take. The ones struggling on the ground and barely being able to move towards the treasures in front of their eyes were shocked to find two beings floating with ease in the air. This was especially out of place as besides the powerful Saint Realm Grand Elder of time immemorial sect, there was nobody else that was able to float in the air the moment they entered this realm. They would find the energy in their bodies quickly wrung dry the moment they tried to fight the pressure and rise in the air. But now there were two other competitors in this treasure abode that could move just as easily as the Saint Realm cultivator they could see ahead. One was the being wearing golden armor, who was only given the command to escort the Celestial with him on his mission. Those watching were able to understand and accept watching this being float in the air as he let out a similar milky white energy that the Saint Realm Grand Elder of time immemorial sect was giving off, but the one he seemed to be protecting was the one that puzzled them all. The waves of power he let out only showed he was at the peak of transcendent realm, and yet he was able to float in the air with ease the same as the few saint individuals that had entered this realm. The individual didn't seem to be using any tools, but his body let off a mysterious power that seemed to oppose the heavy gravity pulling him down and making it seem like nothing. Many were shocked as they wondered just who were these powerful competitors that had entered into this dangerous treasure abode. Chapter 230 Devilish Abode 2. As others were fighting with all of their strength to move rapidly on the ground towards the glistening medicinal herbs and fruits all around, the group from time immemorial sect continued to move forward unhindered as they collected the medicinal herbs around them while continuing further into the treasure abode. Noah felt the changes around him as he continued to move with ease, surprised initially at the heavy pressure that smashed him into the ground, but his strong body that was strengthened and even held the title of a golden sea body from the modification in the lost world regained its movements soon after. He had to use energy to resist the pressure after that, finding that even though a significant amount of energy was required to move or fly, it wasn't something that was an issue to him. He tested it by lifting off the ground briefly, finding the ease of it even with the increased energy expenditure before he came down again and put on a show as he panted with large breaths. "Don't tire yourself out early, Elder Dan. We'll depend on you to get the most important treasures of this abode," the legacy disciples following behind him called out as they continued to move further in, making the Elder Dan in front of them give a nod as he bore the face of responsibility for his sect members. Noah hid his calm smile as he collected more and more of the resplendent medicinal herbs while their group continued advancing, taking the lead amongst many of those entering the treasure abode of the devilish time unveiler. The area in front of them was gradually becoming elevated. It formed into a huge mountain that only increased in size the closer they came. Hazy clouds surrounded the top of the mountain as one could see many holes and snaking paths that led inside the mountain as they neared. Their eyes glistened with greed as this new environment showed, using their energies to move even faster as they wanted to penetrate into the large mountain and search for the tremendous treasures within. The area within the treasure abode seemed to be constantly changing, with the burrows leading into the glistening mountain ahead of them appearing and disappearing every few seconds. This showed that there were many paths for them to take, and nobody knew where they would arrive after they entered through the appearing and disappearing holes on the mountain. Grand Elder Amos thought briefly as they continued to move forward, his strong voice ringing out after, "Little Dan, take a few other elders and legacy disciples with you while I go with the other half. We can cover more ground this way even though the level of danger increases." His voice was firm, but nobody denied it as they understood this was the best way to increase their chances to get the actually important treasures. "Yes, Grand Elder. I'll try my best to make sure no harm befalls our sect members," Noah gave back a determined reply as a few of the legacy disciples and elders grouped around him. Determined gazes covered all of their faces as they began to move, with only a single last command being given from the Grand Elder: "Don't die." The sect members of Time Immemorial sect split up left and right as they eyed the many appearing and disappearing paths into the mountain. Before they were completely separated from each other, Noah heard one last message from the Grand Elder that only he could hear: "If you ever come across a regal purple dagger inlaid with streaks of gold, make it your ultimate goal to obtain it. As that is the most important treasure in this tomb." Noah's eyes flashed as he heard this message and nodded his head towards the disappearing figures of the Grand Elder and others, his heart beating faster as the dagger that was just described was his own target for the venture, the other part of the treasure that he collected when he stepped foot into the world of cultivation. The treasure that was still charging in the time-space of his spiritual land. "Stay close," he voiced out to the members of Time Immemorial sect following him as they entered one of the burrows on the mountain, and their figures were quickly teleported elsewhere. The moment they passed through the darkness of the pathway, they found themselves in a completely new area that was filled with stifling heat. They were standing in an isolated small area that was surrounded by fuming lava all around them, with footholds placed at a distance one could only reach by jumping. The situation made the group from Time Immemorial sect turn grim as they looked ahead to where the small elevated footholds led towards. At the highest point of the cavern they were in floated a profoundly glowing purple book that read with the shining words, "Aurelus 9 Swords Style." The eyes of the cultivators opened in shock, as even Noah stared with widened eyes at the appearance of this technique in the first area of the mountain they arrived in. This is the ultimate technique that was lost hundreds of years ago, the one that the devilish time unveiler used to kill his enemies before they could even react. The Aurelus 9 Swords Style. One legacy disciple couldn't help but scream as they stared at the enticingly floating book, but they couldn't help but have their moods turn sour the moment they saw the momentous tasks ahead of them. The area around them was filled with blistering hot lava that was not normal in any way, showing them that they would not be able to protect themselves for long with their energy before they were burned to a crisp if they fell down into it. A particular elder that held a long sword on his back looked at this matchless technique with reverence as his face hardened and he looked at the next foothold that made a path towards the glowing treasure in the distance. He steeled his heart as he wrapped himself up in his tremendous energy and jumped. "Elder Broadsword." Shocked yells came out as the elder went for the treasure without hesitation. His body glided through the air as he used more and more energy to keep himself afloat with the tremendous gravitational pull still trying to smash him into the ground as he barely made it to the next foothold by reaching out with his hands. He was panting as he hoisted himself up and looked towards the bubbling ground in fear before turning back to Noah and the others. "My life has only been with the sword. With this technique in my sight, I have to try my best to get close in order to become an ultimate swordsman. Don't worry. I won't lose my life so easily." Elder Broadsword gave a confident smile to his worried sect members as he breathed out and recovered some energy before he looked forward to the next foothold that was a further distance away than the first one, and even higher. the legacy disciples and other elders with Noah watched in suspense as Elder Broadsword readied himself for the next foothold leading towards the ultimate sword technique. And then he jumped, his energy burst through the air as he resisted the gravitational pull and flew forward to the next foothold. His face held an ecstatic smile as he neared, finding himself much closer to the glistening floating book that was only another 2 footholds away. His hand reached out once more to clutch onto the foothold as his body fought to stay afloat, but he found his fingers only hitting air. Surprise and shock erupted in him as he imperceptibly noticed the foothold he was about to grab onto had actually moved forward enough to slip by his fingers. None of the other cultivators from the time immemorial sect were able to see this as they were watching from a distance, and all they were able to see was Elder Broadsword about to reach the next foothold, but he slipped right before he could hang on, and his figure began tumbling down towards the bubbling ground that pulsed with gaseous heat. Elder Broadsword, Elder! Shocked screams rang out as the legacy disciples and remaining elders watched in shock. Plop! The figure of Elder Broadsword smashed into the flowing lava with tremendous force as a shout rang out from beneath, the elder obviously fighting for his life. They watched in horror as they saw his body actually rise from the bubbling lava as it became surrounded by hazy violet-colored energy, but only his head was able to pierce through the lava before the hazy energy became thinner until it was gone. His energy reserves were empty. The moment he couldn't protect himself from the descending gravitational pressure and the blazing hot lava surrounding him, his body began to redden and crack as it began to be destroyed at a high speed. The head that was able to come out briefly from beneath sunk back down even faster as rolls of flowing lava shot into every orifice of the powerful transcendental realm elder that could no longer protect himself. The elders and legacy disciples from time immemorial sect watched on in shock as the first casualty of the treasure abode of the devilish time unveiler occurred in front of them. Chapter 231 Elder Dan sacrifices himself. There was a sense of shock as the cultivators from time immemorial sect watched the powerful elder at transcendent realm got pulled down by the heavy gravitational pressure and drowned in extremely baleful lava as his energy ran out and he could no longer protect himself. Grief was in their hearts as they looked towards Elder Dan, who had a dark face. Noah ignored the looks as he morphed his face into that of great pain, speaking out in a hard tone. My power is only slightly higher than Elder Broadsword. It's going to be extremely hard for me to reach the end of these platforms towards this treasure, so we will move on and try our fortune in the next location. There was a stupendous treasure lying in front of them, but they couldn't grasp it. A great elder from their sect had also lost his life trying to get it, so they became extremely careful. They nodded unwillingly to the words of Elder Dan as they focused the power in their bodies to make short jumps towards the platforms on the same levels of elevation that led towards a dark door on the opposite side of the cavern they were in. These jumps were manageable as they weren't required to expend more energy to jump even higher towards the profoundly floating book at the highest point of the lava-filled cavern. The elders were not having any issues getting across with their levels in the transcendent realm. But some of the legacy disciples still in the profound realm, phantasmal rank, had to rest after every jump to recover their energies before going again for the next one. Soon enough, most of them were on the last platform that led the way towards the exit of the cavern as they awaited the remaining legacy disciples to perform the last jump and make their journey out the hellish cavern filled with lava. A particular legacy disciple with a fair face and green flowing hair gathered her wits and energy as she launched for the last jump when something horrendous occurred. The elders and the other legacy disciples watched with wide eyes as the platform they were on moved just slightly backwards. And this slight movement was enough for this legacy disciple to not make it across as her hands only met air. Senior sister, shock returned to their faces as they began watching the disciple use all her energy to stay afloat against the descending gravitational pressure, but her body began sinking rapidly, her strength not being enough to hold on. Noah's eyes glistened as he watched this occur, his skills improving the speed of his thoughts and perception working at high speeds as he let out a brave shout and jumped towards the falling legacy disciple. I won't let anyone else die on my watch. The members of the time immemorial sect watched the valiantly shining figure of Elder Dan rush towards the direction of the rapidly falling disciple, his body rushing down even faster as he used the force of heavy gravity and his own energy to move like a streak of light and catch the falling disciple right before she smashed into the lava. OMG, dense essence erupted out as he stopped his descent after catching the fair green-haired disciple and a Princess Carrie as he resisted the descending pressure and actually began rising higher. The elders and other legacy disciples watched on with teary and powerful eyes as they looked towards the valiant Elder Dan that was resisting with all his energy and actually rising through the air, something that even the powerful Elder Broadsword was not able to do. This is the Elder Dan of our time immemorial sect. Many held grand thoughts as they looked towards the valiant voice coming out of Elder Dan, who continued to rise up with the disciple in tow. They neared the platform where everyone was located when yet another change occurred, and the cultivators noticed the vibrant essence that was covering Elder Dan began to flicker. Worries overcame their hearts as they shouted forth, "You're almost there, Elder Dan." The shouts seemed to encourage their elder as he rose up faster and placed more energy towards his hands, using it to forcefully fling the disciple he was holding forwards into the outstretched hands of the sect members. It was at this moment, though, that they observed the vibrant essence on Elder Dan's body flicker and fade away. And his body began descending down. Elder Dan, mournful shouts rang out as another disciple tried to jump towards the descending Elder Dan without thinking before he was stopped by an elder. They couldn't believe what they were watching. The powerful elder they looked up to had actually used all of his energy to fly in the air that held horrid gravitational pressure and save a disciple, but he himself was about to fall into the scorching lava with his energy drained out. They looked down to see Elder Dan's descending face form into a sad smile as he shouted out, I'm glad my last actions were for the sect. Don't you worry about me, go forth and obtain as much treasure as you can out of this deadly abode. But be much more careful." A valiant hero's smile was plastered on his face as he continued to descend down with his body still flickering with diminished energy. Mournful cries were the only thing escaping the mouths of members of the time immemorial sect as they watched Elder Dan continue to be pushed down, until his legs began sinking into the lava and his smile was replaced with a grimace of pain. Through this pain, they still heard his last bold words, "Go forth, and promise me that nobody else will die needless deaths in this place. If fate wills it, I will meet everyone once more in this life or the next." Believe in time. Powerful last words came out as the entire body of Elder Dan sunk into the lava, never to be seen again. The mournful elders and disciples in the high platform above looked at this and sorry as they called out, in time. Below them, the valiant Elder Dan they were crying for used his extravagant and never-ending essence to protect himself again as he let out a calm smile in the surroundings bubbling with lava. His body was barely singed when he got in, and had already begun healing the moment he used his nearly endless energy to float in the blazing lava and stop the descent. He gazed through the bubbling lava as his eyes watched the mourning disciples, and then turned towards the floating purple book far in the highest elevated platform as he waited with a grand smile. Trying his best not to chuckle too much beneath the flowing river of lava, the cultivators from the time immemorial sect had finished their use the moment they helped him locate the devilish abode, and would only slow him down if he continued with them. He didn't have any reason to kill them, so he would let them go on their own as they faced the dangers of this treasure abode by themselves from here on out. The physique and musculature of Elder Dan soon began to fade away as he returned to his normal human form and waited patiently for the cultivators of the time immemorial sect to move on to the next location before he took the ultimate treasure floating in the air for himself. Chapter 232 An Ultimate Skill. Noah stayed at the bottom of the bubbling flow of lava as a constant release of essence protected his body on all sides. He was thinking of the recent events in this treasure abode, specifically the way that the cultivators from the time immemorial sect had faced their deaths. Noah had the unique skill, observant, active at all times, and thus he noticed the abnormalities where the footholds they were jumping to had actually moved in both instances. His mind worked fast as he re-evaluated the danger of this place that made it seem like it was designed to cause as much pain as possible for those going after the treasures. This was the abode of the devilish time unveiler, and it looked like he didn't plan on letting other beings walk off with his treasures for free even in death. Noah waited as he continued to spread his senses out until the cultivators of the time immemorial sect passed through the only doorway leading out of the mountainous lava-filled cavern they were in. His vibrant energy that came from the reserves of planets themselves rumbled as he used even more to supply to his skills, and his body began to lift through the air even with the heavy gravitational pressure that continued to come down. His speed still wasn't as fast as the Grand Elder Amos in the Saint Realm, but he was able to use his nonsensical amount of energy to keep all skills active and defend himself without worry as he ignored the footholds and simply continued rising in the air towards the floating technique at the peak. From his memories, this was one of the ultimate techniques known throughout the world of cultivation, one that the top hegemonies like the devilish time unveiler had the opportunity to learn in perfect over time. It was a skill unlike anything he had come across before. His body shone with a vibrant light as he neared the most elevated platform that even the elders at Transcendent Realm didn't have hopes of getting to before they used up all of their essence. In front of him floated the pulsating purple book that read, Aurelus Nine Swords Style. His heart beat slightly faster as he reached out, causing an eruption of gorgeous lights as a scene similar to when he received the technique of pill cultivation from Sect Master Inuit played out. Soon enough, he was able to see a new skill appearing in the stat panel, along with its wondrous descriptions that gave him a shock: Aurelus 9 sword style, an ultimate skill refined by a swordmaster in the world of cultivation. It was created with the purpose of turning the aura of the user into nothingness that could then be used to strike down all enemies. The first 3 sword styles require the user's aura to be at the transcendent realm in order to initiate. The next 3 sword styles require the user's aura to be at the saint realm in order to initiate. The last 3 sword styles require the user's aura to be at the void firmament realm in order to initiate. First sword blade edge, traversing the skies and arriving in a blink. The blade edge always draws the first blood. Second sword blade phantom, the user's aura forms into unseen swords that the enemy cannot see coming. A maximum of 100 blade phantoms can be cast at once. Third sword 9 colored blade form, the user begins connecting with the styles of the Aurelus 9 swords, their own body gaining the sharpness of the most powerful of weapons capable of cutting down one's enemies. Fourth, fifth, sixth, he looked stupendously as he obtained yet another ultimate skill, and this one was from the world of cultivation. It was created in such a unique way that he could only use the first 3 forms at this moment in time, as the skill could only be initiated by the aura of a being starting at transcendent rank. He was still considered someone at the phantasmal rank just a day ago, and his attributes had only just crossed over to the transcendent rank after using the cores and loot he obtained from taking down the transcendent realm Elder Dan. He felt a bubbling level of enthusiasm as it dawned on him that he would have killer skills to use the moment he moved on to the next rank. This was an ultimate skill. Noah's mind wandered to the other ultimate skills he held, as well as the ones he knew of still back in the demon world. They were the types of skills that could be used at any level he climbed to, and they held ever so increasing effectiveness. New ideas erupted in his mind as the remaining skills of the 7 deadly sins he hadn't really made plans for appeared in his mind. This would be something for later though, as he wanted to see just what other treasures this tomb of a void firmament cultivator held, as well as the dangers that seemed to be especially created in the different spaces of the treasure abode of the devilish time unveiler. Many beings were finding themselves facing death in a variety of means as the search for treasures began turning deadly. More and more casualties were amassing in all groups as they ignored their surroundings for the rush of treasures they continued to obtain. After the abundant amount of medicinal herbs spread around the tremendously large mountain of the devilish abode, the inside of it held even more spectacular things. A group of cultivators were able to obtain unique movement-type treasures in one of the caverns of the mountain. Another group obtained cultivation techniques at the Saint Realm, with others obtaining profound armament which could withstand the strikes of anything below Saint Realm. An abundance of treasures was dangling on their faces as even with the many casualties they continued to observe that many put in the back of their minds as they continued further and further into the doorways. Present at the end of each of the perilous caverns filled with different environments, in one particular cavern, a group of magi from the Magus world found themselves at the end of the rope. They had targeted a small group of cultivators and followed them through the same doorway a second after they entered, and mercilessly did what they planned to do: kill and obtain the bodies of the cultivators. There were many more of them, and the unsuspecting cultivators weren't able to save themselves after being surrounded. But this was when the problems began to occur. The environment they appeared in was a grassland that had pockets of unstable space constantly appear. One would only have a second of evading as they observed the formation of the unstable space when they had to move, or they would find their bodies crushed if they were caught in the vortex of shattering space. These unstable vortexes were not appearing too fast or frequently at first, but the moment they killed the cultivators and pocketed their bodies, it felt like the cavern they were in roared in anger, and the unstable vortexes began to appear even faster. They began dodging throughout the grassland in shock as they observed with horror that the only doorway that had been visible all this time actually faded away, and they could not find any other way out from this perilous cavern that had already taken the lives of 2 magi in their group. The leader of the Magus group, the Black Serpent, looked on coldly as many thoughts passed through his mind. He was not a thinker, but he knew one thing for sure: this was a trap. Something fishy was going on in this tomb of the devilish time unveiler, and it seemed like they were embroiled in the middle of it. He dodged yet another newly appearing vortex in a split second when his wide senses from the bloodline of the powerful Black Serpent felt yet another change in space, but this time it was the appearance of another being into the cavern they were in. A powerful dark-haired human holding a shining trident and vibrating with wild power appeared in the cavern that was closed on all sides and was full of dangers. Chapter 233: A stunning development. Noah found himself transported into a dangerous new location the moment he passed through the door leading out of the lava-filled cavern where he obtained the Aurelus 9 swords. he prepared himself in advance as he realized the level of danger had increased. Equipping the trident of the sea and using his sensing skills like observant to feel out every minute changes in the atmosphere. He wanted to be ready to erupt with his skills at any moment he needed to. The new area he arrived in was filled with expanding pockets of unstable space that appeared and disappeared randomly. Beings he had observed only from afar were the ones struggling in this cavern, the Magi from the Magus world. His attention focused on the particularly powerful-looking Magus that held a distinct phantom of a black serpent swirling around him as he moved around to dodge the fast-appearing and disappearing unstable vortices. Noah himself had been moving back and forth as he used observant to sense the minute changes and move away from the position where the vortexes would appear before they consumed him. His gaze hardened as he found no doorway leading out of this particular cavern, and focused on a way to stop the destabilizing of space as he collected his essence and used an ability of the Trident of the Sea, Spatial Lock, ONG. Vibrations spread out with Noah at the center point as the trembling of space and the constantly appearing and disappearing vortexes came to a stop, giving the Magi a breather as they looked towards Noah carefully. Their sight only lingered on him for a moment before they seemed to have ascertained something as their faces became friendly. The most powerful one that was letting out powerful waves similar to the Grand Elder Amos of the time immemorial sect nodded towards Noah with a smile. "Thank you, friend. I was unsure of how to break out of this predicament in one piece, but you held the treasure to perfectly counteract against it. May I know the identity of the one I'm extending my goodwill to?" Noah observed the empty grassland cavern that reverted to peace as he spoke with a light smile towards the powerful Magus a level above him. "I go by Noah. It seems like this abode of opportunity is actually filled with even more dangers." A vicious light imperceptibly passed by Black Serpent's eyes as he heard these words and laughed. "Haha, yes, I'm Afra-ONG. Any words were cut short as the cavern they were in trembled heavily, at the corner of it appearing a gateway similar to the ones that were in every cavern. A doorway finally appeared the moment the perilous situation was resolved by Noah, and the beings in the cavern looked at each other carefully as they chose how to proceed. Noah's thoughts were moving rapidly as he had his focus placed on spatial movement, to cast it at any time something drastic happened. He thought of the counterpart of the treasure that had finished charging in his spiritual land as he affirmed to himself to get his hands on it. The sheath of the spectacular weapon was now shining a vibrant purple light in Noah's bag of holding as he went on to hide it on his body that was filled with specialized hiding skills. Their treasure that many of the top powers in this treasure abode were aiming for was something so spectacular that even he chose early on to brave the dangers of this realm where even beings at the level above his would have some trouble. But, even with all of this, he would still run the moment the danger became grave. Yet another gateway for us to go into that will either lead to amazing treasures or perilous dangers. The strong voice of the Magus surrounded by the phantom of a black serpent rang out as some of his people already began going towards the recently appearing doorway to get out of this cavern before the spatial lock that Noah had set up lost its effectiveness. They would rather test their luck in a new location than remain here where many of them had already died. Noah also prepared himself as he watched the figures of disappearing Magi when the most powerful one turned around once more before he also went through the doorway. "I wish you the best, my friend." His eyes twinkled with wild power as he passed through the doorway and disappeared. Noah observed the now empty surroundings as the essence in his body rumbled. He would cast his skills in advance to prepare for whatever was waiting through that door. His goal was the insane treasure he had only caught glimpses of from reading the memories of the counterpart that was passed down among the servant family tracing back to the beginning of time immemorial sect until it had fallen in his hands. It was this same treasure that Grand Elder Amos had whispered for him to keep a lookout for before they separated. This was Noah's only goal, and he would leave this treasure abode the moment he got his hands on it. ONG, essence erupted out as he cast the calamitous Leviathan, his body exploding to become the deadly nine-headed dragon that let out wild waves of power. The extremely large body reduced in size as it turned into a streak of light that went towards the pulsating doorway. For a second, there was only darkness, and then he found himself in another location. This one was extremely wide and large, and it was filled with many auras of individuals. Noah spread out his senses to find the vibrant aura of Grand Elder Amos shining with a milky white as his eyes gazed in front of them. There was a spectacular temple in the middle of the huge cavern they were in, and this temple was surrounded by many beings fighting for their lives. Bodies could be seen on the ground as blood was freely flowing. The group with Grand Elder Amos had reduced significantly, and Noah couldn't even find the elders and legacy disciples he had left early on. Besides the Grand Elder, there was another being standing on the same level as him, a man with shining black and blue hair that was accompanied by a guard that did not make any moves. but showed the power of a saint similar to the Grand Elder. There were even more bodies surrounding this figure as he fought his way towards the temple valiantly. Any being that dared to climb towards the temple would be facing the power of this figure, or the Saint Realm Grand Elder, besides them. The group of magi that had recently appeared were also making their way towards the temple with shining eyes. There was only a single thing that had caused so much death and casualties, with people still ignoring everything as they tried to reach what they could see. At the top of the temple that everyone was ascending, a black coffin was stably laid. At the top of this black coffin was the one item making everyone lose their minds. It was a small dagger that was slowly rotating in the air, releasing purple and gold lights. It wasn't that huge, but everyone in this cavern knew what it was. An ultimate weapon, a weapon that had been with the devilish time unveiler since the very beginning. Something that many of them did not even understand what its power was. All they knew was that they would hold tremendous power with this item in their hands. Noah felt his heart beat faster as he laid his many eyes on the rotating dagger that belonged to the sheath he held with him. This was the treasure he had seen in his memories, the one thing he came into this realm to obtain. He gazed towards the powerful figures fighting for the treasure in this space as the road in front of him looked arduous. On one side was the radiant Saint Realm Grand Elder of the time immemorial sect that knew exactly how tremendous this treasure was. Another side held the mysterious figure that was accompanied by an armored being holding no less power than a saint. With he himself letting out a transcendent aura but still seeming overly powerful at that level. The last side was the Magus that had just entered, the phantom form of the black serpent around him becoming more and more physical as it seemed like he would turn into the terrible beast himself soon. There were many contenders and enemies on all sides, so how would he go about getting his hands on this spectacular item? Chapter 234, a three-way battle. Grand Elder Amos was observing the unruly wretched targeting the precious treasure that was meant for only the people of time immemorial. Sect as his power rumbled out, "None of you can have it, ONG." His thoughts moved rapidly as he sent attacks towards any cultivators that neared the temple and tried to ascend it. But even more of his attention was spread to the confident otherworlder who brought with him a Saint Realm Guard. Grand Elder Amos was wondering just which person with status would be able to do something like this, but he could have never guessed that this being was a Celestial on a simple mission to obtain the same treasure he wanted to get his hands on. The Celestial breathed out calmly as the area around the temple became less rowdy, the ones around finally realizing they would only face death if they fought with those trying to lay claim to this treasure. He gazed towards the Grand Elder, as well as the group from the Magus world which held a powerful being now carrying a physical form of a humongous black serpent. These were his opponents that stood between him and his mission, thus they had to die. ONG, essence rumbled as his transcendent rank energy erupted out, and the Celestial closed his eyes. A second passed when a spectacular sight occurred, and a golden eye appeared at the center of his forehead. This golden eye shone in resplendent light as it released a heavy pressure that seemed to be in no way less powerful than the Saint Realm Grand Elder Amos or the powerful bloodline warlock, Black Serpent. This was the third eye that could only be cultivated by those who were proficient in the law of fate. One of the supreme laws that very few beings could get their hands on, yet this rank 3 celestial disciple had already cultivated it to the extent that he could bring out the eye of fate. Those facing this eye could do nothing but tremble beneath its power. The Celestial that very few knew by the name of Drax opened his third eye as he boldly made the first attack against the two Saint Realm contenders. The Punisher by his side stood back, as this trial was only for him to pass. Only if he was about to face imminent death would the Punisher move to save him. Grand Elder Amos shook off the surprise of this transcendent realm being actually matching his power as he erupted out, sending attacks towards both him and the rushing Black Serpent. The ebb of time flows and flutters, yet a cinch prison stalls in the river of time. Simmer in the sea of turbidity, reflect the embers of age, and extinguish all hopes of victory. The third stage of the top-ranked violet immemorial technique, Cage of Time, was cast. ONG, a sound as if a trumpet was being overblown rang out, and the atmosphere darkened as two cages of darkness appeared out of nowhere and rushed towards their respective targets. The figure of the tremendous black serpent that was the vicious Magus kept his eyes on the sweetly rotating dagger atop the temple as its large body expanded even more. A sonorous voice ringing out from him, "Descend, serpent ancestor." Runic circles erupted out all over the huge body of the black serpent as essence of ridiculous proportions erupted out, his large body of a snake gaining features of a dragon that let out beams of red lights towards the descending attacks from the Grand Elder of Time Immemorial sect and the Celestial. Drax, boom, terrible waves of power spread out at the point of contact as anyone near was blown back. and a battle of crazy levels of power began. While this fight was occurring, something that nobody had caught was occurring in the dark. If one were to be paying close enough attention, they would notice the overflowing levels of blood that was caused by the deaths of many beings surrounding the temple begin to be absorbed on the ground as they disappeared to unknown locations. Something even more minuscule to notice was the vibrant life force of those already dead on the ground being slowly drained as they turned into even worse-looking lifeless husks over time. But the beings around the area were not paying attention to this. Their attention was on the horrendous fight that blew out waves of power that would hurt them if they were near, as well as the stupendous rotating treasure that they knew they could not get their hands on. Another thing that nobody had noticed was the miniaturized figure of a 9-headed dragon, the calamitous Leviathan, that was slowly making his way towards the top of the temple with all hiding and covert skills active as extreme care was being given not to be noticed by the powerful experts battling around the surroundings of the temple. In order to not let out any traces of energy as he slowly climbed up, Noah stopped the activation of the unique skill, Observant, that would have spread his awareness out all around, as those with power at Saint Realm would notice it, but this meant that even he was not aware of the change of draining blood and life that was occurring all around as everybody kept their attention on either the treasure or the ongoing fight. Beneath the temple that powerful figures were fighting on ran runic red lines that pulsed with fearsome life force. The runic lines were spread throughout the temple located in this cavern, as well as spreading out even further to other caverns of the mountain located in the treasure abode. All of these runic lines were hiddenly converging in this temple as they flowed upwards like veins towards the very top of the temple where a black coffin silently lay. Above this black coffin was the slowly rotating purple and gold dagger that caused the powerful beings currently fighting to enter this treasure abode of the devilish time on Valor. They had a goal, but something else obviously had a goal of its own. Chapter 235 Surprise. Waves of power spread out as three figures valiantly fought with one another with complete disregard for all those around them. Drax, the celestial disciple on a mission, was holding his own against two saint-ranked individuals with power at the transcendent level, the cause being the usage of the law of fate that was at an extremely high level. The third eye piercing from the center of his head arrogantly looked down on any being at target as it released waves of power that crushed all the attacks directed towards it. This type of power was one that could be considered to only come from the most exceptional geniuses as they were able to skip levels and fight with equal footing with those above them. But the Celestial took this to a whole new level as he dominated the fight against the two saint-ranked individuals. While this fight was going on, Noah was slowly edging higher and higher on the temple towards the rotating purple and gold dagger as its gorgeous light could already be reflected in his eyes. He kept his emotions in check as a single release of aura would alert the powerful experts currently fighting, and he didn't know whether he would be fast enough to act the moment they found him. His miniaturized figure continued to move up slowly as the treasure became only a few meters away from him, his excitement reaching higher levels as he got the counterpart of the weapon hidden deep inside his body to use the instant he got his hands on the resplendent dagger. The three key figures fighting in the distance had no idea that another being was so close to getting the treasure they were fighting for as they continued to throw out powerful attacks. Noah inched ever closer towards the black coffin that had the treasure slowly flowing on top of it, and he was just within an arm's reach when a change occurred in the atmosphere. OMG, now, that would be no fun at all. Powerful waves of power spread out from the center of the temple as a black aura began to leak out of the coffin. Those fighting around the temple and other beings watching from a distance in the cavern all looked up in shock towards the centermost point of the temple where a coffin lay. They found to their disbelief that the lid of the coffin had slowly lifted itself off. Shock. Horror. The possible reality of what could be playing out next was understood by some much faster than others, with Noah and the Celestial being the first beings to instantly activate their spatial skills to immediately leave the location. The Celestial actually chose to abandon his mission and accept failure, while Noah chose to abandon the treasure he knew of the tremendously powerful uses for the instant this change occurred. The instant they realized the being that should have been dead in this tomb, the being that should be peacefully lying on the coffin atop the temple where his most powerful weapon remained, might actually not be dead after all. They activated their spatial skills only a second later, but that second was already too long. To their dismay, their spatial skills did not work. With my achievements in the law of space, do any of you think you will be making it out of this tomb? The guttural voice that had rang out a second ago was heard once again as everyone's fears were realized. Noah's heart beat faster as a dangerous premonition arose while the Celestial was soon standing behind the Punisher given to protect him. Grand Elder Amos had a crazed look in his eyes as he observed the slowly moving lid of the coffin with the abundant dark light leaking out of it, as well as the guttural voice that was ringing on every corner of the cavern they were in. Black Serpent held a tinge of fear in his eyes as even otherworlders knew of the famous being they were now coming to face with. None of them were scared to enter this dangerous treasure abode because they knew even with any dangers it could pose, the one who created it had long been dead for hundreds of years, and only his belongings would be there for the taking. But to their surprise, the being that was feared in the world of cultivation and even had his legend known across the surrounding worlds, was actually not dead. Fear crept up in their hearts as the aura coming out of the coffin became stronger and stronger. Until a lone decrepit skeletal head with degraded muscles slowly rose from it. Eyes that were filled with darkness immediately turned down the coffin towards the position of the miniaturized Noah as they glinted with a dark light. "Well, hello, little rat, Pop." The words were accompanied by a dark blast of power that erupted out and smashed into Noah, reducing his hiding skills to nothing as his form of a nine-headed dragon was thrown backwards like a ragdoll, smashing onto the ground and leaving a crater not befitting the miniaturized size. Excruciating pain rang out from all over his body as he found lacerations and broken bones all around. His immense mana moving as restorative skills were quickly used to mend up the damage while his miniaturized figure became larger in size. Others didn't even put into account that his appearance was extremely close to obtaining the treasure, and all their attention was placed on the terrible figure that had fully risen from the coffin. Atrophied muscles hugged decrepit bones as the figure that looked to be more like a skeleton stood powerfully, letting out waves that seemed to be at the Saint realm, but also quickly ascending above to another realm before they settled down again a second after. A cruel smile appeared on the skeleton as it looked around the cavern where many cultivators and otherworlders were looking forward in shock as it actually licked its decayed teeth with a cracked thin tongue, looking at the beings around it with a level of disregard never before seen. Its crackling voice rang out sonorously once again. "Well, hello." Chapter 236 Fear. A moment comes in one's life where they realize that events would sometimes unfold in the worst possible ways, and they had no way to overcome them. They would feel a sense of helplessness as they shook their heads depreciatingly, wondering why their luck was always this bad. They would feel chains wrapping around them as they were dragged further and further down, continuing to sink until only darkness remained for them. The many beings in the centermost cavern of the treasure abode where the devilish time unveiler lay were just beginning to feel this familiar feeling. They physically began to feel space constricting around them first as the being rising from the black coffin used some inexplicable technique to restrict any and all spatial movements. They then emotionally began to feel this same feeling as they began to understand just who the deformed skeleton with atrophied muscles was. "I thought I would catch many more fish in my net with how widely I spread the news, crack." The decrepit skeleton was nonchalantly talking as it stretched in bones that had not been moved in hundreds of years, the blackened muscle covering it slowly pulsing as it was seemingly being filled with more and more energy with time. None of the individuals in the cavern replied at the words of the skeleton, because all the beings that chose to come into this treasure abode knew the one that should have been buried dead and long gone in history. They knew the history of the being that should be dead, the being that was now actually standing in front of them. They knew of the cruelty of the devilish time unveiler. Somehow, inexplicably, the being that should have been dead hundreds of years ago had just risen from his grave. The cultivators, magi, and other beings in the wide cavern at the center of the treasure abode did not reply to the nonchalant voice because they knew words meant less than nothing to this being. His name was achieved after years of strength and terror that caused everyone to know him by the title of the devilish time unveiler. A cunning old cultivator who had the best schemes and plans, his power made even worse because he was adept in the law of space and the law of time. Many of those that were not knowledgeable didn't know this, but the devilish time unveiler was studying one of the ultimate laws, the law of space-time. He schemed against his enemies days and months in advance, appearing before them even when they had not begun to think of going against him. Many of his enemies would die without even knowing why, with the last words they hear always being, "You should not have planned to act against me." Those entering this treasure abode knew the history of the being in front of them full well, and they realized they had just been caught in a scheme by one of the most powerful cultivators in the world of cultivation. An old devil that should have been long dead, but had actually been scheming all this time, and they had fallen for it. Some were already trembling as they felt their legs weakening, their bodies losing strength as they knew one resounding truth about the devilish time unveiler: all of his schemes were successful. Those with more knowledge developed even stronger fear because they already knew it to be an impossibility to get out of the grasp of a master of the law of space and time. Some developed crazed looks as they were unwilling, a single being breaking the silence as they shouted maddeningly, I am the son of Sect Master Charlie of the Grand Dominion Sect. He's a peak Saint Realm cultivator who will give you whatever you want if you let me out. Ollie Dash. Pop, the using skeletal finger taped slightly in the air as an attack traveled through space and arrived at the position of the talking cultivator in less than a second, smashing into him and flinging him back as a mass of bleeding flesh. The origin and essence of the cultivator then quickly drained into the ground as pulsating veins could barely be made visible at this moment in time. These pulsating veins on the ground all led towards the temple, converging on the black coffin where a decrepit skeleton continued to stand on. The atrophied muscles on his body became just a few millimeters bigger after the death of this cultivator and the absorption of their origin. I'll have to apologize to all of you today. But I am just too ravenous, and I have been stuck in here for too long. The voice rang out nonchalantly again as the raised skeletal hand did not go back down, but stayed in the air as it continued to tap several times. Poppy. Powerful individuals that could be considered experts in the outside world were struck inexplicably by these attacks that traveled through space, and those with weak defenses found themselves exploding into bloody mass of gore instantly as their origin and essence was quickly absorbed, lines of arteries and veins beginning to prominently appear on the body of the skeleton as it killed more and more people. Grand Elder Amos and the Black Serpent let out maddening shouts as they used the tremendous strength in their bodies and started sending attacks towards the skeleton standing atop the black coffin. The celestial, Drax, opened the third eye on his forehead even wider as it began to bleed, letting out attacks of his own as he spoke clearly to all the beings remaining in the cavern. Focus all your attacks on him now, don't let him kill any more of us, or we will all die. The Punisher at the peak of rank 3 celestial, or Saint Realm, finally began moving as the life of the celestial he was commanded to protect was in great danger. A crackle of a laugh was the only thing heard resounding through the cavern as the schemer from hundreds of years ago moved his fingers yet again to meet the oncoming attacks. Chapter 237 Unwilling, a single bony finger streaked across the sky, a dark outline of the same shape forming in the air as it met the attacks of the cultivators and otherworlders. VOM essence rumbled as the attacks that were thrown were sucked into the surrounding space like nothing. A chuckle was escaping the newly risen devilish time unveiler as he prepared to kill even more when a brand new attack streaked across the sky. This attack was different, as the devilish time unveiler briefly felt the space become locked, and a beam of light surrounded by 10 blazing balls of fiery suns rushed towards him. The ebb of time flows and flutters, yet a single prison stalls in the river of time. Simmer in the sea of turbidity, reflect the embers of age, and extinguish all hopes of victory. Words that seemed to resonate with the surrounding essence were ringing out continuously as Grand Elder Amos looked back towards the origin of the voice in shock, watching a being using the secret techniques of the time immemorial sect with astounding proficiency as cages filled with swirling purple darkness descended down along with the flaming suns and a glimmering golden trident that could barely be made out. Noah threw out these attacks without reservation as he knew exactly what the other powerful beings in the cavern of this underground treasure abode knew. If this being in front of them continued to kill and absorb their origins, he would only grow stronger until they could not stand against him. One has to know, this being was a peak void firmament realm cultivator, an entire stage above the saint rank. They did not know what level of power he held now, but if Noah could withstand a single attack of the devilish time unveiler and still survive, they knew he wasn't at the peak of his power. Spatial lock was the first thing he used before he commanded his boundless mana to go into the many skills he held, using the most powerful transcendent skill, Cage of Time, along with many more of his skills as he rained down destruction unceasingly towards the aged skeleton. Boom, boom, boom. His attacks were not the only ones as Grand Elder Amos was shaken out of his stupor and continued to throw his own attacks, followed by the Black Serpent and the cold-faced celestial Drax. A burst of resounding laughter erupted out as a response to the extravagant attacks, the scene clearing as they observed the skeleton, which now held much more vibrant muscles, was stopping a golden trident with just a tip of his finger. The trident was vibrating rapidly as it shot out dangerous lights that just left streaks of white on the rapidly reforming muscles of the skeleton. Cultivators, otherworlders, and even a little disciple of the Celestials. You brought with you one of the modified elves, I see. Shocking words came out of the barely reformed mouth of the devilish time unveiler as he looked ravenously towards Drax and the Punisher surrounding him. The Celestial's face turned ugly at his identity being so blatantly released, but he held bigger problems as the finger of the skeleton aimed towards them. Your bodies should hold the most abundant energies. The whiff of the supreme law of fate as well. The devilish time unveiler seemed to be getting energized the more he focused his attention on them. A streak of light passing through the space as it struck the golden helmet of the Punisher squarely, throwing it off and revealing the sharp ears of an elven creature with golden flowing hair. This sight made his forming pupils shine with light as he licked his lips and tapped his fingers vigorously in the air multiple times once more. Elves hold extremely strong essence, you know? One of the high-tiered races, and you brought one to me as a gift. He dissolved the attacks others were throwing his way through unknown techniques under the use of the law of spacetime as he focused on the Celestial and Punisher that were struggling to hold on under his tremendous pressure of attacks. Cracks were forming on the golden armor of the Punisher as the Eye of Fate on the head of the Celestial continued to bleed profusely. Oh. They let out screams of battle as they were reinforced by Grand Elder Amos and the Black Serpent, as well as the figure of the nine-headed dragon, the calamitous Leviathan, who held a different look as he stared at the struggling Celestial. They had to reinforce him and make sure he and the modified elf weren't taken down, as they were one of the few powerful beings on their side. Noah felt a wave of thoughts as he encountered a Celestial for the first time, with those in his spiritual land feeling even stronger emotions as they let out their voices for Noah to let them out into the battlefield, but now was not the time. The focus currently was on surviving against this terrible schemer. Other things would come later. The beings in his spiritual land could feel the changes of the outside world, especially Barbados, and the calamities of the sea that held high levels of power. They had seen the incredibly dangerous predicament that Noah was in and had shouted for him to let them join the fight multiple times. But Noah denied them. The moment their phantasmal levels of power came to the outside world, they would quickly be used as fuel for the Devilish Time Unveiler. No spatial skills worked still. Whatever locked the Devilish Time Unveiler, who was proficient in the law of spacetime, had placed still strongly holding all of them in place. They defended against the many attacks thrown towards the Celestial, their impact leaving many of them injured, with Noah's body rapidly using up the origins of the beings he had devoured using the sin of gluttony to recover from the injuries. The moment the scene cleared as they prepared to face more attacks from the Devilish Time Unveiler, they were surprised to find that he wasn't even gazing at them. His attention turned towards the weaker cultivators and otherworlders still scrambling in the surroundings as his attacks were already flying towards them. Bloody explosions of gore occurred in the next few seconds as they saw the schemer take down almost every being beside them, their abundant origins quickly sinking into the ground as they traveled up the temple. Pearls of raucous laughter were the only thing ringing out as skin began to appear on the rapidly forming muscles on the body of the Devilish Time Unveiler. Chapter 238. Despair. He had made them group together to protect the Celestial so the strongest of them could preserve their power, but the Devilish Time Unveiler's actual targets were the much weaker beings surrounding the temple. Their bodies exploded into a mass of gore as they became fuel that sunk into the earth and was dragged along the pulsating lines towards the black coffin that the being who could not be considered a skeleton anymore stood on. Beside the black coffin, the ultimate treasure that they had entered this treasure abode for still rotated slowly in a gorgeous gold and purple hue. The Devilish Time Unveiler's confident laughter rang out as he turned his head back to stare at the five beings looking towards him with powerful gazes. The ones remaining in the cavern at the center of the mountain of the treasure abode were the Black Serpent, Grand Elder Amos, Noah, the Punisher, and the Celestial Drax. They saw the continuing of the absorption of origins along the pulsating lines going towards the temple as their figures moved rapidly in the air, the heavy pull of gravity being offset with their abundant use of essence as they went all out. "Get him off that coffin," Noah shouted out as their figures whizzed through the air, letting out colorful attacks towards the enemy that continued to grow stronger every minute. "Well, if you had moved faster or done something different just a minute ago, maybe you would have had a chance." A nonchalant sonorous voice rang out from the fully formed vocal cords of the Void Firmament cultivator as his body erupted out with waves of purple and black power, pushing all their attacks back and blowing their rushing figures away. An aura that was most definitely not of the Saint realm erupted out from the body of the being in front of them, its levels of power inching ever higher as the Celestial Drax and the others stopped the force throwing them back and retaliated with even more attacks as they could not stop, otherwise it would spell their death. But now, at this point in time, it is simply too late, as if to stay true to the words he was saying out. The gorgeous facial muscles forming on the face of the Devilish Time Unveiler let out a bright smile, his hands forming into a claw as it pulled in, foaming a powerful sucking force that dragged the large body of the bloodline Magus, the Black Serpent, towards him. The saint-ranked being found he could not evade the pulling force as his figure that was rushing toward the Devilish Time Unveiler rushed down even faster. He struggled meaninglessly as he saw the clawed hand of the terrible being nearing his chest. Splutch, an eerie sound erupted out as the clawed hand entered the wide chest of the Black Serpent, terror shooting up in its heart as it was now clasped in the hands of the Devilish Time Unveiler. "Disintegrate." A calm voice rang out as from the hand grasping the beating heart of the saint-ranked Black Serpent, a destructive void of space erupted out, and the moment it receded, it only left an empty void. Dead, the devilish time unveiler nonchalantly smiled as the large body of the black serpent fell towards the ground, where it was rapidly turning into a gray husk as a vibrant shade of red entered the pulsating lines leading into the black coffin he was standing on. Desperation covered the faces of the beings remaining, including Noah, who pulled out his spiritual treasure as they activated their powerful attacks. Together, they shouted out as the eye of fate on Drax bled even more. While letting out a blinding light, the Punisher moving as swirling rainbow-colored blades formed rapidly and struck down, and Grand Elder Amos threw down blackened cages of time towards the devilish time unveiler as they saw their situation getting bleaker and bleaker. Noah threw the spiritual land into the air as it rapidly expanded in size, using its feature of attack, offensive maneuvers. Falling meteor was cast as the moment the spiritual land reached the highest point in the area they were in. A converging essence that collected the entire weight of the floating landmass formed into needlepoint that was aimed towards the devilish time unveiler, its power causing an expression of surprise to appear on the freshly formed face. This was the first time that offensive maneuvers of the highest-ranked spiritual land, the unique treasure from the beast world, had ever been used. An isolated space treasure of this level? My oh my. A simple chuckle escaped the lips of the devilish time unveiler as he let out a deep breath. I guess I'll get serious for a bit. His power that had shot above the saint rank after absorbing the origins of so many powerful beings erupted out as he cast a simple spell. Black hole, rumble. The land they were in quaked and shattered as above the figure of the devilish time unveiler, a region of space with tremendously thick gravity that did not even allow light to force its way out. Formed. It was extremely minute and small, seemingly taking an immense amount of energy to form even a single black hole the size of a fingernail. But it was this attack that went to meet the converging essence of the weight of an entire floating landmass. Boom! Noah felt something inside him shatter as the moment the two attacks connected, an explosion of darkness erupted that blinded everyone in the cavern. The moment this darkness receded, Noah saw a tremendously wide crack forming from the bottom of the spiritual land as it continued to spread rapidly, snowy landmasses beginning to fly out as an even more horrid sight occurred next. The small black hole still active as it imploded into a supernova. Crack. Astounding levels of power spread out as the droning cry of something that was not alive and yet had a sense of consciousness was destroyed. The feeling of something breaking inside Noah became even greater as the sight that revealed itself was that of a floating landmass split into two pieces. Chapter 239, Despair 2, Two Pieces. A huge landmass had been broken into two separate pieces as it barely floated in the air. Chunks of snowy landmass were falling on the ground, along with the bloodied mess of bodies of thousands of beasts that were in the spiritual land who were nearest at the point of contact with the attack from the devilish time unveiler. Boom! The large body of a resplendent goldfish held jagged cuts and looked mangled as it fell down and smashed into the ground, its abundant life force soon being absorbed into the ground as the devilish time unveiler laughed raucously as if he had just gotten the best surprise. One of the calamities of the sea had been unlucky enough to be on the direct and closest path of the attack. His life being ended from the impact. You held so many life forces in this isolated space treasure? My oh my, he gazed at the thousands of falling bodies of beasts from the split landmass as his wide aura spread out to find the large bodies of the kraken and other calamities of the sea, as well as the emperor penguin and other spiritual land beasts who were standing alongside a grimacing Barbados. Fuckng hell little fish, why the fuck did you come here? Her usual voice erupted out as it held a tinge of something else in it that Noah had never heard from her before, but had seen it many more times from other beings. It was fear. His mind worked rapidly at high speeds to find a way out of this perilous situation as he stared at the spiritual land he was slowly losing connection with. It stood broken in the air with chunks of snowy land continuing to rapidly fall. Around Barbados, thousands of undead began to appear and surround the beasts and calamities of the sea as they prepared to face the terrible being much more powerful than them by many ranks, but they had no choice. Noah's rapidly thinking mind grasped at all the possibilities, and his gaze continued to return to the slowly rotating purple and gold dagger that was situated on the side of the black coffin that the devilish time unveiler was standing on. There was no further time to think as they began moving rapidly yet again, giving no more leeway for the terrible being in front of them to continue recovering. Noah sent a silent communication into the ears of Grand Elder Amos and the Celestial, who was surrounded by colorful shields cast by the Punisher protecting him. Make a pathway for the ultimate treasure. If we can have it in our grasp, we still have a chance to get out of this. His mind moved rapidly as an abundant amount of skills were cast, his power being boosted by the subset skills of the Sin of Pride, as he also used
pride manipulation, silently to see just how arrogant he could make
this void firmament cultivator before he made a mistake, but they would not be given any respite. The power bubbling from the devilish time unveiler only continued to get stronger as the blood of the many beasts and calamity of the sea from the shattered spiritual land only acted to increase his rate of recovery. His hands moving once again as they targeted the abundant beasts, his ravenous gaze landing on the kraken and other large calamities filled with essence. Boom! The attacks from Noah and the others arrived as the devilish time unveiler used one hand to manipulate the space behind him to absorb the attacks while using his other hand to pull forward as the space folded, and the bodies of the kraken and emperor penguin found themselves being pulled in rapidly. The emperor penguin let out a loud bellow as a gorgeous silver light erupted from it, its figure using all of its power to momentarily come to a halt against the pulling force of a void firmament cultivator multiple levels above it before its descent continued yet again. Noah's heart continued to sink as he looked at this, boundlessly pouring in all his mana into his skills as he disregarded everything. Don't let him kill anyone else, he yelled out to the others as Grand Elder Amos's body shone a brilliant white light, his figure turning into a streak of light as it stood between the devilish time unveiler and the bodies of the emperor penguin and kraken that were being pulled down. Numerous undead also began rushing down as Barbados moved her hand as if playing a symphony, the aura of death spreading out as the skeletons rushed towards the nearly fully fleshed out body of the devilish time unveiler. It's great that you all just continue to give me more and more gifts. The strong voice of the schemer erupted out as he became surrounded on all sides, his lips letting out simple words as he cast another skill, spatial rupture, RIP, a rip in space. Like a jagged line, it spread forward until it pierced right where the head of Grand Elder Amos was situated, the others watching in horror as his head split apart the next instant, brain matter flying out as the milky white light on his body dwindled and he began falling from the skies of the temple. Other jagged rips in space continued forward as one directly bisected the Punisher that had summoned hundreds of golden shields that were all torn through like paper. 2 Saint Realm individuals were killed just like that. Their abundant essence went on to be absorbed into the many pulsating lines of the temple as the black coffin beneath the feet of the devilish time unveiler glowed a resplendent black, even more power coursing through him as he laughed maniacally. This was the worst development that would spell death for all of them, so they moved even faster as the celestial Drax used both of his 2 hands to peel the skin on his forehead, revealing much more of the bulging eye of fate that was now pulsating gold and red as he called out, displacement of fate. VOM essence rumbled as a golden light shined out, a change occurring that looked to give them a possible chance as in the next instant. The powerful figure of the devilish time unveiler appeared at the position where Drax used to be, while the celestial himself appeared atop the coffin. Time seemed to come to a stop as the devilish time unveiler adopted the expression of annoyance, but Drax moved rapidly and reached out to grab the slowly rotating ultimate treasure. Boom, as if it was specially initiated by his movement. The moment his finger touched the rotating dagger, a resounding explosion rang out that shredded the body of the celestial and blew him away, the dagger flying in the opposite direction as it streaked towards the position that Barbados was standing while surrounded by her undead. Did you think it would be that easy? The devilish time unveiler was laughing as his gaze turned towards the heavily injured celestial while also keeping watch of the path of the ultimate treasure, making a beeline towards one voluptuous woman. Barbados was letting out curses and expletives as she reached out and clasped the now dimming dagger in her hand, quickly turning and rushing towards Noah as she tucked the dagger behind her back while a group of undead surrounded her on all sides. They now held a chance. Noah just needed to get his hands on this ultimate treasure that he held another piece of, and they would have a chance of getting out of this perilous situation alive. Noah's large figure of the 9-headed dragon turned into a streak of light as he went towards Barbados's figure. The two of them getting nearer to each other as the milliseconds passed. Chapter 240 Death. A figure of large calamitous Leviathan and the voluptuous Barbados surrounded by undead rushed towards one another, each holding a piece of an ultimate treasure that could be the solution to the horrible situation they were in. Victory was in sight, but alas, it was not for them. Space repulsion, VOM. Calm words rang out as the vibrant figure of the devilish time unveiler teleported between them, his mastery of the law of spacetime allowing him to ignore the restriction he set up himself. He looked arrogantly towards the large figure of Noah as he uttered the words, their effect causing a tremendous force to explode outward, knocking the huge body of the 9-headed dragon back as his other hand formed into the shape of claw and closed in on Barbados's position. Clasp. Barbados's figure was pulled towards the devilish time unveiler at high speeds as her neck was quickly wrapped around the palm of the powerful being. You motherfucker, Her short legs kicked as the devilish time unveiler nonchalantly began tightening his hand on her throat and shattered her vocal cords instantly. Blazing suns began to appear around her as her undead came to her aid, but they were all repulsed back by an explosive force as if they were nothing. Noah recovered from the large impact and rapidly worked to heal his heavily injured body as he looked at this sight in despair and fear. Yes, fear. They were close. They were extremely close. If he could just get his hands on that dagger, he would be able to turn the tides. He held the other part of this weapon that even the devilish time unveiler himself did not know. As long as he got his hands on this ultimate treasure, they would have had a chance to leave this place alive, but he watched these last embers of hope be dashed as the powerful figure of the void firmament cultivator smashed him back towards the ground while his hands wrapped tightly around Barbados's neck. The Emperor Penguin, the Kraken, and other remaining beasts rushed towards Barbados's position as their phantasmal level power did nothing to pierce the layers of spatial defenses set up by the devilish time unveiler. Spatial rupture, RIP. The being called out the word simply again as ruptures in space spread out, covering the bodies of the Kraken and Emperor Penguin as a bloody mess of gore erupted out. Tentacles were cut off as a rupture diagonally spread across the body of the Kraken, its dark eyes losing their light as its head exploded in a shower of blood. A silver light erupted out briefly on the body of the Emperor Penguin, but its powers were for naught as it's arrogantly raised. Beak shattered first, the rest of its body becoming split apart right after as its beady eyes gazed towards the master of its spiritual land as they were losing their light. An arrogant light was still present on its beady eyes as one focused on the figure it fearlessly went to fight against, while the other half of its bisected head looked towards Noah with an apologetic expression. It could not protect the friend of its master, nor any of its brothers from the spiritual land. The arrogant and apologetic light in its beady eyes slowly dwindled as it completely lost consciousness. This was the cause of the fear that Noah had begun to feel for the first time. This powerful being that seemed to be playing with all them in the palm of his hands, where no matter what they did he always came out on top. They were so close. Noah felt the exploding aura of the devilish time unveiler as it stably held not a single milky white of the saint realm, fully recovering its power as it let out a wild purple aura of regal strength. A purple robe with golden inscriptions appeared on the body of the devilish time unveiler as he continued to clasp tightly onto Barbados's neck, his gaze alternating towards the despairing Noah and the strong light in the eyes of the struggling Barbados. It is not the first time I have torn apart lovers, for that I apologize. His gaze was calm as his free hand reached out and grabbed onto the right hand of the struggling Barbados and he pulled down, tearing apart the arm as blood rained down. The heavily injured Drax joined Noah on the ground as they looked despairingly at the position in the sky where the devilish time unveiler was ripping apart Barbados. She held the ultimate treasure with her, and the terrible being held her in his hands. The Celestial was heavily injured and barely hanging on to life after he fell for the trap laid upon the dagger when he first touched it, while Noah moved even though he knew his transcendent power would not be able to do anything against a being 2 levels above him. His large form looked dazedly towards the scene in the sky as his body shot up once more, trying his best to reach their position again as the trident of the sea, cages of time, and glistening golden suns all ruthlessly rushed out from him, but they were all met with a simple set of words: spatial rupture. Its space was torn and folded as the ruptures reached Noah. Blood flying out as 5 of his heads lost their light and became messy stumps of bones and gore. Boom, his figure crashed back into the ground as he nearly fainted from the injuries, using the sin of gluttony to quickly heal himself by using the remaining devoured origins he had in him, only 3 of his heads regenerating as he felt lingering power from the law of spacetime stopping any more recovery. He breathed heavily as he looked up the sky in fear. Was this actually it? A terrifying thought passed through his mind as he thought of the billions of lives he held on his shoulders. The planetary core of his home planet, as well as the other 2 planets he was connected to, could see all the events occurring as they looked on in silence. Noah's eyes trembled at this reality as many thoughts passed through his head, the devilish time unveiler above them taking his time as he ripped the limbs of Barbados until she couldn't struggle anymore. Now that wasn't too hard, was it? Let me take back my partner now, he spoke out nonchalantly as he turned the stump that was Barbados to reach out behind her where he saw her place the dagger, and he found nothing. The dagger that he had seen this woman attached to her back was actually not there. A surprised expression appeared on his face as he turned her around and found her laughing, blood leaking out of her mouth from her crushed neck as she mouthed out, "Fucko schluck." He gave no respite as his hands crushed down and Barbados's head separated from her body. Noah slumped onto the ground as he saw this scene, his gaze unfocused as he did not know how to proceed. The celestial beside him shook his head as he sighed, his heavily injured body that could barely move also slumping down on the ground. Close to Noah, the figure of a simple skeleton that was among the many that were surrounding Barbados appeared, its body slowly fading away as the life of its master was taken. Noah felt this change as he turned to the side, a golden light nearly shining out of his eyes as from the bony hands of the fading skeleton, a gold and purple dagger lay. Its name appeared in front of his eyes in shining blue colors as he grasped it, Dagger of Time. Chapter 241, Turning Back Time, the Dagger of Time, the ultimate treasure that the devilish time unveiler used to be able to traverse the world of cultivation free and unbound of worries. Noah grasped it in his hands as the details of the dagger and its abilities came to full view. All of its abilities were grayed out as this was only the major part of the treasure, and it still needed its battery to be operated. Nobody else knew this, but he actually held the other piece of the treasure, the sheath regalia, that had been fully charged. The devilish time unveiler felt the change as he looked down with a light smile. He snapped his fingers as the blood and gore around him dissolved into nothing. His gaze turning towards the last two remaining beings in the space he had set up. This is the part one actually liked the most. When the little pieces on my board game start to think they might have victory within their grasp, and I still dash all of their hopes a second later, it is an experience very few get a chance to experience in their lifetimes. He was arrogantly talking as he descended down. Noah observed this as he finally saw the effects of pride manipulation come into full effect, the arrogance of this being shooting through the roof as he pridefully looked down at them, knowing full well he could kill them whenever he wanted as they would not be able to use the treasure they got their hands on anyways. But this would be the cause of his first loss after his resurrection. So now that you have your hands on my treasure, how do you think you're getting out of this? Oh, Noah only needed a second, and the pride of the devilish time unveiler provided this as he made a move, and it was a move that was not within any of the expectations of the other two beings left in the cavernous space. Noah turned towards the heavily injured celestial beside him whose eyes had regained a semblance of hope, as they had gotten their hands on the treasure, but he was shocked at the next turn of events as saw a devouring darkness cover his eyesight. The ultimate skill, sin of gluttony, was used as Noah swallowed the celestial in a single gulp. The action being so unexpected that even the devilish time unveiler stopped in midair in surprise and then broke out laughing. Ha! Now, what is that going to accomplish? I've already recovered a major part of my power. Preventing me from enjoying the gorgeous flesh of that little celestial isn't going to change it. His strong and prideful words came out as Noah did not waste another second, making sure what needed to stay hidden would stay hidden until the last second as he moved the essence to initiate one of the abilities of the Dagger of Time, as soon as two pieces connected. I want to thank you for this very painful lesson. Only a light smile passed on the devilish time unveiler's face as he saw energy going into the dagger, his eyes turning into smiling crescents as he waited for the being in front of him to despair even more when they found out the treasure they had placed all their hopes on would not work for them, as it wasn't currently complete. He felt laughter welling up inside him as he watched with his head held high, when his expression adopted a complete change as something ridiculous played out in front of him. Things seemed to be playing out in slow motion as the devilish time unveiler saw two sets of events happen consecutively, with barely a millisecond delay in between. The being below him placed his energy into the dagger, and in the next instant, a purple glowing sheath he knew all too well appeared out of nowhere and swiftly covered the dagger. The two connecting seamlessly together as a brilliant white light erupted out. Shock, confusion, and horror finally appeared on the face of the devilish time unveiler for the first time as he collected all his power of spacetime to finally act towards this now terrible enemy. No-ph, a sound as if something had closed rang out. The figure of the devilish time unveiler that was erupting with gorgeous light coming to a stop, the light slowly receding into his body as his movements followed the same exact sequence they had taken prior, but in the opposite direction of time. An ability of the Dagger of Time, reversal, had been successfully initiated for the first time in the hands of Noah Osmont. Dagger of Time, incomplete, a treasure unknown in history, with some calling it cursed for its world-breaking abilities. It seems complete, but it has yet to reach the pinnacle of its power. The one fated to use it is bound to leave a mark in history. The activation of its wondrous abilities requires the use of the sheath regalia. Abilities include reversal, stop, insight. Reversal, the fabric of time is unwound as the wielder of the Dagger of Time is sent back through time. The amount of time is dependent on how much time essence the sheath regalia holds. This same ability cannot be used again within the same time period, on this historic moment that very few will remember. the dagger of time had exchanged hands once again, this time being possessed by a budding individual from an unknown planet. Noah's heart beat wildly as the ride of emotions he had experienced for the first time today calmed down, gradually being replaced by the usual calmness, with the addition of other emotions he had not yet entertained in his life. A gorgeous array of purple and gold colors wrapped around his body as he was the only observer that was watching and remembering as all the events that had occurred in the cavern they were in were rewound. His gaze was shaken as he saw Barbados's head and limbs reattach onto her body, as the Emperor Penguin and Kraken fused back to the way they should be. As everything turned back to how it was, the spiritual land that was split in two quickly reformed back together as the reversal of time seemed to get faster and faster. Noah watched all this as he continued to send the command of the reversal ability to continue, closely watching as the blinding purple light on the sheath that was now covering the dagger of time was rapidly reducing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The reversal of time became even faster as Noah felt a phantom of his body rapidly travel back, from him entering the treasure abode, to him killing the Elder of Time Immemorial sect, to his pill making in the Karmic sect, to his encounter with the sheath regalia, and past his first entrance into the world of cultivation. The profoundly glowing purple energy continued to be depleted as Noah observed its final vestiges of energy being dried up, his out-of-body phantom gradually coming to a stop as it rushed down towards his body that was in a different time, in the demon world. Not even a few hours after he had received the fealty of all the demon rulers, a figure of Noah that was about to begin training shook as a purple and gold light erupted out. The light caused an eruption of essence around him as he regained his bearings and opened his eyes. He spent a few seconds adjusting as he looked down at his hands to observe the distinctly shining dagger that was covered with a sheath. His eyes shone with a dangerous light as a turbulence of emotions fought to break out, but a cold light won in the end as his gaze turned cold and emotionless. He had succeeded. Chapter 242 Careful Beyond Bounds. Noah's mind recalled the emotion of fear that he had not felt in a long time. This feeling came when he believed he was about to lose everything. It came at his lowest point as he realized that he would be single-handedly responsible for the deaths of 3 worlds. He hated this feeling of fear, and he hated even more that he had not fully given his life the utter importance that it really deserved. It was not an option for him to die, and he had still acted recklessly and entered a place he was not fully knowledgeable of. This place had taught him a painful lesson as he watched a great deal of the things he cared about be literally torn apart in front of him. It was a painful experience, but one that he thanked the devilish time unveiler for in the end because he needed it. From this day forth, he had to be careful beyond bounds. He had to plan in advance every move he would do, understand which players he might come in contact with, and whether he will smoothly move and not endanger his life in the process. He hated the feeling of fear, the feeling of falling to the deepest depths as his life came under the control of his enemy. His calm aura changed as a dangerous glint of light passed through his eyes as he recalled the ruthlessness he had been exposed to in this trip in the world of cultivation. The ruthlessness of schemers that were hundreds of years old, ones that should have even been dead. The ruthlessness of grand elders as even with the death of all their sect disciples, they still kept their eyes on the treasure they wanted to get their hands on. The ruthlessness of a specific devilish time unveiler had almost allowed him to have complete revival from the dead before his plans were ruined because of too much pride in something he could have never expected. This was one of the biggest lessons replaying in Noah's mind, the fact that even after all the planning the devilish time unveiler had put even with his stupendous power at the void firmament realm, all his plans were still ruined in the end. Anything and everything could happen, so he had to be extremely careful, and in order to increase his chances of success, he also had to be ruthless. He could not only be reacting to what others did to him. He would not wait for someone to attack him for him to justify it to himself and kill them. He would not wait for unknown beings to destroy his people for him to get the drive to stand against them. He would not only be reacting from now on. Many emotions swirled in his mind as he pushed everything else aside and put calmness, carefulness, and ruthlessness at the forefront. If it was time, he now held an abundant amount of it. This was not even to mention the time-space and the spiritual land. But the acquiring of the dagger of time signified something obscenely huge. The abilities of reversal, stop, and especially insight would be something that would be paramount as he moved in the future. The biggest boon besides reversal was insight. He observed its details as he also confirmed that all the skills he obtained during his trip in the world of cultivation were still on his stat panel. This was also adding the ultimate skill of sin of gluttony that held the devoured origin of a celestial with all of his memories. Insight, time can move in a myriad of ways, with no single being able to predict certainties among its chaos.
Insight will show the wielder of the dagger of time possibilities of what could be.
Requires time essence from the regal sheath in order to be used. Another ability of the dagger of time would allow him to simulate possibilities of what could happen in the future. This was such a stupendous ability that beside reversal, Noah knew it would be the one that he would use the most. He had been thinking for only a brief second, which was multiplied 1,000-fold with his active, parallel thought, and hasten mind, skills causing his thought process to move rapidly. It was only a few seconds after he had regained consciousness in this time before he even left for the world of cultivation. In the spiritual land, the beasts had felt the powerful burst of unknown energy they had not felt before as the emperor penguin and the calamities of the sea rushed to see what had occurred. Their gazes became confused as they just found Noah on the ground. Barbados's figure also flashed in as she looked down quizzically. What just happened, little fish? Noah's calm and steady gaze faltered a bit as he looked around at the beasts and calamities around him. His eyes landed on the voluptuous Barbados, who was looking down questioningly as his figure disappeared and reappeared right next to her, swooping her in his arms before the silver light of teleportation covered them again. They reappeared inside one of the luxurious houses of the spiritual land as a ravenous light flashed through Noah's eyes. What are you? A barrier of silence enveloped the house as the beasts still in the underground layer looked around them awkwardly and scratched their heads before they each moved about to continue their training. Time was a problem for many beings, but it was gradually being put under control for Noah as he found himself with more and more tools that could grant him an abundant amount of time. The first thing was that he had returned back to a period of more than a week, and he knew the specific events that would occur during this time. The idea that it had barely been more than a week since he arrived in the world of cultivation, learned the pill forging technique in the karmic sect, and then set off for the devilish abode felt weird to imagine as the events themselves seemed so numerous, but he knew how to make the most of these future events. He began moving rapidly the moment he made his decision, adhering to new rules of extreme caution and carefulness, where even if he had to make multiple plans based on the possibilities he foresaw with the use of the insight ability in the dagger of time. Not too long after the subjugation of the demon world, a command was sent to a few specific rulers as the magnificent frozen plateau spiritual land appeared above the demon capital. Noah wore a simple blue robe as he conversed with the will of the demon world about his first venture after his return through time, the obtainment of the 7 deadly sins that he had been making so much use of recently. He had his hands on the sin of gluttony and the sin of pride, and he had seen the great uses for both. Now, he set his sight on all of them, and the possibilities that might open because of it. A cold light flashed through his eyes as the will of the demon world proposed something stupendous. Chapter 243. In the grandly floating frozen plateau spiritual land, a dungeon in the form of a large black monolith was forming in front of all the beasts' eyes. At the center of the black monolith, the hazy figures of multiple demon rulers could be seen. These were the holders of the remaining 7 deadly sins skill. The sin of Lust that had fallen in the form of a skill book into the Imperial Phoenix's hands was currently with Noah, with the Phoenix giving it the moment Noah asked without even asking for the reason why. The other 4 remaining skills were still being held by 4 demon rulers that were now going into dungeon bosses for the purpose of extracting their ultimate skills without killing them entirely. There can only be a single holder of the 7 deadly sins abilities anyways, but there exists a new uncharted territory once we succeed on this current endeavor. The voice of the will of the demon world rang out in Noah's mind as he watched the completion of the large dungeon which held the origins of 4 demon rulers. He observed the still charging sheath regalia below the spiritual land as he asked, the end result will allow for all of them to be combined into a single source? A silence arrived briefly before a confident voice rang out deep within the demon world. This was the ultimate form of the 7 deadly sins abilities I envisioned. With the help of the other 3 cores, it should not be a problem to achieve something I only thought would be possible after hundreds of years. Noah nodded at this as his figure moved forward and disappeared into the newly made dungeon as he pursued his first goal of a rapid rise in strength after his return to the past. The process was not hard at all as the rulers were either in the phantasmal or mythical rank, and with the fact that they were not even resisting, Noah was able to destroy their cores very quickly. Not even a few minutes after he entered, his figure appeared back on top of the spiritual land as the dungeon that was just erected began to break apart and disappear. It faded away to reveal the sorry figures of 4 demon rulers who had their origins injured after being defeated in the dungeon, and they also came to the realization that they had lost the ultimate skills they knew all too well for the past hundreds of years. Noah waved his hands as in front of his sight 5 red and golden colored books appeared, 4 from the demon rulers and 1 that he took from the hands of the Imperial Phoenix. The ultimate skills that signified the sins of lust, greed, sloth, envy, and wrath floated peacefully around him before they turned into red streams of lights that entered his body. He watched the addition of 5 new ultimate skills in his stat panel as the moment they settled, they began seething a deep red color. Noah's figure quickly disappeared from the spiritual land as he reappeared deep at the center of the demon world, just a few meters away from its core. Let's do it. The will of the demon world was watching with rapt expectations as immense energy that only it could provide poured towards Noah. It would finally have the chance to watch the ultimate ability that it had only dreamed of come to fruition. The cheat of escaping death could not easily be given to Noah, but the combination of the 7 deadly sins abilities she created could definitely be done to singularly become the epitome of what she imagined as the strongest warrior for the world. Essence from Noah's homeworld came into play as the feature of skill combination that would normally only work for 2 compatible skills was shining a deep hue of blue, contributing to the combination of the completed 7 deadly sins abilities. OMG, Noah floated near the core of the demon world as red light ruptured out of his body, the ultimate skills gradually being fused into something else as his skin began to turn a shade of red, and magnificent golden horns began to appear on either side of his head. The transformation seemed to show the progression of the combination of the 7 deadly sins abilities as glorious black wings also erupted from his back, his figure becoming bulkier and larger as it let off a feeling of oppressive strength that Noah had only seen in a few beings. Runic golden circles began to be etched into the new body as they formed into an exquisite set of lines throughout his body. The moment they all connected, a resplendent golden red light erupted out as it signified the arrival of something grand. Success! The resonant voice of the will of the world erupted out as Noah closed his eyes and reveled in the feeling of strength he currently felt. His eyes opened as they let out a deadly red light, his gaze landing on his stat panel as a new set of words appeared below the list of ultimate skills, a skill given to the holder of all the 7 deadly sins skills. The user is considered to be the absolute sin, empowering every sin type skill they hold. It gives access to the skills, Sin Empowerment, Harbinger of Sin, Sin Manipulation, Sin Siphoning, and Archdemon Lord Transformation. A skill of an entirely different level opened itself in front of his eyes as his gaze focused on the singular abilities of the skill, Sin Empowerment. Any sin type skill will have strength and cost efficiency increase by 1 order of magnitude. Each ultimate sin skill will have 1 power strengthened even more as well. Harbinger of Sin, as the original and absolute sin, the user can appoint each sin to a person, making that person a harbinger of that sin, giving them access to the standard version of that ultimate skill. If the harbinger is killed, the ultimate skill will return as a charge to this skill, allowing for a new harbinger to be picked. The user can at any time take back a sin given out. Sin Manipulation. The user can manipulate the urge of any person, depending on their resistance to such effect, to indulge in any sin or a specific sin. Sin Siphoning. By indulging in any sin or being within 100 meters of sin being committed, the user's power will temporarily increase. The more varied the sins recently committed, the stronger the boost is. Archdemon Lord Transformation. The user can turn into the Archdemon Lord. This will quadruple the strength and cost efficiency of all sin and demon skills. It will also double the efficiency and strength of all other skills used by the user during the transformation. Power. He felt a tremendous amount of power roll through his body as he understood what this entailed. All of the 7 deadly sins skills could be seen as subsets of skills under the holding a few new sets of descriptions as they were made even better. This wasn't to mention the fact that he could use Harbinger of Sin to appoint these same ultimate skills to 7 people that he chose. His gaze shone with a resplendent light as he looked forward to testing the power of this new ability, while his mind continued to rapidly figure out possibilities on how to best use his future knowledge to get the most benefits from the next few days. Ultimate skill, Sin of Anger. The Sin of Anger grants access to the skills, Rage Empowerment, Fury Channeling, Anger Avatar, and Wrath Absorption. Rage Empowerment. The angrier the user is, the stronger they become. This skill can increase every stat by 1 stage when fully enraged. Fury Channeling. The user can channel their fury into an attack, and increase it by a maximum of 1 stage. Anger Avatar. The user can manifest their anger into a full body or partial avatar. The size and strength of the avatar is decided by the user's anger. Wrath Absorption. The user can absorb the anger of beings around them to further strengthen themselves. Ultimate skill, Sin of Envy. Sin of Envy grants access to the skills, Envy the Mighty, Strength of the Weak. That's not fair, and I'm the absolute best. Envy the Mighty. When fighting someone stronger than themselves, the user can lower the abilities and stats of the enemy by 1 stage. Strength of the Weak. Throughout a fight against someone stronger, the user is able to temporarily grow stronger. That's not fair. When the user observes someone stronger than them in certain aspects, they easily become envious of those abilities, and will strive to get better than the original person. They'll also have the training speed reduced to a tenth of what they'd otherwise need. I'm the absolute best. Opponents are not allowed to use skills known by the user when fighting the user. Any unique, ultimate, or absolute skills holding a lower level of power than are negated and unable to activate. Ultimate skill, Sin of Greed. Sin of Greed grants access to the skills, Greedy Ruler, Loot the Body, and, not enough, Emperor of Greed. The user can steal the ownership of any item they see or sense. Loot the Body. The user can steal the abilities and stats of dead beings they touch, but can't steal from beings above their rank. Not enough, a voracious greed that can never be fulfilled dwells within. One can never have too much power, wealth, or treasures. The more treasure the user owns, the more their power is boosted. Ultimate skill, Sin of Sloth. Sin of Sloth grants access to the skills, Awaken Sleep, Strengthen Sleep Training, Rest Master, and Sleep Evolution, Awaken Sleep. The user is aware of everything going on around them while they're asleep. Strengthen Sleep Training. If the user is dedicated enough, then they can become stronger by sleeping. By having even the tiniest desire to improve or learn something, the user will rapidly learn and improve in that aspect while sleeping. Rest Master. The user can fall asleep in a single second, and a single hour of rest is everything they need to get back to full power, but more sleep won't hurt anyone. Sleep Evolution. When the user breaks into a new stage, they'll fall asleep, and their body will evolve in a favorable way. Ultimate skill, Sin of Lust. Sin of Lust grants access to the skills, Sex Demon Transformation, Love Enslavement, Life Energy Drain, and Lust Inducement. Sex Demon Transformation. The user's body becomes more attractive in its normal state, but when the skill is activated, the user will turn into a sex demon, and they'll take on a few of their traits. This will increase the strength of all the other subskills by a magnitude of 1. A sex demon can change between the form of an incubus and a succubus. Love Enslavement. By having sex with another being, the user may be able to take control over the being they had E.X with Life Energy Drain. When the user has a sex with another being, they can steal 1% of said being's stats. It also has a 10% chance to steal a skill, Lust Inducement. The user can increase the Lust other beings feel. This will make it easier for the user to manipulate said being. 7 Deadly Sins. Pride. One of the 7 deadly sins unique to the demon world. Abilities include Pride Manipulation, Pride Embodiment, White Dwarf Throw, and Aura of Pride. Pride Manipulation. The user can induce extremely high or low levels of pride in others, causing them to lose contact with reality or overestimate their own abilities. Cannot be applied to oneself. Pride Embodiment. When meeting foes holding a higher level of strength, the user gains the power of hubris itself. This power can be used to strengthen attacks or defenses. The level of enhancement is dependent on the true pride lying deep in the user's heart, which could be nurtured to grow so large that nothing is allowed to overshadow it. White Dwarf Throw. Those who dare to stand against the user will be punished by a white dwarf star, while allies will be healed and energized by it. Aura of Pride. This allows the user to exclude an aura of pure pride. It takes any and all pride in the air and puts it under the user's control. Any allies within range of the skill will have their powers increased based on the amount of pride. The same happens for enemies, but they'll be weakened instead. The user's own power will also increase. 7 Deadly Sins. Gluttony. One of the 7 deadly sins unique to the demon world. Abilities include Devouring, Large Stomach, Library, and Gluttony Manifestation. Devouring. Filled with endless hunger and thirst, the user can devour their enemies and other entities fully. The user can absorb the full power, complete memory, all skills and abilities, and the full potential of the devoured. The user can also burn the absorbed for healing or a short burst of power equal to the absorbed's power throughout their past, present, and future. The mana requirement varies depending on what the target is. Large Stomach. An enormous amount of space is made available through the use of this ability, allowing the user to store anything they can devour. Library. Devoured entities are analyzed and stored, their life history and skills laid bare for the user to pick and choose. A maximum of 2 skills can be extracted from devoured entities. Gluttony Manifestation, the user can apply the effect of devouring anywhere within 5 meters of them. There's no need to actively eat them. Chapter 244-2. A level of power that was not accessible to Noah before could be felt coursing throughout his body as he reveled in the form provided by the Archdemon Lord Transformation ability of the skill. He had only ever felt power of this level from the Grand Elder Amos and the Black Serpent that he had yet to meet in this current time. Power above the transcendent level, he was actually letting out strength at the saint rank through his own power when his attributes and skills were only at the transcendent level. This was the insane boost provided by the complementing skills of the 7 deadly sins that made way for the creation of absolute sin. It granted him an ability that allowed him to achieve power of the next stage, something marvelous that he never thought to be possible. Noah spent some time familiarizing himself with the many new descriptions that came with the addition of 5 more 7 deadly sins on top of as his eyes landed on a particular ability that shone the most. Harbinger of Sin, as the original and absolute sin, the user can appoint each sin to a person, making that person a harbinger of that sin, giving them access to the standard version of that ultimate skill. If the harbinger is killed, the ultimate skill will return as a charge to this skill, allowing for a new harbinger to be picked. The user can at any time take back a sin given out. The abilities of the 7 deadly sins that he held were the strongest forms possible, and he had the right to assign each of the ultimate skills to those he chose through the use of this harbinger of sin. His gaze sharpened as he sent out multiple messages to 7 specific beings, his mind already wondering who would be most fit to receive which sin. The abilities were extremely powerful, and would give a huge boost to the strength of anyone that held them. Among the people that passed through his mind, Barbados, Kazuhiko, and Mikhail were among the top, with his thoughts also wondering about the Ice Queen he had not seen in a while as he decided against it. He did not want others to be fighting fights they did not need to. Aside from the first 3, the remaining mythical beasts from the beast world were also excellent candidates to nurture with the gift of a 7 deadly sins skill. Noah's figure disappeared from the center of the demon world away from the celebrating planetary core as he reappeared in the grandly floating spiritual land above the demon capital. He was still in the archdemon lord form, his arrival causing a heavy pressure to descend to the beings around him as those that were already gathered above the spiritual land felt their bodies trembling from the immense power Noah portrayed. Noah realized this as he reined it in, canceling the archdemon lord form as he looked at the people already here on the spiritual land, as well as a few more who were on their way after hearing his message. It didn't take too long for 7 beings to be gathered in front of him, all of them still unsure of exactly what was going to happen. Kazuhiko was the only one comfortable enough aside from Barbados as he came towards Noah with a refreshing smile. "How far behind are you planning to leave all of us before you share something?" The confident Kazuhiko was itching with enthusiasm after his contribution to the defeat of the demons, his gaze excitedly watching the spiritual land they were on as his mind was already imagining growing his own spiritual land to this level. Noah looked at the dark-haired Kazuhiko who was moving around while still clutching his treasured katana, his gaze somewhat softening after seeing all these people that he felt like he had not seen in ages, even though it had only been more than a week. Barbados, the Kraken, the Emperor Penguin, Steel Mikhail, the Imperial Phoenix, and the second-ranked demon ruler Agars were the other 6 figures looking towards Noah with a variety of gazes. Some were respectful, others were fearful, and one was mischievously smiling. He looked at their faces closely as he spoke. The universe is vast and filled with many dangerous things. Their gazes hardened as they were addressed. Even Kazuhiko's enthusiasm turned serious as they paid attention. "Don't ever think you are anywhere near the strongest, as there are almost always others much stronger than you. Even now, I can only give the few of you a small boost in strength." He moved as he spoke, his gaze landing on the Emperor Penguin as he activated Harbinger of Sin, sending a command for the sin of pride to be given to the first beast of his spiritual land. OMG, a wild burst of essence erupted as the arrogant penguin felt its body elevated, gradually being filled with strength as a transparent runic marking appeared on top of his head. Raa. Ra. Ra. The Emperor Penguin let out loud cries as it noticed the appearance of an ultimate skill in its stat panel, its gaze towards Noah softening as it thought that its master wasn't so bad after all. The others noticed the change as they looked forward with rapt attention, and Noah continued, "The universe has been here before us for an untold number of years, with so many powerful beings so many levels above us that we cannot even be considered along the same lines." His gaze landed towards the Kraken as he sent another command, the sin of wrath being sent forth and appointed to the calamity of the sea. "There are old monsters and powerful schemers all around us, and we're only just beginning to grow." From then on, he moved even faster as he sent multiple commands, the sin of greed being sent to Kazuhiko, the sin of sloth appointed to Steel Mikhail, the sin of envy being appointed to Agars, and the sin of lust being appointed to the Imperial Phoenix. Lastly, his gaze turned towards the mischievously smiling Barbados as he sent the command for the last sin of gluttony to be appointed to her. Gorgeous red lights continued to shine all around as the figures of the beings around Noah were elevated, runic markings appearing on each of their heads as 7 new holders of the 7 deadly sins were decided. Noah nodded as he continued, his body erupting with strength as he activated the Archdemon Lord transformation, a fearsome body of a regal demon appearing in the spiritual land. We are in no hurry, so we will carefully advance forward as we increase our strength. In time, we will build our power and be able to stand with status in this chaotic universe, where we will not be randomly bullied or put under the rule of ruthless beings. He was saying these words more as a message to the holders of the 7 deadly sins in front of him, but they acted more as reminders for himself as he planned for his next movements. He had time on his side, he had to be careful, he could not rush forward randomly. And he needed to build his power as much as possible before he moved. We can do all of this, together. An air of mystery spread out from the center of the spiritual land as Noah stood at the center, surrounded by 7 beings looking up at him. The beasts throughout the spiritual land felt this environment of power as they let out powerful howls, instinctively feeling winds of change they had not observed before. Chapter 245 Acceleration. After assigning the abilities of the 7 deadly sins to the chosen few, Noah moved forward with the next phase of his plans, the upgrade of the spiritual land that would have occurred days from now. He still held with him the wondrous pill-making technique, the Forge of the Silver Flame, that he received from Sect Master Inuit of the Karmic Sect. His thoughts lingered on this figure that continued to be veiled in mysteries as he moved forward, harvesting the many fields that were holding ripe, ice phoenix fruits. As they quickly entered the transparent cauldron with burning silver flames, it did not take too long before the ice phoenix pills he had made for the first time not too long ago were born again. The process being even faster this time as the many abundant fields all over the spiritual land were emptied out faster and faster, a nonsensical amount of mana going into the Forge of Silver Flame. As more and more radiant pills appeared in the surroundings, the beasts of the spiritual land were excitedly looking at this scene, the smell alone that was drifting from the pills already making them send voracious looks. Noah flicked his fingers as the pills flew towards the beasts the moment they finished being made, wanting to get the upgrade of the spiritual land as soon as possible for the upgrade of the time-space from the 1:5 ratio of time and into the 1:10 ratio that only appeared after the upgrade into the 5th tier. The process was smooth, exactly the same as what had occurred before as the Emperor Penguin was the first to break through and reach the phantasmal rank once more, with its brothers and sisters following soon after. The pills were extremely effective for the beasts of the spiritual land, but they still provided spectacular boosts in strength similar to cores for other beings. The holders of the 7 deadly sins that were still on the spiritual land shockingly watching Noah perform this brand new technique as the resplendent pills flew towards them as well, with the calamities of the sea not being far behind. The process of breakthroughs into the phantasmal rank did not take too long for the beasts of the spiritual land. Soon meeting the requirement as Noah began putting the required mana into the spiritual land that had sensed the requirements for the next stage to be met, vibrations and a gorgeous show of lights followed thereafter as soon enough, a gloriously improved spiritual land that let out a much grander light than before shining brightly above the demon capital. The achievement of the rank 5 spiritual land was thus achieved just a few hours after his return, with many more days left before the horrendous events took place in the world of cultivation. With this goal being met, Noah appeared in the extravagantly large time space that he could now spend 10 days in with only a single day passing outside. He would be spending the majority of his time from now on in this space as he trained himself to become even stronger. He had an abundant amount of skills, with a few new ones to peruse through when he thought about the bloodied celestial that he devoured. His goal was to max the proficiencies of his current skills, and then combine them until he felt confident enough to move forward. It might be boring and strenuous, but it did not matter. Carefulness and much planning was exactly what he required from now on, as something like what had occurred in the devilish abode could never be allowed to happen again. His mind focused as he first perused through the memories of the celestial. His gaze shifted from calm to shock as he went through the memories, getting just a small glimpse of the power that he knew as the celestials. Something even more frightening was that for some of the memories where the celestial Drax was subserviently talking to other beings, these others beings were vortexes of darkness that Noah could actually not observe from the memories. He was shocked to find that a sort of power that could even block others from perusing stolen memories existed, as many of the memories of the young celestial disciple were actually blank voids of darkness whenever they involved higher-ups, or his master. This was yet another wake-up call for the many mysterious powers he was not knowledgeable of. But he was still able to significantly expand his network of information with the memories that entailed the life of this young celestial. For example, he now knew the planet where one of the many powers of the celestials was stationed. He knew the identities of which beings were connected to the celestials from the vast worlds across the universe, and even more importantly, he knew which cultivators from the world of cultivation were connected to the celestials. This was extremely important information that he could use to his advantage, but there were also many things he could not do. Firstly, unless he wanted to die within a few seconds, he could not even step foot on the planet where he saw the young celestial Drax talking to the darkness that was his master. The planet was monitored so closely that not even a fly could slip in, but there were many more things he could do with the memories, especially things that aligned with his goals in the word of cultivation. He continued to peruse through the memories as he planned, at the same time checking out the skills he could choose from the devoured celestial. Two extravagantly shining skills appeared in front of him, one unique and one ultimate, the celestial truly living up to their names of being powerful, unique, celestial aura, and aura only for those blessed with a special fate. The aura can be manipulated to strengthen oneself or weaken one's enemies, as well as provide healing to those it encompasses. Ultimate, Eye of Fate, a skill geared towards helping the user achieve their most favorable fate. Abilities include Domineering Fate, Empowering Fate, and Displacement of Fate. A spectacular set of skills appeared in front of his eyes as he began the long process of understanding his newly gained skills, the uses of, and the practice and constant combinations of the skills that were capable of being combined. It would be long and arduous, but it was required. 30 days passed like this in the time-space of the spiritual land. Only 3 days had passed in the outside world. Chapter 246. Roles. The passage of time could be very different depending on where one was. In the demon world, only 3 days had passed since a grandiose new ruler had risen, yet more than 30 days had passed in the time-space of the spiritual land as Noah finally made huge improvements in his skill combinations and future planning. In the time-space of the spiritual land, the sheath regalia that required to be recharged in order for the dagger of time to be used had been constantly refilled to full charge and used. The ability of insight being used by Noah multiple times over the span of the last 30 days to think about different possibilities he could pursue. Insight, time can move in a myriad of ways, with no single being able to predict certainties among its chaos. Insight will show the wielder of the dagger of time possibilities of what could be. Requires time essence from the regal sheath in order to be used. The ability was so insanely powerful that it showed possibilities of the future based on what Noah was currently thinking of doing. Following his train of thought while using insight, he was able to calculate a few pathways for the future that would be most ideal. This was such a crazy idea to process if he was told he would be doing this just a few weeks ago, but he was already at this stage where something as exemplary as this was becoming the norm. Of course, insight only showed the possibilities of what could happen, it did not foretell of the full future. Any changes could occur as time continues to move that might have not been foreseen through insight. And that was why the ability only showed the wielder of the dagger of time possibilities of what could be, not exactly what would happen, but for Noah, taking into account this stupendous ability added to his many abundant memories, it was more than enough. Events should have already been underway in the outside world, so he would begin to move as well. A meeting was called for the upper echelons of beings from the beast world, demon world, and Noah's homeworld just a few days after they were made harbingers of one of the 7 deadly sins abilities. Noah spent a few hours transferring to the frozen kingdom of the beast world as he went to personally bring the Ice Queen who was still ruling the frozen kingdom into prosperity. He had chosen not to make her a harbinger of one of the sins because she was not a fighter, but a ruler. As a ruler though, she could attend meetings like the one they were about to have. Above the generously floating spiritual land, a variety of different beings from different worlds were gathered in an exquisitely styled futuristic building that held a conference room that only the richest in the world could be sitting in. An extremely large oval table was at the center of the wide room, surrounded by a glass exterior that showed the scene of falling snow outside of the frozen plateau spiritual land. It was a peaceful scene as these beings looked up towards one man who was sitting in a grandiose ergonomic chair surrounded by voluptuous women sitting on either side of him. Barbados had her legs resting sideways as she spun around the seat she was in with a bored expression, while the Ice Queen regally sat on Noah's left side with a cold smile. Kazuhiko was looking at this with an envious gaze as Steel Mikhail kept his stone-faced expression. The Ocean Master of Atlantis, still constructing his new land in Noah's homeworld, as well as the miniaturized calamities of the sea, were also situated in their own seats. A weird scene of a vibrant goldfish and a vicious kraken floating above sleek black seats playing itself out. The second-ranked Agars was respectfully standing by the side as he tucked his powerful devilish wings behind him, his gaze towards the central figure at the end of the oval table showing slight fear and reverence. The three remaining mythical beasts from the beast world that were led by the Imperial Phoenix were also sitting in their own seats as they adopted human forms. Even closer to Noah was an arrogant miniaturized penguin that held so much confidence that one could feel it, with its attention occupied as it passed its flippers across its sleek runic marking on its head as it nodded at its reflection on the glass windows surrounding the huge room they were in, a meeting of the highest levels of power across 3 planets were all collected into a single conference room as a discussion that concerned their future began, the progress of the world engine from the inhabitants of Atlantis, the most efficient way to improve the strength of awakened beings and the procurement of skills, as well as the creation of dungeons across the 3 worlds. Noah spent a few hours in this conference room as he grasped to understand all the things he was connected to, before a few final messages were laid out at the end of the meeting. Besides the already ongoing projects, another one was established as Noah put forth the plan for a possible future he had calculated. This was the expansion of their power and influence into more worlds. They had to act behind the scenes and be sure that they did not catch the attention of anything too powerful, and Noah found the perfect target from the many memories he had obtained these past days. This place was a large world similar to the demon world, with the highest level of power being individuals at the phantasmal level. The one upside is that it was a warring world with many factions, thus a diverse number of phantasmal beings populated the world. It had no ties to higher worlds or organizations, and was only something that Ball had come across sometime in the past. After cross-referencing with the abundant memories from the celestial and other beings he had devoured, the Icebound world would serve as their first target world that they held no connections to. There were many factions in the Icebound world, with what could be considered forces of evil and good fighting on opposing sides. There were thousands of what could be considered innocents dying every day while the tyrannical powerful continued to roam free. Noah didn't care too much about this, and was only treating this world as a place that he could send a few of his harbingers to train and upgrade their power, with the ultimate goal of forming yet another world connection once his people reigned in supreme power. The one chosen to lead this expedition to the Icebound world was the first beast of the frozen plateau spiritual land, the Emperor Penguin. His beak rose into the skies after this was decided, as coming along with him were the Imperial Phoenix, Kazuhiko, and the Kraken. Steel Mikhail wished to stay true to his role as the protector of the blue planet, staying behind to clear the dungeons as he continued to oversee the smooth operations of the Blessed Empire and the United Federation. Egars would occupy his role to keep watch and strengthen the forces of the demon world, while the White Tiger and Black Tortoise would work together with the Ice Queen to strengthen the forces of the Frozen Kingdom and the mythical kingdoms of the Beast world. Everybody had their roles, and now it was just to allow the passage of time as they steadily rose. Their power, the rise of something obscure and unknown, was slowly occurring in a small corner of the universe. It was an unknown force that would take the center stage amongst the oncoming chaos. Chapter 247. A confused devilish unveiler. In a barren mountain filled with heavy snow, a figure silently teleported amidst the freezing winds. His senses spread out as he observed the world around him for miles, nodding his head as he waved his hands and let out multiple figures onto the snowy ground. The sleek and shining fur of the Emperor Penguin glistened in the light as he appeared, surrounded by multiple other beasts from the spiritual land. Kazuhiko appeared next, accompanied by 2 beast girls, one holding a fiery tail of a phoenix and another innocently looking around with feline features. Kazuhiko had vehemently voiced out that one could not have fun on an adventure without a balanced party like his. The Imperial Phoenix also appeared next, surrounded by her generals and protectors. The fearsome Kraken and other calamities of the sea were already floating in the air, and the only figure that was missing was the voluptuous Barbados. She didn't want to be bothered with what she termed laborious tasks, and opted to train in the time-space of the spiritual land whenever she wasn't enjoying the luxuries built by Noah all around. The ones that had the mission of the Icebound world were observing their surroundings closely as they looked forward to beginning their journey in this world. Side with those being unfairly treated, and kill those you see are blatantly causing death and mayhem while you increase your influence. Don't target those blindly following orders, but the generals and upper ranks that push their agenda onto them. But most of all, grow stronger as you increase your skills and raise your powers. Noah reminded them of things they already discussed as a brilliant light bounced off the sleek fur of the Emperor Penguin, his flippers pounding his chest as he told his master that he could be counted on. Noah observed this with a light smile as he grasped the dagger of time, confirming his thoughts as he unleashed a force of multiple phantasmal ranked beings on an unsuspecting world. His forces had arrived. In the warring Icebound world, possibilities and plans were reviewed over and over again before Noah nodded his head and disappeared from this new world. Moving on to his own plans as he used spatial transfer, with a singular destination in mind, the world of cultivation. Confusion was gradually setting into the mind of the devilish time unveiler as he spread out his senses deep within the coffin he was confined in to confirm that the dagger of time that was floating above the coffin was inexplicably gone. He did not feel it disappear, nor watch as someone took it. It just felt gone, like he never had it. His confusion grew into anger as the thoughts fell into place, and he realized just what exactly might have happened in order for the dagger of time to not be with him currently. Someone had stolen his partner, and they inexplicably had the sheath that he lost before he went into slumber. And they used it to activate the dagger of time with them. His barely waking mind raged as he pieced the things together, his anger rising to levels never before felt as he chose to quickly change his plans. He was manipulating from the sidelines as he released more and more news about his devilish abode, wanting to rope in the maximum number of beings that would serve as fuel for his revival. He planned to do this a few days from now, but he was now forced to do it in advance as he now felt that there was an unknown enemy that had already bested him once and taken his only true treasure. Essence spread out as he used his last wisps of remaining energy to open the realm in advance. Word quickly spreading to the surrounding sects as watchers were spread throughout the area and observed the changes. Information traveled quickly as cultivators from the time immemorial sect and other surrounding sects quickly gathered and entered the dangerous realm, accompanied by otherworlders like the Black Serpent from the Magus world as they greedily went in to look for the treasures of the devilish time unveiler. Unknown to them, the skeletal body of the being they thought to be dead was already pulsing with life as some beings from phantasmal and transcendent rank began to face their deaths in the specially designed spaces of the devilish abode, a dangerous light passing through the blank darkness where the eyes of the devilish time unveiler used to be as he began to laugh and cackle in his black coffin. "Ha, whoever you are, I'll be sure to pay you back 100-fold for stealing my treasure." He was ecstatic as he began to focus on devouring the oncoming origins, not noticing that in the same cavernous space that he had not allowed any beings to enter yet, a single being had inexplicably appeared far in the distance of the trembling temple that housed his coffin. The focus of the devilish time unveiler was fully placed into absorbing the oncoming origins as much as possible. He needed to regain much of his power before this unknown enemy that now held in his hands the dagger of time could even get the chance to reap his life while he wasn't fully recovered. The dagger of time required the use of a tremendous amount of time essence. Even someone at the void firmament realm would not be able to produce enough time essence to fill the sheath regalia in such a short period of time. So the dagger will be unusable if the enemy chose to come back now. Yes. From his knowledge, he had some time before his unknown enemy would ever get the idea of coming, and thus he needed to move his plans forward differently from what he would have done before, changing any possible future that his enemy would have seen. Ha ha! Crackles of laughter resounded throughout as the devilish time unveiler felt things coming into place, the origins he had absorbed being enough to allow his cultivation stage to start breaking through the saint realm once more. He felt this overpowering feeling of strength as essence converged towards his core, feeling ecstatic as he would be one rank away the moment he stabilized his cultivation in the saint realm. This was his power. It laid in his deep planning and schemes that allowed him to revive hundreds of years after he should have been dead. Even if he had lost his treasure to a wicked enemy in a previous time, he would get it back and pay them back 100-fold. He began stabilizing his cultivation at the saint realm as grandiose thoughts floated through his head. It was at this moment, though, that he suddenly felt resounded alarm bells as he spread his senses outwards, feeling speedily approaching attacks that caused cracks to spread throughout the temple and the sky around the cavernous space to tremble. What, to his horror, in the middle of his breakthrough to the saint realm, at this extremely crucial juncture, someone that had been hiding from his senses attacked him. Who dares? Chapter 248. Too much. Who dares? Rumbling ensued as he felt a strain in his core, stopping his advancement halfway as he directed his half-saint realm essence to form an extremely minuscule black hole, different from a timeline that the devilish time unveiler had yet to experience. This black hole did not have even half the strength it would have had when he used it against a descending spiritual land. He frantically placed more essence to stabilize the protective black hole that flew towards the numerous and heavy attacks that were raining from the skies. A large amount of extremely condensed white dwarf stars that carried a tremendous amount of weight were crashing down towards his coffin nonsensically. As if this was not enough, accompanying these many stars was a brilliantly shining golden trident that shone with an outline of a menacing red light. Coursing on the empty spaces of these stars and gloriously shining weapons were jagged spikes of bones that painted a picture never before seen. The sky over the cavernous space shimmered with beautiful white light from the wide expanse on deadly bones, white dwarf stars, and a piercing golden trident of the sea that thundered down to meet the center of the coffin. Boom! A vigorous tremor spread out as the coffin housing a skeletal figure exploded out, the temple it was housed on top of. Crumbling to the ground, HMPH, an arrogant snort rang out as the emaciated skeleton was filled with confidence even after the sneak attack at a critical juncture. But it was just him not being aware that he had already fallen under the effects of multiple debuffing and weakening skills, while his pride was already getting boosted rapidly to extremely high degrees. Half of his chest bones were missing as he was dealt a heavy blow as a golden trident was solidly wedged within, but he still stood strong. The devilish time unveiler looked at the highest point of the cavernous space as he found the outline of a fiendish demon with an aura that screamed regality. His emaciated body moved quickly as he moved to eliminate the deadly intruder, using the half-saint realm essence that he could not finish consolidating as he started off with the strongest attack he could muster to end this quickly. Spatial rupture. Ruptures spread out in space as they SN.A.K.E.D through the skies, trying to lock onto an abstruse target in the skies. The devilish time unveiler looked unexpectedly when a foreboding feeling erupted as he heard a single word, stop, wham. A distinct droning sound rang out as the ruptures spreading through space came to a stop. Silence and calmness pervaded the surroundings as in the hands of a fearsome archdemon lord in the skies, a purple and golden dagger had appeared. Its regal sheath showed rapidly reducing purple lines as an ability that used the most time essence was activated. Stop, time can be brought to a halt in a specified area. This ability goes against natural laws and will require a tremendous amount of time essence every time it is active. 24 hours are required before this ability can be used again. In the cavernous space around them, time had come to a stop. The devilish time unveil watched with endless horror as an ability he was very much familiar with was used against him. Terror began creeping in as this old schemer saw the fast movements of the only being that could move in this stop time, the initiator of the ability of the Dagger of Time, the one who had taken it from him. Noah saw the trembling light in the eyes of this fearsome schemer as he moved rapidly, the time essence he had fully recharged in the sheath regalia, reducing at high speeds as he kept the ability to stop time active. He only had a few seconds. His figure moved in a circular manner around the skeletal figure that was frozen in space, its hands reaching towards the skies as he cast a tremendous amount of skills all around. The enhanced ability of the Sin of Pride, White Dwarf Throw, was being cast hundreds of times per second as twinkling miniature stars formed a circle around the skeletal figure. The Eye of Fate was on full display as it provided tremendous boosts to all of his skills while reducing the defenses of the devilish time unveiler through the uses of Domineering Fate and Empowering Fate. Celestial Aura was already activated as it went to achieve the same effects, just compounding how much damage his skills could do while weakening the enemy in front of him. Sin Empowerment, Rage Empowerment, Fury Channeling, Aura of Pride. There were actually too many skills one could spend hours singularly looking at them and their exuberant effects, but the core of their purpose remained the same. They heavily boosted his attributes and damage he could deal while heavily weakening his enemies. Simple as that. On top of all these enhancing skills, any attack skill he cast would be crazily boosted in power. The domineering white dwarf stars droned with power as they filled the surroundings of the skeletal figure, just waiting for time to resume before they came thundering down. Around these white dwarf stars appeared endless spiked bones as the ultimate skill. Bone Master was also used multiple times. Skills from the 7 Deadly Sins series and Bone Master were the only ones currently being used, with him not dipping into his combined skills that surpassed the transcendent rank after more than 30 days of constant maxing of proficiencies and combinations. This was one of the pathways that Noah had foreseen through using Insight. One of the best and fastest ways of achieving his goals. The time essence in the Sheath Regalia was rapidly being used up as the devilish time unveiler watched on with horror as one layer of domineering white dwarf stars surrounded by bones with menacing lights that covered his eyesight. He had faced an attack of this level just before, and it had nearly destroyed his upper right chest. Now, another one was coming the moment time began to move again, and he could not defend himself. He prepared for the worst, but soon came to realize that he did not fully imagine what the worst could be. One could still see gaps among the numerous stars and bones that surrounded him in a circular manner, but that soon changed as he observed another set of stars and bones form a second layer. The area where he was surrounded in gradually became dark as all the gaps were filled with even more attacks. Terror was fully unbound within the devilish schemer's heart as he did not understand how his enemy could produce such a large number of attacks in this instant. Even him during his prime would have run out of energy by now, so he wondered how his enemy had layered so many attacks in a matter of seconds. His achievements in the law of spacetime allowed him to barely use his senses in this stop time as he despairingly felt another layer of white dwarf stars and bones appear, a 4th layer, a 5th layer. By the 6th layer, The darkness of his skeletal eyes completely dimmed as only sparse thoughts passed through his mind. Wasn't this too much? Wasn't this unfair? A single thought, and it was the last thought of a 1,000-year-old schemer as the force of hundreds of white dwarf stars surrounded by piercing bones that caused space to tremble came tumbling down the moment time could move forward again. Crack, Chapter 249 Annoyance with spatial locks. A tremor shook the entire devilish abode. The beings inside it feeling a destabilizing of space as something akin to the most horrendous bomb had exploded. In a particular cavernous space was trembling as it weaved back together, the power concentrated at one location having been too tremendous for the spatial laws of this world and causing it to fold. In the space where a large temple and a black coffin used to stand, sandy white particles of bones were all that remained as Noah let out calm breaths. He saw the burst of skill books and cores erupt from the grounded skeleton that was the devilish time unveiler as he confirmed the schemer's death. Through insight, he had seen that one of the fastest ways he could have taken down the 1,000-year-old cultivator quickly and without waiting for any unforeseeable events was to attack while he was trying to stabilize his cultivation at the Saint Realm, begin with a single attack that would weaken and reduce his defenses without his knowledge, and then use the killer combination of actually stopping time, however briefly, to unleash a concentrated attack from all sides. The result was the death of an old schemer who still did not fully know what was going on. In his regal archdemon lord form, Noah went forward and collected the loot as he used, devouring on the remaining crushed-up bones as he quickly perused the memories of the devilish time unveiler. He made it his goal to take this being down not just as a payback, but also because it was a cultivator that was proficient in the law of spacetime. He wanted to peek at the memories and skills, as well as possibilities to the problem that he always faced when he was in the most danger, not being able to teleport because someone more powerful had locked space. His mind moved quickly as his body automatically disappeared into the time-space of the spiritual land, knowing that combing through the memories of a 1,000-year-old schemer would take some time, and there were still other beings in this devilish abode. The Magus leading the expedition into the devilish abode, Black Serpent, was warily sensing the surrounding space that had begun to tremble and destabilize as he chased down a group of cultivators from the time immemorial sect. His target was actually the group led by Elder Dan, the actual Elder Dan of the time immemorial sect that had not been taken down by Noah this time. The other elders and legacy disciples with them were frantically throwing out attacks as they defended themselves against the power of the saint-ranked Black Serpent, the image of a corporeal death serpent becoming rapidly solid as it bore its powerful jaws towards them. Otherworlder, the time immemorial sect will hunt you down like the dog that you are, Elder Dan spat out as he continued to send messages for help through his medallion. But the sane-ranked Grand Elder Amos could not find them. Would this really be where the great Elder Dan faced his death? A terrifying thought passed through the elder's mind as he looked at the other transcendent realm elder and the disciples they protected. Their power could not stand against a Saint Realm individual, and thus it was very likely that they would face death in the hands of these unscrupulous otherworlders. Elder Dan was unreconciled as his body shone brightly, ready to give it his all as he valiantly turned around to face the enemies while he gave the others a chance to escape. Elder Dan, Elder! Heartfelt shouts rang out as the valiant elder dashed towards the group of magi. Seeing Black Serpent's huge form chuckling as it opened its jaws wide to swallow him up and sigh, "Forgive me, Grand Elder," he let out a valiant shout as he prepared for death. But death would not be coming for him today. OMG, space trembled as a small black dot appeared between the forces of Magi and Elder Dan, and from the small black, numerous dragonoid heads erupted out. It was a scene of horror as the terrifying heads were mixed with all sorts of colors. The only issue was that there were too many of them. They stretched out from the black dot endlessly in long lines as their poisonous jaws weaved in the space towards the terrified Magi who found out they could not move. Around them, transparent cages were locking them in space, making them completely unable to move as the numerous dragonoid heads attached to continuously strengthening necks neared them and snapped their jaws shut, forever swallowing their bodies. Oh, Black Serpent let out a wild shout as he tried to summon the serpent ancestor, but found to his horror that he could not activate his abilities. Without his knowledge, something else besides the tens of dragonoid heads that had stretched out from the small black dot in space, rapidly constricting his large body as he felt himself losing control every second. Crunch, numerous bones cracked in throughout his body as the last thing he saw was enveloping darkness from numerous poisonous jaws. Elder Dan's heart trembled as he viewed the monstrosity in front of him, not being able to move as he observed the tens of ferocious heads that were attached to powerful and even more numerous tentacles. An absurd monstrosity that only released these features from a single black dot in space had completely devoured the party of multiple magi who held a Saint Realm Magus in the lead. Elder Dan did not know what to do as he tried to calm his fear, seeing the many long heads eerily turn their eyes towards him as the tens of tentacles rapidly receded into the small black. Thank you, esteemed sir. Elder Dan stuttered out a reply as he felt the auras of the other elders of the time. Immemorial sect. Quickly going to join them as they tried to get out this monstrosity's side as soon as possible, the monstrosity, or really Noah, looked forth curiously as he wondered why the magi he had saved before were hunting down cultivators. Seeing their voracious gazes as they hunted down those weaker than them, he simply moved and wiped them out as he tested one of his first saint rank skills he synthesized during his month-long training, from the combination of the transcendent rank, the calamitous Leviathan, and violet immemorial second stage sands of time, and later with the combination of the transcendent, violet immemorial third stage cage of time, he had been able to produce a skill that was proficient in controlling space while dealing a tremendous amount of damage from an obscene amount of heads and tentacles. Saint, aberrant saint, from a single point in space, the terror of a calamitous monstrosity blooms. Capable of growing up to 100 heads and tentacles that strangle and hold the user's enemies in powerful spatial locks the moment they are discovered as targets, it was a powerful skill, one that he would soon be able to combine into a saint skill the moment he made the time to train in the time-space some more. His gaze was on the ability of spatial locks as he smiled first at the abundant amount of information he had found from the memories of the devilish time unveiler, secrets about the powers of the world of cultivation that very few beings knew, as well as a possible solution that would lead him to obtain the power that would allow him to break free of a space being locked down. Something that had occurred twice to him now and nearly cost him his life. He perused the memories of the beings from the Magus world first as he already looked ahead to future plans. They would involve one of the three supreme sects of the world of cultivation, the sect where the devilish time unveiler originated, and the place which would provide Noah with the power he was looking for. Chapter 250, Who are you, really? Celestial Drax was moving through the trembling devilish abode with confusion and doubt. From the fluctuations of space, he could observe that this devilish abode did not have too long before it folded in itself and collapsed, but this did not make sense, as it would make his mission unachievable. His master would never hand him a mission he could not accomplish, so there was a swirl of confusing thoughts as he wagered whether to teleport out of this space and abandon his mission of looking for the cursed item. The Punisher by his side stood strong as his power was ready to burst out at any moment. Drax was about to give the command to continue searching the abode a bit longer, when another command traveled through space and struck his head as fast as lightning. ONG, come back. Golden fluctuations erupted as a thin light of light descended down the young celestial's head and he received his head. He was shocked to hear his master's voice ring out with such sternness, and did not waste a single second. A golden light wrapped both him and the Punisher, their figures turning into golden particles of light as they disappeared. They both appeared on a location known by very few not too far from the world of cultivation where a vibrant blue gateway was standing vibrantly. The young celestial Drax pulled out a medallion that activated the mechanism, allowing both him and the Punisher to be sent to the location they called home. In the peacefully rotating star that was one of the core bases of the Celestials, the young celestial disciple appeared before his master again as he sank to his knee right away. I have failed my task, Grandmaster. He kept his head low as he atoned for not achieving what he was assigned to do, while the Grandmaster in front of him looked forward with a mysterious expression. Someone has interfered with the workings of fate. Shocking words were the only thing the young celestial heard, as what he heard shook him to his core. An interference with the workings of fate? That was something that very few could do. He held skills like the Eye of Fate that could somewhat influence fate for a brief period of time. But he could never hope to interfere with the workings of fate with his level of power. So what exactly did his master mean? The things I foresaw were changed entirely, to the point where even you lost your life. The Grandmaster continued to speak slowly as his aged body that let out maddening levels of power stood up to water the colorful medicinal plants all around the mystical monastery they were on. His aged voice turned serious as he continued, the one responsible for the interference is extremely adept, as they are causing the unraveling of order from very small but important changes. I have only just begun using the celestial eye to observe the possible future changes and... He stopped watering the medicinal plants as his eyes gazed towards an unknown location deep on the planet they stood on. In many of the possible futures, there is a rise of a new, infernal lord, that will disrupt much of the order and balance we have strived to keep. Boom! It felt like an explosion occurred in the mind of the young celestial as he stood up and looked forward in shock. the words coming out of the Grandmaster being so shocking that even someone of his level was terrified. An infernal lord, this cannot be allowed to happen. I will begin sending messages soon to assemble our forces, with our first action being the recruitment of more powerhouses and moving up the infernal hunt 100 years earlier than planned. The aged Grandmaster said the words slowly as his attention fully turned towards the shocked disciple. This unraveling occurred in the world of cultivation, and the traces of the one being used to alter fate might still be there. When things are in place, you will be accompanied by your fellow disciples back into this world, where you all will participate in the infernal hunt through our proxy there. The young celestial Drax felt his heart shake as he faced the gaze of his master, quickly rising up as he placed his right hand above his left chest and affirmed the words he just heard. Yes, Grandmaster. For order and balance, the words of his master continued to pass through his mind as his heart trembled at the thought of their significance. A rise of a new infernal lord. This was a terrifying thought, as even the current ones that were active in the realms of hell were tyrannical beings that only brought destruction to anything they set their eyes to. To prevent the rise of any new infernal lords, there was a commitment among many of the major powers in the universe to routinely conduct a dangerous infernal hunt in the first realm of hell where almost all the current infernal lords had their beginnings. He had never gotten the chance to go to one before, but this chance had been moved up by a whole century because of the alteration of fate. His mind thought back to the world of cultivation that he had just left, as he looked forward more than ever to get back to it. Chaotic undercurrents were beginning to flow slowly, and he would be one of those at the very center of it. Celestial Drax's gaze was strong and confident as he took his leave from the monastery to prepare. The Grandmaster looked at this disciple as his dangerous eyes flashed with golden light, his gaze turning to the skies as he pierced through the layers of space and observed a world quite a distance away. Which imbecile would interfere with fate at such a crucial juncture? Many thoughts and possibilities passed through the mind of the Grandmaster as he thought of the cursed item that would have served to bring even more order in the universe, and this item being lost in the wind once more. No matter what schemes are concocted in the dark, what are they but mere distractions when it comes to our power? A golden light of confidence shone throughout the monastery as the Grandmaster thought this simple thought, the surroundings releasing a burst of essence and glowing gold as if agreeing to his thoughts. Confidence, utter and absolute confidence. This was a sort of confidence that only came to those who believe in the surety of their power as the existence of the stars. In the stellar space, any who try to destroy order will fall. This time will not be any different. The Grandmaster took his radiant watering can that released a rainbow-colored liquid filled with an overabundance of essence as he went back to watering the numerous medicinal plants peacefully. A scene of peace playing out on one of the celestial stars.